I didn't know you said that. I said that. I said that. I said that Hitler.
What's the main
Hitler
point?
was trying to keep.
What's the main point, bro? Like, we get it. Like, it's connected. What's your main point?
No, what I'm saying is that the Bible is a history of Jewish people going against God. Going against God.
Okay. I think we're done. Thank you. Come back next time. I hate talking about the Bible and Torah and this and that. I'm not into that. Thank you. This room is not about religion. It's about the fucking Zionism. That's even the Jewish people, some of them, they're suffering from the Zionism disease. And this is where we have a problem. It gave me a fucking headache every 2 seconds. Bible, Jew. Bible. I'm not even talking about Jews. We're talking about fucking Zionists.
I'm amazed at how Jewish people are standing against Israel. Like, I'm amazed at what I've been seeing.
I want to think.
Yeah, like Jews in America, like just the Jews in America. I've just seen like I'm just amazed by it. Like how people have like woken up. I never saw in my life, Jews like absolutely staunchly wanted to get like militantly against Israel in America. So I've been seeing more and more of this, and it's just been very recent for me seeing this. I heard back in the day. I remember when I was almost 20 years ago. I remember this Jewish guy told me, the Zionists are like Jewish Nazis. My mother hates the Zionists, right? This Jewish dude told me, right? I didn't understand what he was talking about at the time, right? So I guess there always have been some Jews that understood and were against the whole Zionist thing, but to see like what I've been seeing, I've never seen it like this.
Is there a way to point out a Zionist Jew physically with my own eyes?
I'm a Zionist Jew.
Yeah, you can, Omar. I mean, if you engage with them, if you have a conversation with them.
They have a certain darkness.
I can tell you.
There's a certain darkness in their eyes.
I can tell how to pick
That's certain darkness, bro. Calm
You guys
down.
want to know how to pick out a
Just
Zionist
stop
Jew?
with that, bro. You think Black Rabbi has a certain darkness in his eye? What the fuck?
If you look at Black Rabbi's eyes, you'll think you're asleep.
Yeah, so there's also a sound in the background, if you listen carefully, that goes dun dun dun.
Hey, Shape, how are you going to feel like, no one really cares about the Holocaust anymore. How's that, like, based on what's happening? Like, you guys, how's that going to affect you? Like,
It's interesting, though, how all the stuff they gave us from the Holocaust, like all the movies, the films, right? All the stuff that we've seen that affected our hearts, that made it all the like people in America like love the Jewish people so much, and also against anyone hurting the Jewish people. Like it's those images that are our like reference, our frame of reference, like the stuff we see in Gaza. That's what it reminds us of. As soon as we see everything in Gaza, the pictures, everything. It's like, oh, this is what we remember, this is what we related to.
So where's the compassion from then?
They're Muslims,
What's the question?
so nobody cares.
Yeah, I'm not really trying.
Okay, so you're saying that you see what's happening in Gaza, and you relate that to the Holocaust, but you have no compassion for them.
Compassion for who?
For those in Gaza.
Are you talking about me?
Y'all hear what I'm saying? Whoever said that. Whoever said.
Who doesn't have compassion?
Who said that when they see images in Gaza?
It's making people have compassion. It's making people like it's moving their hearts. It's making people go crazy. It's making people like angry.
Right. Okay. We're on the same page now. Okay. I thought you were talking again. Okay.
No, we're not, bro. We're not Holocaust denier, Omar. I don't know what you're thinking, man.
No. Omar thought we were not compassionate to the Palestinian genocide. I think he
The
was.
Zionist guy. Oh, okay. So you are compassionate. So okay.
I'm a Zionist Jew, and I just
Get that guy.
Hey, it was Morty. Morty is a
Yeah, he confused me
That
from
guy.
Morty.
I want to know him.
Morty is a Zionist Jew, and he approves this message, eh?
A very important question someone asked was how to identify a Zionist Jew in public. I can tell you how to do it. I'm actually an expert. What you do is you wrap a keffiyeh around your head, like the man in my PTR, and the Zionist Jew will look at you with the most contempt that anyone's ever looked at you in your life. This is how you pick out.
You dress up like one of those.
Good answer. That's a good
Marty,
answer.
don't forget.
I've actually done it. I've done it just to test my fellow Zionist Jews and to make sure they're doing their job.
How about Mike and Marty? What do you think the reaction would be to mine?
Marty,
It's
isn't
not
there
as strong as the way I
also...
wear it in my kefir. If you put it around your head like a true PLO terrorist, then you will identify the Zionist Jews. You will know them by the way they look at you.
Marty, confirm if this is correct. Is there not also a tattoo on each wrist that says the chosen ones?
Of us Zionist Jews? Oh yeah, of course, preferably. If we're really following our calling, then we should have those tattoos on our wrists, yes.
Omar, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess.
You should try it, Omar. Wear a keffiyeh, like the man in my PTR, and you'll notice all the Zionist Jews around you, they will look at you like they want to kill you.
No.
Yeah, but they won't do it. They don't got the heart.
They'll
No,
give
they
you,
do. No, they will. They actually
They
will.
don't
I've
got the
done it.
heart.
I do
They don't
sometimes
got the
get
heart.
around.
I'm different.
they'll give you flowers, Omar, if you do that.
They just look at you. They won't do anything. They'll look at you with very evil eyes, like they want to kill you. They won't try them. They didn't
They
try.
only have heart because the U.S. is backing them. That's the only
That's right. If
thing.
you're in America, I did it in San Francisco, and they looked at me with great contempt, but nobody made them.
Hey, is that like the real black rabbi in the audience, or is that the fake?
Hey, it's a real one. He just gave me kills my brain cell. That's why I was planning on bringing
Bring
him.
him up.
We're having a good conversation. He kills my brain cells.
He's running for president.
Not right now. Maybe in 2032. Yeah, I'll bring him up in 2032.
You're being very anti-black, man.
No, it's not about it being anti, but it just kills my brain cells. Like if I engage with him, right? He thinks 1 hero Gazan and animals, everything in Gaza is a terrorist. I mean, and then he converted to Judaism about 8-10 years ago. He moved to Israel. He's living on a stolen land, and he's saying the Zionist talking points, and he's defending a stolen land that was stolen from the indigenous people.
He got a new look, though. Is that a new look or an old look? I'm trying to...
Yeah, I think he needs to go brush his teeth now for real. He's been drinking too much coffee or eating chips a lot.
Coffee, great. Coffee is.
Do you guys want him up here? Because the room is gonna go sideways.
Yeah.
Just I hate listening to it.
Dude, I need to get to bed quick, and there hasn't been enough arguments.
Okay, come on up, idiot. Come on up. Okay, we'll do it.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. You know I have to come up here when the scumbags come up here. You know?
Oh, look.
Hello, Black Rabbi.
Black Rabbi. Hey,
It's naughty.
Black Rabbi, I think we can see some hair coming out of your nose. You need to shave that.
hold on, let me take a look. I don't see any here.
What do you think of the PTR of Mr. Rabbi?
You need to zoom in, Shave. You need to zoom in.
Oh, it's fine. There's no hair. There's no hair. Is that a picture, Black Rabbi, or is that a retro?
Black Rabbi, your portrait is gonna hang itself.
This is a good video to use it on Google, the big AI video. Feed this picture into the AI. Make a funny video.
Black Rabbi, what song were you singing?
You know, I'm going to be spending some time with some Christian evangelicals later with Mike Huckabee. So I'm just getting into the spirit, you know what I mean?
That's good.
Well, how do you feel about attacking the Christians again yesterday? How do you
Should
feel
we
about
listen
that?
to the national anthem of Israel first while he's here? Or is he going to run away? You want to listen to the national anthem of Israel, Black Rabbi?
Say hello
I've
to
been
Mr.
jamming.
Say hello to
I've been
Mr.
jamming.
Huckabee for me.
To that
Black
boom
Rabbi,
boom.
say hello to Mr. Huckabee.
Hey, all I'm saying is, this is my message, Mike Huckabee. The Temple Mount needs to be equal for all religions in order for the Abraham Accord to work in the Middle East. And also, I want to advocate for religious freedoms in the Middle East on behalf of the United States. There is religious freedom in the Middle East. No.
There's none in Israel. Out of control.
There's none in Israel.
Well, not in Israel, but the rest of the Middle East they have.
The Middle East is Islamic and Muslim.
The Temple Mount is the only place in Israel where Jews don't have religious freedom, so we have to change that.
How do you guys treat the Christians in Israel?
We need to take back the Temple Mount, Black Rabbi. What is the ETA of taking back the Temple Mount for us?
It's happening. It is happening.
You wanted a lot of things in life, yeah, Black Rabbi. What did you achieve?
Give me a date, Black Rabbi.
Look at my PTR, Black Rabbi. He's a black brother of yours. Look at him.
Hey, the key thing is,
How do you feel about what they did to him?
you know what? I don't know about anybody, but
How do you feel about what they did to him? How do you feel?
who are we talking about?
Look at my PTR.
I can't. I'm busy doing something.
Oh, you can't. You're blind when it comes to what happens to black people in the street. Yeah.
I mean, things happen to black people all over the world. It's a big
You're
deal.
a fucking filthy pig, bro.
You have this like identity grievance perspective about life, and it's just like that's just not the way we see it as Jews. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
it's not the way you see it. It's the way that's reality, though. It's not the way you see it.
Black Devil. If there was a goddamn child in front of you right now, would you grab him by the throat and squeeze the life out of him?
No, absolutely not. I would teach him Torah. Show him how to be a better person.
We would deprogram him to hate Jews.
You wouldn't take him back to your apartment, tie him up, and use him as a
Nope. You know what?
sex slave until he died.
Well, you know what? Because I have Palestinian neighbors who are outstanding people.
You don't have Palestinian
who care about. I'm looking at when we should. I'm looking at a group of Palestinians right now. They're working. They're working right now. It's at least five right now.
You wish.
From here, so. Salam, brothers. Salam, brothers. Hear that? Okay.
So, when you sent to the Nation to visit, are you gonna stick around, Black Rabbi?
I live with Palestinians.
I think we should play it.
Put them on.
Can we not do this? You know, fuck you, and because it goes sideways, and then he's gonna curse at you, and then you're gonna go, and then I just hate that shit. Can you not engage with him, please?
Put them on.
I think put some Palestinians on, Black Rabbi.
Put them.
They don't like you guys. You guys hate them. You guys hate them.
I might know them. Come on, put them on.
You may know them actually. You may know their family.
Let them be the judge of that.
Put them on.
I know you have bad. Teddy, I know you have bad teeth. Go ahead. Anyway,
Come on, put one of them on. Put one of them on.
What do you think is really actually done?
I dare you, put one of them on.
Guaranteed.
I dare you.
What is this? Like we're battling? I mean, what is this battle?
Yeah.
I live with Palestinians every day.
Put one of them on. Come on, put one of them on.
They live in harmony.
Oh yeah, he's in the West Bank, right?
Salam brothers. Good day. BB.
I mean, the only ones who are gonna treat you good because you're black inside of Israel are the Arab Palestinians.
Nah,
The Israeli Jews are gonna treat you like garbage. You're garbage, brother. You're garbage. They spit on your face, you fucking filthy pig. That's what they do to you.
Oh, Teddy, for the longest I thought Suki was
No, they don't spit on his face. I'm sure they respect him. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing society. What are you talking about? Palestinians are great. Arabs
Put one of them on,
Jews are
Black
great.
Rabbi. Maybe we'll have
Nah. You start talking to them about your alcohol and stuff, and you mess them up. You know. We gotta keep these boys straight. You know, good boys.
alcohol. You're the one that drinks. What are you talking about?
Nah, Jim knows what I'm talking about.
Black Rabbi, did you do the Salam Brothers into like an MTV?
You're still up, Shay? Isn't it like 1 o'clock?
We didn't hear a response.
Yeah,
It's 2.
The other guys heard the response. They heard it.
It's about to be 2.
Either way, the Palestinians are beautiful people. The issues with people in Gaza, right? They're radicalized.
Gazans are Palestinians.
can you at least have them yell your name?
Not really.
Well, if Palestinians are beautiful people, then why the fuck are the illegal settlers taking almost a million homes? Why are they
I think it's unfair.
people in West Bank like
Guys,
that?
really think about it. Maybe he's there to be a settler. Maybe he's stealing somebody's land.
I have an idea for you. If this room raised $10,000 to feed the kids in Gaza, would you hand them?
They're not starving. They're not starving. It's a waste of money.
Oh.
They're not starving, you piece of shit. The gods.
I think we need to play the national anthem of Israel.
They're not. They're not starving. It's a lie. It's a
Piece
lie.
of shit.
Some of these women are starving their children on purpose. They're starving their children on purpose.
Get him down, please, please.
We're gonna play a national anthem. I wanted him to stay here and listen. If he has doesn't have the short attention span. Listen to it, okay? Make sure don't run away like a little bitch you are. You always run away.
Sure, don't call me.
Yeah, don't run away. Don't run away. Yeah, you're a bitch. You're a bitch.
Your mom
Okay.
is Angela.
Okay. Everybody stay muted, please. I'm about to play it. Please stay muted. We need to play this national anthem. Mute up, Black Rabbi. All right.
2,000 years ago, Iran planned to build a nuclear bomb. They promised us. These houses were bombed. Mission successful.
Shut us up when we call it out. This ain't about hating Jews, it's about what genocide lists still do. Palestine bleeds and y'all stay mute while these raw offense forces lavish. Hell yeah, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be will be, inshallah, will be free. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Have you heard this one though? Death to the IDF, death to the IDF, death to the IDF, death to the IDF. All right, but have you heard this one though? Truth gets smashed, fuck all the rest. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Fuck your Zionist tyranny, we're done with all your hypocrisy. You don't get a pass for past pain when you hand it out again and again. From hospital ruins to Gaza's tears, we fight through blocks and broken years. Fuck all the rest! From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Fuck your Zionist tyranny, we're done with all your hypocrisy. Have you heard this one though?
I must admit we have lost the war to Iran. I burned the Epstein files and joined the IRGC. Death to the idea.
Amir, can I say something serious to you?
Sure.
Are you there?
Sure.
Look, I really mean this. Unless for whoever else is like in a mod position, Black Devil is, the scum of the earth. And to the Jews, the other.
You're in the Matrix,
He means less to them than a piece of gum on the bottom of their shoe. So, am I out the Matrix now? So look at the Jews there in Israel see him as less than like gum on the bottom of their shoe. So what you're doing by bringing him in this room, because socially, he has absolutely nothing, and he should have absolutely
Hold on. You can't use a race card anymore.
He should have absolutely.
Race card. You're not black.
But why is he saying he should Jews thing?
Stop. Let him
He's a
finish.
white man. He's uncircumcised.
He's not white. Let him finish.
He should have nothing. Okay, so his social, food in this room. He comes in here. He loves the attention. It makes him happy, and he says the things that he says. So if you want to like give him what he deserves in the only way you can, the only power you have is to not bring him in this room and not talk to him, and not give him any attention, because this is his only aspect of his life that's super socializing.
Did you not hear me say that? Did you not hear me say it kills my brain cells before I brought it up?
I'm just being very serious.
Hold on, I'm being serious as well. I said this before bringing him up, and I brought him up because Shape wanted it.
Thank you.
And just for a few minutes, let's see what he has to say.
Yeah.
Otherwise, bro, he kills my brain cells. I wasn't gonna bring him up today.
Say something about this, Rabbi. I dare you, Rabbi. I dare you to say something about this. I'm gonna put your mom's contact information. Say something.
I just have one
I have your photo right now on my PC.
Boom.
No, say something. Boom, boom. We already heard the song. I think you liked it, but say something.
I have one thing that's not very serious. If this room is his food, we don't believe in starvation here. We think that's immoral.
That's a good one.
Hey, Amir, tell me if I'm right or wrong. Has Hamas made $500 million over stolen food aid since October?
We believe in the death sentence for people who murder innocent people.
Yeah, one second, Abib. The report came out. They didn't steal the aid, by the way. Do you want the report?
They killed, bro. Yesterday
they debunked it. The U.S. aid came out with an investigation, and they said that they didn't Hamas did not steal it. Do you want the report? Yes or no? Do you want the fucking report?
Mark Rubio.
Do you want the fucking report? I don't care about I'm talking about the U.S. investigation report. You don't want it. I don't care whether they shut your fucking mouth. Fucking idiot. You don't want to take any evidence. Shut your fucking mouth.
He's like, oh, it's America and Israel. And then when you say, oh, the U.S. came out with a report to debunk Israel's claim, now you don't want a report from America.
Trump administration.
Stupid bitch.
Trump administration has said that the Gazans has received over enough aid for 20 million people.
No, it didn't. Donald Trump literally said today. Donald Trump said today. Donald Trump said today. Donald Trump said today. Donald Trump said today.
Go away.
That
don't talk to me.
Bibi Netanyahu has said that there's no starvation is a lie.
Stop harassing me. Stop sexually harassing me. Stop sexually harassing me. Stop sexually harassing me.
Sexually harassing your fat ass?
Stop sexually harassing me.
You're not
sexual object to harass. Please stop.
Nobody wants you sexually.
Why else just disagree with what you're saying? So Trump has said that yes, there is starvation at Bibi's line. As of today. As of yesterday.
Yeah, as of yesterday.
So what do you say to that?
And two Israeli, Ace. Two Israeli human rights organization. Two Israeli human rights organization has said this is a genocide.
And aren't IDF soldiers now not following orders of starving?
Yes. I got the article from the Telegraph. They're saying the highest in the military are not following orders.
All I'm saying is like this. I love Palestine.
Anyway, they say
Black Devil,
in
shut
the
the fuck
Telegraph.
up. Just shut your fucking mouth.
I'm not following orders.
You shut up, white man. You don't do shit. You don't do shit. You're a peckerwood. You're a redneck peckerwood. You can't do nothing, boy. I'm bigger than you.
Hold on. Black Rabbit.
Bigger, you better than everyone.
You denied the starvation.
You better than us. That's what
parents are starving their children.
Lethargic, freaking faggot.
No, this is what they do in Gaza. This is what they do in Gaza.
Hold on. Trump has said today today that yes, there is starvation because of Israel. That's just been said today. So now you don't believe that Trump.
When did you say that?
Today.
He said it yesterday, you fucking dickhead.
I'm not talking. Why does this person keep harassing me? I'm just trying to have a conversation with people.
Anyway, like I said, he said it yesterday.
Stop.
And then two Israelis.
Stop harassing me. Stop sexual harassing me. Stop sexual
Amir, can we get him out the room? Can we get him out the room?
This is to the panel. Two Israeli
Wednesday's bringing us information, and Black Devil is just somebody who is in denial and he just go back and forth until
puny, uncircumcised.
Okay, stop, Black Rabbi. Why the fuck? What's wrong with you, man? Stop.
I'm circumcised. You had a fucking grown ass man. Look at your fucking dick, you bag.
Brought forth information. Can you share the link in the chat if you don't mind? For people to read it on their own.
Oh, you want me to share the link?
Yes, that's wonderful. That's actually really great information you're providing.
Yeah, I'll find it right now.
It's crazy how, when the narrative doesn't fit this genocidal maniac named Black Rabbi, it's going to deny the information. Although it's America, it's Trump. The person.
Maybe they have new information.
Yeah,
I'm open to hearing it.
Say this. Okay,
I'm open to seeing it. I'm open to seeing it.
Read the article for yourself. If he is saying it for a fact,
well, we have to fix it. If that's the case, we have to fix it.
Hold on. So now, will you now concede to the fact that yes, Gazans are being starved?
I have to analyze it, and if the administration says that,
shit.
Why not?
You didn't analyze anything.
I should just listen to
enough independent.
Stop.
Who said this? Including Israeli authorities have said this.
So this article is from the Times of Israel. Let me get the other one.
Mordecai, have you ever told your mother how you feel about the fact that the mothers are
I told her.
Have you ever said to her?
He didn't tell her, but I told her.
Yeah, educate my family.
I told her, Rabbi.
I told her. I'm a little nobody.
My DMs, Rabbi.
I'm a little nobody.
Yeah, you are nobody. And you're ugly too.
You're triggered about it, but I have her in my DMs.
Not even a little bit. We're waiting for you. We're waiting for you. We're waiting for you.
Really weird. Who are you waiting for? You need to wait for a gym. Go to a gym, bitch.
Let me show him something else.
People try to center themselves by talking to me.
Black Devil, you sound, even the way you talk makes you sound shy.
She's on the 7th floor, Rabbi. She's on the 7th floor, Rabbi. She's on the 7th floor.
You got bigger titties than me.
Yeah, she's on the 7th floor. Yeah.
We're better than you.
She's on the 7th floor.
This guy. Why are you socializing with this guy? Honestly. This is like a form of socialization. You're normalizing this dude. This is an evil individual.
Too late. It's too late.
We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear his fucking voice.
Let Ab speak, please.
Dumb shit. No, seriously, his voice is killing me. I swear to God, man. This dude is a black man. And he's fucking defending what we're seeing.
No, he sets the white down, by the way. He's giving up his
right. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
You can't use the word man to describe him. You can't say man.
I would never want to be white. White is inferior.
I think he comes here to get his dose of dopamine, because he gets high off this.
Yeah, I get strength. When I talk about changing the Temple Mount, it's from these
conversations. That's why you guys need to get him out the room and never let him back ever.
Shut up. Uncircumcised man, shut up.
This type of energy.
Can I interject in this conversation?
Okay, who's trying to speak right now? There's a male.
Chris is trying to speak.
Please go ahead.
He's talking about my private
Let Chris speak. Please go ahead.
No offense, but I am getting a little bit tired of this discussion, the way it's leading. I'm hoping that we can just.
We don't care what you're tired of. We don't care.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying though is that I would like to take it back to the article that you just shared, as well as the topic that we have here, which is Gaza starving.
Speak on the article if you like to.
And Israel says it's not our problem. So I was hoping that if we were to talk about the topic, that Black Rabbi would have focused on just the topic, but it looks like he really doesn't care much about the topic.
He's a deep denial.
No,
right. So
comes here to derail the conversation.
Does anyone disagree that with Israel's position, though, that it's not our problem? And I'm speaking from an American standpoint. Is it in fact our problem that Gazans are starving?
What do you mean? It should be everybody's problem.
Why?
It's a human thing.
Is it just because a human thing, therefore it should be in American interest?
So, give me a second. So Palestine is
responsible if they pay taxes. It's the genocide.
Okay.
Americans paid for the genocide. If they're
Habib, you're breaking out. Matrix.
So in any cause in which American taxpayer dollars are going into, therefore the U.S. has the right to get themselves involved? Is that your claim, Habibi?
They have the obligation. They're obligated, not the right. They have the obligation they have to stop the starvation.
So before all the cuts to the fundings around the world through all these different projects, so you're saying because an American taxpayer dollar is spent on a foreign land, we now have an obligation to interfere or enter ourselves into another country's politics?
Are you
foreign lands?
Okay, Habib, do you hear me or not? Does anybody hear me here?
I hear you, Ace. It's Morty.
Okay, Morty, let me interject here. So first, let me explain this. First of all, when you talk about is Israel responsible to ensure that the Gazans are fed, absolutely. It's been the land's been occupied for decades. And under Geneva Convention, I think it's Article 5, the occupier must provide not only safety, which obviously they have it, also the appropriate, medical supplies, food, etc. That's supposed to be given from the get-go, which they have seriously lacked. So in this case, by withholding aid that's coming in that's absolutely necessary, it's actually collective punishment, and you're starving the civilians. It's very dark.
I agree.
It's definitely genocidal. Now, in terms of America, the thing with America is this. Now, America we've already involved ourselves so heavily. We've been funding Israel for 75 years, more than any other country, actually. We've given them more aid than anybody in the world. But this is the issue. When we give weapons and we give anything to any country, actually any country, this is just, international law, you're responsible to ensure that your bombs, weaponry, whatever the equipment is being used where there's no, humanitarian laws, etc., or rules of engagement, war, etc., whatever you want to call it, being broken. If you could give any of your weaponry and you know and you have intel that this is happening, I think Biden actually withheld, not a big Biden fan, but he did withheld one of these bombs that he did say, they're being used in a way to maximize damage to civilians. And then, of course, Trump came, but he free willing. So if you're willing to fund and give tons of money and assets to this country that is now participating in the starvation of innocent people, if you're part of the problem, you better solve the problem.
America made Israel. America made Israel.
1 second. Unless we are okay with that. We stand on such high moral ground saying, hey, we spread democracy, blah, 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 and all of this nonsense. If that's where we want to stand, that's ground we want to stand on, and that's what we want to be known for, right now there's an active genocide taking place. It's been taking place for a while, a long time. So, Chris, how would it not make sense for us to, provide aid, pressure Israel to open the goddamn borders? And a lot of aid isn't just coming from us. It's coming from countries around the world. There's tons of aid sitting at the borders that's more than enough to feed everybody 10 times over. It's just sitting there. They won't let it in.
Okay.
And these are also international organizations, right? There's so many nonprofits that are also going in to help distribute aid. So it's not just America that's involved in this. So do you feel otherwise? Do you have a different
opinion on this? Oh, I do. And I will base it on the fact that the way you use it. So Israel is essentially a client. We're giving them armaments. We're technically selling them. We're not actually giving. But
We're giving it.
we're actually getting.
Credit.
It's not exact.
I know.
Right. Well, but hold on. Let me step back real quick. So we have more than just Israel as a client. We have a lot of foreign military clients. We have, Australia. We're talking about anything NATO. We have Qatar. We have Saudi Arabia. We have many other countries that are clients that we give them planes, bombs, all sorts of different types of weaponry. How they use it and who they use it on does that mean that now the U.S. is invested and therefore they have the obligation because they provided the military plane that dropped a bomb on another country?
Yeah, well,
Absolutely.
Right now,
1000%.
Okay. Does a gun manufacturer?
Hold on. The countries that you've listed currently, are they taking place in this level of barbaric treatment towards over 2.5 million people that's been going on for multiple years, and now they're at the last stage of famine? Have those countries been doing that right now actively at the scale that we're seeing, that we all know of? And the answer is no. Right now, we all know
it depends. I think everyone can agree that the U.S. has funded a lot of wars in Africa. I don't know if anybody in this room would dispute that. Does that mean that the USA should be responsible for all the casualties?
We're not doing whataboutisms.
This is a giant whataboutism.
No,
Are we responsible? We're talking about whether the U.S. should be responsible.
Israel.
Hold on, 1 second.
We're talking about whether the U.S. is responsible for the starvation in Gaza. That is a big what if.
It's indirectly responsible, yes.
Directly responsible.
Why do we then show up to defend Israel when they pick a fight with Iran? Are we responsible for coming to their goddamn defense every goddamn time? Are we? If they go pick a fight with Iran, if they go and start it, why are we responsible? You know that there's military personnel in the Middle East that were active in actually intercepting a lot of what was coming through. It was the U.S. military. It wasn't so-called Iron Dome. So tell me, are we responsible for that?
Can I just add one thing? The U.S. has used its veto power at the UN Security Council to block resolution calling for ceasefire or investigating into Israel's action, even when there's global consensus. This sends a message that Israel can act with few consequences. Yes, the United States is responsible also.
The global consensus as an American, I don't know how many of you are Americans, doesn't mean anything.
Did you hear me?
Hold on.
Did you hear me?
Respond to my question first.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know who to respond to.
If you don't respond to my question first, I'll let you.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat your question? I got lost with the
Let me ask
my
you
question. Hold on. My question. Let me finish this. Hold on. So my question was, when Israel went and recently picked a fight with Iran, okay, they were the aggressor. Why are we responsible in always assisting them in the sense where we have military personnel right in the Middle East intercepting bombs, and because we interject ourselves and involve ourselves into things we have no business involving ourselves, then we have our military bases that have had to be evacuated. Okay, so you're bringing danger upon American civilians for Israel who started this. So it's not just providing weaponry, it's actually providing intel, it's actually being on the ground, it's actually being involved diplomatically. Not only that, if you look further than this, we have interjected ourselves so heavily into things in other parts of the world that we have no business in being. And then when there's a humanitarian crisis that we may have propagated, we step out and say, well, not my fault. You know, that's
okay,
let me ask you a question. Let me finish. Now, hold on. Let me ask. So, Chris, does that make sense? Why do we interject ourselves?
I think I follow what you're saying, and I want to limit it to just Iran. I honestly believe the Israel thing and their involvement was just frankly an excuse for the U.S. to be. Well, as we know, the Ayatollah and many of the military leaders, including the scientific ministry, have all claimed that there's a chant, quite literally a death to America chant, different from what death to the idea of chant, except this one's geared towards America.
Okay. Okay.
So
with that
if the
being said,
USA
Iran-
views Iran as a military power, one that's capable, 60%, when we only need 3.6 enrichment capacity,
they've been keeping up with
I-
war.
Ace, let me get in after he answers, please. Let me get in, please.
Okay, go ahead. Finish, Chris.
I believe it was in Americans' interest to
Okay, so then you're going to say that it's also in
nuclear
America's interest to
facilities.
starve the Gazans. With that logic, it also means it's in America's interest to starve the Gazans. If that's the
Well,
logic.
America actually bombed Iran. It wasn't. I mean,
That's
Israel
not
bombed them as well.
If
Right,
you
but
said
no,
that we
America
for our
actually
internal
bombed it.
interest,
America's not
I know.
actually bombing
Yeah,
any
hold on,
Gaza or any Palestinian.
Okay, wait a second. Ace.
Go ahead.
Ace, please, look it, Chris. I'm just gonna take this back to the fundamentals here. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this: if you have an AK-47 and a couple grenades, and you have somebody who you know, okay, they've informed you, you know that they intend to buy these weapons from you and use them to attack a school. Okay, to blow up a school with children in it. You know that that's what they're going to do. Is your responsibility to not sell them those weapons? And also, if you did sell them those weapons and then you found out after that that's what they were planning to do, is it not your responsibility to stop them or contact somebody that needs to stop them? Just answer that straight.
No. I do not believe that if in that context, for instance, let's again, your same storyline, one person's basically claiming that they're using it for self-defense, which is what Israel's standpoint is. They're not saying that they're out there killing Palestinians deliberately. It could be a cover.
That's not what I said.
No, I'm giving you the example back at
That's not what I said.
That's what you said. You said, I'm giving you the example.
I said somebody who's going to use it to blow up a school, to kill children. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about someone claiming self-defense.
Well, here's what I'm telling you. In this context, the person that you're claiming is claiming self-defense, not that they're planning to bomb or attack a hospital.
That's not what I asked.
I get it, but you're creating the hypothetical. You want me to buy into the hypothetical, but I'm telling you it does not apply here.
Okay, so based on what, I mean, I don't know what your opinion is.
No, he's a
your actual
bro.
opinion? First tell me that before I kind of
got cut off, Habib. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but before I address, like, all right, before I address like what your actual issue is psychologically, I want to know what your actual opinion is, not what your your philosophical argument or what you want to get into in terms of like what's really the responsibility and why. No, I'm asking you on a personal level what your opinion is about America's responsibility with the genocide.
The U.S. does not have any responsibility to the genocide, as it
Okay,
doesn't
so
have any
you're a psychopath. You're a psychopath. You're a psychopath.
If you want to go that route and you're just talking that way and not rationalizing things, like, you know.
No, I'm telling
I'm not gonna be like Black Rabbi.
that you're a psychopath.
You're gonna call me
You are a psychopath. You are a psychopath.
You're the one acting emotionally. So I would say you're the psychopath if you really want to go that route. This is really pointless.
Okay, let's not do personal attacks, guys. Let's have a
Thank you.
discussion on his points and just debate him on his points because his argument himself is flawed.
I mean, that's the foundation for his approach. Is his sickness. The man is sick.
He's looking at it very technically.
It doesn't matter what points you come up with. Hey, do you understand everything you just said? And just what's going on?
Yep.
So he's a psycho. The man is sick. And that's the basis for what's pouring forth from him.
We can agree to disagree.
Can I just wait? Can I just say something? I just want to be like, so here's an argument from ChatGPT. If you're trying to make a case debating or understanding U.S. complying in Gaza, this is the core of it. Not pulling the trigger, but handing over the gun and shielding the shooter. Basically, that's what the United States is doing.
I don't really. I wanted to ask Chris. So Chris, what is your argument about what's happening in Gaza? Can you please give me the argument?
I'm not too sure. I mean, just broadly, I would say that as it relates to this topic, the U.S. doesn't have any responsibility on how the armaments or whatever military equipment is being utilized by a foreign nation.
So what do we do about the Leahy law?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The Leahy law.
Leahy law. Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. Leahy law?
Okay. Yes, as a U.S. Yeah, just L-E-H-I, Leahy laws. I believe it's L-E-H-I, right? Ace. So according to the
L-E-A-H-Y. I'll put it trap.
Okay, thank you. According to the law, the U.S. cannot give weapons to any entity or government that's committing crimes against humanity. There's an ICJ case. You as an American should be worried about that. I'll tell you why. Forget the Gaza. Forget about the Gaza thing, right? For 1 second. You as an American, our tax dollars are already going to this fucking genocide. Not only to this, even it was going to the Sudan genocide as well, and to a whole bunch of other massacres and genocide that we're responsible for, right? If ICJ decides that it's a fucking genocide, the U.S. tax dollars, your tax dollars, my tax dollars, me as an American, you as an American, we will be responsible for the reparations. And where the reparations going to go? To Gazans. Why? Because U.S. was involved in it. They're fighting the U.S. They're not fighting Israel. Israel is a fucking tiny piece of shit entity. It's called Israel, right? But they're actually fighting the American, because America is the one that gave them weapons. From 7th of October up till now, we have given them $66 billion. Right? Not to mention, we even funded their university, Tel Aviv University, about $400 to $500 million. Like, why do we give two fucks about this disgusting Zionist entity? We don't give two fucks. Get lost. You as an American, I mean, you don't care about what's happening in Gaza. There's a lot of Americans out there, they don't give two fucks about what's happening all over the world. They only care about American politics. So you as an American, you should be worried about that, because if the shit happens with the reparations, your tax dollars are going to be at stake again, and they're going to be there. We're going to have to pay the reparations.
I understand where you're going with that. I follow and I track with what you're telling me. I have to just reiterate something that I said a little bit earlier, though. As an American, and I'm guessing you are American, I think you know that any global entity, there is no global entity of which the U.S. adheres to. The ICJ can put in as many suits as they want. The USA does not answer to them. They don't answer to any external entity. So I think it's nice that you guys believe the Geneva Convention, the UN, all of these have some sort of power over the US. But what I'm saying is the ICJ is no different. It has no authority over the U.S. You've seen in many recent years where the U.S. has chosen to completely ignore everybody.
Chris, forget the ICJ.
Okay.
If the ICJ decides it's a genocide, ICC, all these other organizations, you don't think there's a lot of Palestinian Americans that live in America and their family members have been butchered and slaughtered? Do you know it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the federal government of the U.S.?
That's peanuts in comparison. Oh yeah, there's lawsuits every day for even
there's a lawsuit right now from a care organization which is based out of California, and there's multiple lawsuits coming from Palestinian Americans. And guess what? Recently, last week, they killed a Palestinian American without any accountability. They have killed over God knows how many Americans over there, right? My whole thing is, forget the ICJ now, right? The ICJ comes out with a ruling. We all agree that it's a genocide, and I already know it's a genocide. There's a Holocaust scholars that have said it's a genocide. I agree.
Is that retroactive?
But yeah, as an American, right? If the lawsuit goes, it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the U.S. government, the federal, and who's going to be paying for it? Us, you, and me. You see what I'm saying?
I do. I see what you're saying. Those necessary, well, I'm not sure evil is the right word. It's a necessary expense. If you're telling me that the government was spending trillions without really blinking an eye on military armaments is going to flinch over a couple billions, I don't believe that we're living in the same America.
It will. I'll tell you why. Because the Anthony Blinken, right, the Secretary of State, he lied in front of Congress. Do you know what the consequences of lying in front of Congress? It's a fucking felony.
It's a censure.
Did you know that?
It's no different. There's been many times where politicians have lied. Have you not seen the punishments? It's a censure. It's a formality of what they get as punishment. So that's hardly, and they know that it's a formality. That's the worst of it. I agree. It shouldn't be that way, but it is a formality.
So Secretary of State lied, and then we have a pedophile list that's missing. We don't know who's a pedophile. We know Trump is one. Right, we don't know the full, complete list of the pedophiles that are serving in the government.
How do we know?
Can you imagine?
Anyways, that's off topic. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Can you imagine? Right, you invite one of these politicians to your house, and turns out it's a fucking pedophile that's listed on Epstein file. Right, and a lot of these pedophiles are connected to Israel, because of Epstein. Epstein was a Jew, and I still haven't found a single record of him flying to Israel, but I have seen Ehud Barak, the guy, former Israeli Prime Minister, flying to his place more than 30 to 50 times. Ehud Barak, a former Israeli Prime Minister. So all I'm saying is there's a lot of fishy, and Ghislaine Maxwell, her dad was working for Mossad, right? And there's a lot of people saying that both of these guys are working for Mossad as well. So it should, it's very questionable. You as an American, all of this should be questionable. And we have a pedophile right now serving in the government. That should be questionable as well. And you have a lot of these politicians, they're inciting violence against the Palestinians. Did you hear the statement from, what was that fucker's statement? You heard about that, Lindsey Graham and the other motherfuckers that are serving in the military, in the government. And the dual loyalty, where the fuck does it come from? 1984, Jonathan Pollard. He was an Israeli, he was an American. He spied on fucking America. For who? For Israel, 1984. He gets arrested in 85, right? He gets arrested. He was locked up till 2020. We have the laws, intact that we're supposed to execute these motherfuckers, right? That spy on America. And guess what? While he was in American prison, he was given Israeli citizenship from where? Netanyahu. And Netanyahu begged Trump to, give him immunity. Once he comes out, he flies directly to Israel. When he lands in Israel, Netanyahu gives him a warm welcome. He's a fucking, a good person. He's a very, honest and, what is it called, honorable person inside Israel. But for the Americans, he's a terrorist.
If I may,
sorry. Yeah. So this is where I'm going to land with, So what do you think about all of these things?
So many things that you touched upon, but I'm going to say something that will be potentially controversial, all right? I actually don't care about anyone being labeled or even convicted, frankly, of pedophilia or whatever it is you're referencing here. It does not mean that any of the ideas outside of their horrible sin, let's call it, is invalid. I don't care if the foundation of the greatest organization in the world turns out to be a pedophile. It doesn't mean the organization is associated to his pedophilia or that it endorses that. It has nothing to do with it. So I don't understand why you're making a domestic situation such as the Epstein, files, which is only purely suggesting that he could be a pedophile. It doesn't prove anything.
DOJ said he's on it.
No, there's no proof. There is no proof.
Hold on. DOJ, Department of Justice, said Trump's name's on the file.
That doesn't mean because Trump's name is on a file does not mean it says that Trump had a pedophilia actions.
You want the statement that he said that he liked them youngs and whatnot. There's a lot of these statements.
Old men like young girls. Is that really a new thing?
He's saying he doesn't care. Look at Chris. You said that Congress. You agree that the penalty for lying in front of Congress shouldn't be what it is. Okay, you agree that it should be different.
Correct.
So, do you agree that America should stop the genocide? Do you agree?
Well, that's where we get into a longer discussion. If it is a genocide.
It's a yes or no.
Did you look at
If it is a genocide, then yes, I agree that the U.S. should get involved.
So
I've been looking at it in the same time as hold on, gosh, okay, hold on. I don't know if it's a genocide, and the reason I say is this. I don't want to keep talking about the fact that I work for a defense contractor, but if there was a genocide, it should already be done by now. The armaments that the U.S. can produce can wipe out.
Why did that be done quickly? Why do you think it needs to be done quickly?
My point being is if
if you're trying to convince the world that you're not doing a genocide, that you're doing self-defense, right? Or if you're trying to...
You want to jump in?
So why did it... I just got here. Wouldn't it be done slowly?
Too many voices.
Wouldn't it be done slowly?
That's hypothetical. We don't know. It could be that the same effect. Let's say you're saying conspiracy. They're actually doing genocide, but they know not to kill them quickly. It could also mean the complete opposite. For face value, they're not committing genocide. The same.
Okay, but Chris, the reality is the genocide is happening on the ground.
Based on what?
What's going on?
Based on what?
Based on them cutting off the collective punishment.
There's multiple
based on
that have said that.
Yes, based
like
on
no other nation has collective punished another entity, or I'm sorry.
So you could, I mean, if you take it back to the basics here, where Palestinians lived in Gaza is uninhabitable. So that disrupts their way of life. The universities were destroyed, the mosques were destroyed, hospitals were destroyed. So their ability to live in that land has been destroyed, and their cultural centers, including museums and universities, have been destroyed. So that's a destruction of their society, their knowledge, societal knowledge. That's where genocide comes in, because you're destroying a people's ethnic cleansing, which is an element of genocide, right? So ethnic cleansing doesn't just mean you're killing the people, but you're intentionally destroying their way of life, and you're disrupting their culture, their society, and you're doing it on purpose. This is genocide.
How is that different from any other war that has happened when they order? Hold on. How can you clarify intent? How do you determine intent without just making assumptions?
I didn't determine it. Israel determined intent.
They have not said that they're killing Palestinians deliberately. They have not said that. So you are assuming
he's going to turn it into a tent city. They're going to cut off the food, the fuel, the water.
Guys. Okay, so I don't know how much you've been keeping in track with this. We've heard the Ben Guriers, we've heard the Smoltrich. These are people that are very prevalent in the government. We've heard Benjamin himself say some egregious things. They've made their intent very clear from day one. First of all, calling Palestinians Amalik. And when you look at the history of it, that basically means, religiously, they're saying that they're allowed to go and destroy everything to do with the Palestinians.
Including the animals.
Including the animals, their land, desecrating it. This is before they even went in. Okay, that was said on live television. Intent was made clear then. Then we've had even these people that have been just carrying on this, even before October 7th, removing people from their homes. They've made their intent clear that we are doing this for the government. We want these people gone. We're going to take their homes and destroy them. There's about 800,000 illegal settlers. Not since October 7, 2023, since before that, and that number has grown. Now let's go back to the Ben Guriers, the Smoltriches. They have come out and said, we need these people gone, erased. These are government officials who work within the cabinet who are saying this intent loud and clearly. How else can you make your intent more clear?
And can I just say, before October 7th, real quick, and to this date, they call, and on here you hear Zionists say so-called Palestinians. You hear the talking points, not just on here, but through the Israeli government, through Israelis, that Palestinians were uninvented people. We don't have claim or agency to the land, and they don't call the land that Palestinians are on, Palestine or Palestinian territory. They call it Judea and Samaria. So they're changing the culture of the people, because Judea and Samaria is not their culture.
I have no idea how to approach the historical aspect of what you're referring to.
No, and it's not historical. Judea and Samaria is what they call it now. That's what Israelis call the West Bank, Judea and Samaria.
Oh, did Chris fall off the call? I don't see him.
Do you guys want to hear the quotes that some of the Israeli... Oh, did he leave?
Please do, yeah. What happened to him? Maybe he fell off?
Oh, because he didn't know how to...
Well, what was he? Was he a Zionist?
He works for the American military. I think he's an arms supplier. That's what he was saying.
Arms supplier?
Arms dealer, supplier, something along those lines.
No,
military contracts, etc.
Maybe he's a contracting specialist. That's what I'm trained for. Not for arms. I don't do the government.
But his
I don't do the.
Should we be responsible for, how the feeding of these people? Why is America involved in this? And we talked about, hey, if you're providing all this weaponry, and there are multiple treaties. There's the ATT I just brought up a second ago. Amir brought up the Leahy Law, where there actually there's laws in place, and if you're selling or providing any arms to any country, you have to make sure that they're used ethically, whatever that means. And if you see that there has been some violations, you yourself could be in trouble. Hence why Biden, he did withhold 3,500 bombs and whatnot, because he said the Rafah invasion, this is where millions of people have been sort of forced into, and he did say this is going to be dangerous to the civilians. So he did withhold until Trump came in and he just gave it to them. So I'm surprised as him working in this industry has no idea these laws are in place. So if you're going to provide weapons and you're going to defend and give, those things have caused this genocide. You have to be responsible. Oh, Grace, you're back. I think someone had a question for you. Was it you, Wednesday? Oh, Wednesday, can you read out the quote?
Oh, yeah, I got him.
Yeah, so she's going to read out the quotes I was speaking about from these officials. Go ahead, Wednesday.
So Speaker Isaac Herzog, President, statement. Entire nation responsible, no excuses. Interpretation in genocide case. Collective blame. Context, relativity, and context.
Can you read the Ben Gurion and the Smolkages?
Is it Ben Gurion? Oh, hold on. Yoav Gallant, Defense Minister.
Yeah.
Human animals, complete siege. Dehumanized language, punishment civilians. Remember what is this, the Akamali had done to you?
Yeah.
And then, I don't see his statement.
There's a bunch of
I don't see.
But Chris, I just want to ask.
My apologies, I got cut off.
No worries. Yeah, I figured this is probably Clubhouse. But what I want to say is, besides the official, statement of this is a genocide, besides, I know you want to have it done very technically. Besides that, besides the label, besides all that, let's just look at it from just straight up, easy to see logic. What is happening there? Can you agree? Is absolutely heinous. Is barbaric.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
To the Palestinians.
To the Palestinians.
Have you seen the doctors talking about Doctors Without Borders, where they've had to operate without, on children, with absolutely nothing to ease their pain? Nothing. And that's because Israel withholds all of these necessary equipment that they need. I can't even, there's so many things that I'm sure you already have seen and heard. Without getting into the technical, you and I can agree what Israel is doing is above and beyond self-defense. They've crossed that line a long time ago. You and I can probably agree this has to do with some sort of political goal, because we can see how Israel moves and tries to jump into other countries over buffer zones, defense, security, when there's been no reasonable threat whatsoever. With all that being said, Chris, can you not agree that this needs to stop?
I mean, yes, I'm against any. Oh, sorry, am I on mute?
Go ahead.
Oh, I agree. I think that train of logic applies to any war. I'm not pro-war.
Yeah, we're speaking about this right now.
But that's just it, though. And you're right. Israel has crossed the line. It's no longer self-defense. It is war. I don't want there to be any war. But unfortunately, I do believe, counterintuitively, war is necessary.
Okay,
not
just
saying every
because
war
it's
should
a
be
business
justified.
it's a business you're in, but how do you war against a population where 50% of it are under their children?
Well, I don't think they look at it that way. When 9/11, I'm sorry, harking back to that. I'm just mentioning one moment where the U.S. was so animated that they would have bombed anyway. In fact, the premise of the war with Iraq was 9/11, which evidently has nothing to do with 9/11. That's how passionate Americans were. And here, October 7th is essentially...
Before you continue, you know that it was the Bibi who was pushing the U.S. to go into war with Iraq, right?
Well, amongst many.
I know.
I mean, I can't say that he had more influence than anybody else, but there's so many people in that time, and so many high influential people who pushed Bush, endorsed and even gave him the best way to execute.
How many American, military personnel were killed and left? I mean, the PTSD is unbelievable.
Oh yeah, no, there's lasting effects to them and their families.
And we can talk about how many Iraqis were murdered.
But it's a cause.
One second. When you talk about, but you just said right now that the 9/11 had nothing to do with it. There was no weapons of mass destruction. We found that out.
Correct. No, but the people were animated. They wanted to take retribution for what they saw was an unforgivable act.
But
I understand that. It was mistaken. I'm not saying I agree with everything in the world, that happens with the U.S. government, but I'm saying that same animosity, the same sentiment is exactly what I understand it, and I'm not saying it's correct. October 7th is what Israelis seem to utilize the same way that Americans utilized when 9/11 occurred.
Okay,
except the difference is it really was Palestinians. No, but I understand why they react in a war, and this is no longer self-defense, it's war. It's the same reason that as an American, I understand if we're attacked. If I can harken back, there's a CEO of, I think it's Anduril or Palantir, so one of the major defense firms in the world. I'm not sure if many people know it. And he would say, if what happened in Israel on October 7th happened to the U.S., there'd be a hole in the ground somewhere, saying that whoever attacked us, in the same way that October 7th happened to Israel, we would annihilate everyone.
So we're just
So that sentiment is not unicidal. It's not. That sentiment is not unique. Well, I'm saying it's not unique in that it's not just them. Iran, if they could, I'm willing to believe that Iran would destroy the U.S. in its entirety, and not just Iran. I'm sure Russia would want that. So I'm sure there are many nations in the world, and many people here in this room who probably would want, if they had the power, to just completely annihilate the U.S.
Hold on, this is where you're wrong. So if we occupy a small piece of land or island, right? Say if America occupies a small piece of land, somewhere in the, let's say it occupies a small piece of land, so, that's not part of America. Let's say occupy a small piece of land that's not American, right? So they've been under occupation for more than 70 years, right? And America has been controlling their movement, has so many checkpoints, and they don't get a citizenship of America. They don't do nothing. They can't come out of that land. They're locked up into that land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do they have the right to resist?
Sure. What I think what you're getting at is that it's not fair.
Native Americans have the right to resist.
Habib, please mute up. Do they have the right to resist?
Correct.
Against the occupation?
I don't even know if right's the right word, but I understand why they would resist.
Okay. So they would resist, and according to international law, they have the right to resist using weapons, rockets, bombs, whatever it comes to them.
The U.S. doesn't acknowledge any international law.
Okay, U.S. It doesn't matter. U.S. recognizes or not. How do you fight over a fucking occupier? This is how you do it. They would, and it's justified. According to international law, it's justified. According to America, I don't really care what America thinks. America, they lie all the time, the government officials.
What country's government doesn't lie to its own people? Do you think Russia's honest, China's honest? Name an honest government. I would love to live there.
Chris, but the issue here is that land that you're occupying, it falls under international law. But America doesn't fall under international law. You see the difference there? So that if you're occupying that land, it's under occupation because it's against international law. That's why it's called occupied land. And this is what this land is about. It's been occupied. Look at the West Bank. It's been under occupation for more than 50 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, my whole point is they have the right to resist. They got 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank. They control every aspect, every movement of their lives, every single day. Just to fucking drive 20 kilometers, it could take you 3-4 hours. There's been multiple babies that have been delivered at these fucking checkpoints, and checkpoints are only for the Palestinians, not for the Israeli settlers that are living illegally. There's about 700,000 of them, these people that are living in the West Bank. So my question again to you, if you're under occupation, they have the right to resist. Whether you respect it or you don't respect it, they have to do it because that, Israel, whether it respects it or not, the other part, that's the under occupation, it goes by the international law, how it's occupied. There's a lot of cases on this. A lot of people have filed a lawsuit. A lot of people. My question to you: is it justified to right to resist?
Yes, but before you go on with any further, there's many situations in which a losing nation would be, by the way you've explained, it would be justified. When the U.S. hold on. Let's see U.S. history here. Native Americans' right to resist. When Mexico became part of the USA, California and Texas became part of the US, same logic. You're telling me that because a bigger nation or a stronger nation takes over a territory or a land, even through military might, that somehow it's wrong? And that's where I would disagree with you.
Why are you occupying somebody else's
And I would disagree with you. I think maybe I'm thinking of it from a business perspective, but in business, you don't look at your competition and say, oh, well, let's give them some market share so that way it's fair. You want the world to be fair. Well, hold on. Don't act like it's the only place that has this train of thought. China, Russia, the other three, biggest nations, every country in BRICS, they all have that same mentality that they don't look at it and they say that, let's give America some market share, or let's give several countries some market share.
Chris, forget that. Take that. One second, brother. 1 second, no. So you live in America. Somebody wants to come and occupy your land. Do you have the right to take out your weapon and shoot?
Sure, but it's not. What you're saying is fair now. The world doesn't run on fair.
Chris, 1 second.
I don't know why everyone assumes that that's the right word. Fair is what everyone's supposed to be.
Hold on. I'm not done. So if they occupy your land and you're not able to resist them, they rape your mother, they rape your sister, they rape your women, they rape your brother, they rape your, everybody, cousin that's living on that particular property, and they move you in the backyard and under a sun, right? And they put a little wall and they lock you up. You can't leave that place. It's your property, but you can't. And you tried everything. You went through the court system. Court is not willing to help. You went through the cop system. The cop is on their payroll, the occupier payroll, right? What would you do? Let's say 5 or 10 years later, you make a weapon, right? And now you know how to take your land back. Would it be justified to take your land back 10 years later?
Justified.
Okay, can I just say, look at Amir.
1 second, Habib, hang on, brother. Hang on, I'm not done.
Please, brother. Let me just say something to you.
Habib, I'm not done. Thank you. So is it justified 10 years later to take back your land?
Sure. As the country who took over the land is justified in keeping that territory. It's no different.
No. The other country, there's no justification because you stole it and you're fighting over stolen land.
So then Russia should give back some lands of Ukraine.
You're doing whataboutism right now.
Well,
See,
no,
this
that's
is the
what I'm
problem.
saying is
No,
it
this
doesn't
is what
apply
a lot
to
of
every
Zionists.
rule.
Hold on, you can't deflect and freaking do whataboutism. This is the
Oh
problem.
no,
I
I'm
have
talking
with a
about
lot
in
of,
this one.
This is the
No,
problem I have with a lot
Israel
of
has
Zionists.
no obligation to give them back. No.
Okay, can I say something now? Look at Amir, the reason why you're not making a valid point to what he said, and it's just because of what he said. He said that if America was attacked, that we would leave a hole in the ground, right? So it doesn't mean that
was my
America.
counter argument to what he said. That had nothing to do with the argument. I already knew what he said. That was my counter argument to what he said to debunk his bullshit argument, because his argument doesn't make sense. Because if you're the occupier, the other party has the right to fucking come back and take back the land. And it's justified.
Amir, just hear what I'm saying. Look at all he's saying. Look at if all the countries that America has bombed the hell out of, if people from those countries came and bombed or blew up Twin Towers or did something, anything, just because America did all of what they did and then they reacted in that way, America would still put the big hole in the ground. It's what his point is. It's not that that's right. He's not saying that it's right. It's just what they would do. So he's saying that Israel, that's just what they did, just like America would do that. And you're trying to say, why they did it. Well, all he's saying is that that's what they would do. And that's what they would actually do. That's all he's saying.
I don't know if they would do what Israel did. So I don't think.
Well, look what America did when the towers fell. 1 million women and children were killed in Iraq. Iraq had nothing to do with the Twin Towers, but they invaded 7 countries. America went after 7 countries: Libya, right, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. Like it went after 7 countries, and a lot more devastation. So and that was all based off the towers falling, right? And you can say the same thing with the I don't believe the towers were I believe it was an inside job, but if it wasn't, right, it's people who were resisting the colonial projects that America has set up all over the world and their nations and the crimes, right? So it's just, that's how America reacted. That's all he's saying.
Whatever he's saying, I wanted to dive into his argument, but Noah, go on. Noah, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Chris, I just have a couple questions, because you brought up, you look at it as like a business side. So you brought up the Native Americans and stuff like that, and the business side of things. And do you apply I can already see that you apply business to land, but do you apply it to human beings?
I know where you're going with that, and I think I know. I'm gonna say my opinion there, and you tell me if I'm following. We're all human beings. We should be giving each other respect, and we should be honoring each other as human beings, regardless of where you're from and what culture you come from. And everyone has the right to live and all that. I agree with you. However, no one thinks that way. No country in the world thinks humanism. No, that's incorrect application. If every country said, yes, we're all humans, I'm all on board. But until China and Russia looks out for the interests of Americans in the same way as a human being, if every nation starts to do that, I'm on board, man. I'll be there. It sounds a little hippie, I know.
Yeah, but
I'm on board.
true.
Sure. But the world doesn't work that way.
No,
Americans think for the best interest of America. Russia thinks for the best interest of Russia. Israel thinks in the best interest for Israel, and the same thing for Palestine.
Chris, if you know history, like the Islamic Empire and the war campaign, there's been situations where the entire army had to go a different route to not disturb a pregnant dog. There's people who they treat the captives of war better than they treat themselves. They don't believe in killing women or children, even in war. There's rules of engagement. So there have been a lot of nations that respected the rules of engagement, that didn't kill innocents in war or destroy people's houses of worship.
Those are
Okay.
few and far apart, and nothing
No,
in
it's
recent
not.
history.
You had the Islamic Empire rule the world for a
That
millennium.
hasn't been. That's long gone, and to be honest, I find
Do you
history
think
the longer you
Indonesia?
get from it,
Do you
the
think
harder it is to
Indonesia?
truly no. So is there anything within 100 years? 100 years, and I'll be on board to listen.
Do you think if Indonesia's army invaded China, right, and they had the power, Indonesia is not going to be murdering innocents and bombing their houses of worship and committing these atrocities that America.
How would you know? I don't know.
Because they're a Muslim nation and they're not like that. They have rules of engagement.
You're telling me no Muslim nation has committed any kind of atrocities in wartime?
Chris, please, can I please ask you, can I just please follow up on what I wanted to say, of course? All I wanted to say, with the way you're justifying it is like more like moral relativism, and if you want to believe in that, I'm not gonna like really refute, but are you justifying like Israel's actions or America's actions of like colonization, slavery, like all these atrocious historical crimes, right? Selling black skin, selling caricatures of human beings. I can go on with horrible ways of how it was business. You know what I mean? And just in regards, it's all okay because someone else was going to do it regardless. Like, do you put that in the same way of like drug dealers? Like, do you justify like drug dealers because, well, there would be a drug dealer anyways? Because this line of reasoning is really faulty, right? Just because there is a murderer doesn't mean you have the justification to be a murderer, right? That doesn't give you any self-virtue. So if this is like a way, like, so I just want to know, like, you putting moral relativism into this discussion where like you're saying, oh, well, if it was any other country, they would have responded like the way America did with the 9/11 thing, or the way, I don't know, Russia did with Ukraine, shit like that. Is that why you're justifying it? Because I don't really fully agree that's a full justification on why Israel should be what they're doing, because that allows like pedophiles to be pedophiles.
Because he doesn't know the history. He doesn't know some
logic. This line of logic is very, very, very. It can get very faulty. Like, oh, well, a pedophile has always been a pedophile. Pedophile's always been part of history, so I could be a pedophile. It's like, it's, you know, like it's just how it is. Like, if that's good, you know what I mean? Like that's.
I understand. No, let me answer.
Yeah, sorry. It's just, yeah. That's
so when I mention best interest, I mean Russia, China, USA, any country, frankly, they're looking out for their best interest. Pedophilia, I don't know how you can argue, for instance, that it's in your best interest. So that is a completely separate argument. I'm talking about self-interest, not moral relativism exactly, but I understand where you're going with that. So I'm saying, essentially, that every nation has actions, every culture, whatever it is, that acts in their best interest. Israel's best interest is to annihilate Palestine. All right? That's what, I mean, our best interest, it varies depending on how you look at it. More control in the Middle East. That's probably a very good reason why we are such friends with Israel. That is our best interest. So I think any nation would do that. So when you apply it to serial killers, help me make sense of that, why a serial killer's best interest is to kill people and therefore everybody should be a serial killer? Because it is my best interest to kill people.
Justifies the means, is all you're saying. They can do whatever crimes.
You're justifying the means to it. So like you're the way you're saying like they're doing it because of their self-interest. A murderer can tell you it was my self-interest as well. Like that's my whole point. Like you using these ways of reasoning, it can be faulty. Like I'm not saying.
How would a murderer justify self-interest?
You can say what you're saying. It was my self-interest.
No, what is the self-interest? I can tell you the self-interest. What is the self-interest?
But that. Oh, what is the self-interest in a murderer? It gives them way of power and more expansion in their ideas of thoughts. The same way Zionists feel whenever they shoot babies.
I kill you.
That's their self-interest.
What is my interest in killing you? What do I gain from killing you?
You're giving me a hypothetical that includes...
Well, no, you gave me a hypothetical.
I don't think, no, but they're giving me a hypothetical that includes you, and I don't think your best interest is to kill me, so, like, that's ingenuine.
There we go, exactly.
I know,
it's
but
not in the best interest for people to act like a serial killer. It is in the best interest of the U.S. to engage in wars. It is in the best interest of Israel to eliminate Palestine. It is in the best interest of Palestine to resist.
Why is it, like, again, using it as a reasoning, like, I don't know if you're getting where I'm saying, like, you saying it's the best interest, you're just validating their best interest because you're allowing it to be validated. Why, like, you're choosing not to just be like, oh, well, that's the murderer's best interest because he told me so. America's telling you that's their best interest, and you're just taking it for surface value. A murderer can tell you it's my best interest to kill because it gives me satisfaction. And that's...
Well, I understand then. Okay, I understand the self-interest of the U.S. I understand the self-interest of Israel. I do not understand the self-interest of, let's say, somebody kills somebody or just likes to kill people for the heck of it. I'm like, I don't understand the self-interest of that.
Can I interject quickly on a psychological standpoint? People who enjoy killing, there is different parts of the brain that they satisfy, right? So, I mean, Noah has a good point. There's something that we may not understand, but there's something to them that satisfies something in their brain, or they have some sort of... We've seen so many serial killers go after certain people. There's some sort of satisfaction that they attain. It's never really random. Same way with our countries. There's nothing that they don't randomly kill. There's an objective, right, that they satisfy. But does that mean that's correct? Does that mean that should be allowed? Just the same way a psychopath can reason, oh, there's some people are very intelligent, actually, high IQs. They can reason all day long. Why justifiable? Why this should happen? Or whatever. You can go on about it. Even vigilantes can go ahead and justify their actions. Justifying your actions does not necessarily mean that it's the correct course of action to take. Just because other countries behave in the way that they behave does not mean that Israel, the USA, etc., needs to continue behaving in such barbaric ways, especially when we say we're so advanced and we're the leaders and we're so diplomatic and we're so democratic and we're all these things. But in practice, we are absolutely the worst.
How do we determine the correct moral standards then?
What do you mean moral standards?
Well, you're saying that, how do we know what, okay, so
innately,
what moral standards do we follow as a
do we not know innately as human beings? Innately as human beings, do we not know what's right or wrong? Or
yes,
do we miss that?
But Israel says that in their interest, what's right or wrong is to kill the group of people that keeps bombing us. So that's their interpretation.
Do you think, I'm sorry, Chris, do you think the Prime Minister telling you it's his best interest to kill a area that is smaller than most, if not all cities in many cities in America? I'm not gonna I can't really pick up a city that can be wrong. I'm not gonna do that. But just say it's a very compact area, the most compact area in the world, right? And that compact area is filled with people, more than half, that are under 18 years old. Most of them are kids. And saying that he needs to attack a area that is more likely than not, when he puts a bomb, he has a more than 50% chance of killing a kid or a minor, right? That's his self-interest. Do you really think that is the best course of action, is to bomb the most compact place on Earth that is filled with more than half of the percent, more than 50% of that population being under 18?
Well, let me tell you the Israeli narrative, the one that we all know. Well, the one that we might disagree with, but we all know. From the Israeli standpoint, Hamas, Palestine, have been bombing and sending bombs. There's the reason the Iron Dome exists. It's not because of any other nation. It's because of what's coming out of Hamas or Palestine. So, I mean, just that alone, it's a very different scenario than what you're saying here. So,
did you not know that Bibi has funded Hamas? He's actually sent over almost $50 million per month, almost $1.5 billion in total. So if this is your enemy, why would you be sending...
The U.S. funded Taliban, too, for many years. We gave them a lot of armament. It backfired.
If we're saying that these people are so egregious, they're so dangerous to our existence, you don't arm them. You don't fill their coffers with money, number one. number two, there's been, Israel has gone ahead, justified or not, and said, hey, all these countries, everyone is against us. All of us, they're all against us. We need to build buffer zones onto their land by illegally annexing land, okay? So if that be the case, and this is the narrative that's been sold to you, that's been sold to Israelis clearly, how did October 7th, why was there such a massive lapse of security? This is one of the most heavily patrolled every bloody border. Look at West Bank. This is not even Israeli land. They have 95 checkpoints. It's just within their own borders, right? Not even within Israel. So let me ask you a question. Is it reasonable to assume that this was actually beneficial? October 7th somehow benefited Israel? And
that goes into the realm of a conspiracy theory, because you're basically saying that... No, exactly. Logically speaking, I'm answering logically as best I think is logically. What you're giving me is everyone likes to use what-ifism or hypothetical.
A second ago.
Well, no, yeah, but that actually happened. You are telling me that Israel somehow on the October 7th said, hey, let's let them attack, so that gives us the perfect excuse to go into Palestine and just do all the chaos that we're doing. No, that's what you were alluding to. You concluded that. I am capturing what you were trying to portray, and I'm saying that line of thinking is basically conspiracy thinking without any proof to back that up.
I'm just wondering, because this law, and then also within the, in the kibbutz by the border where this festival was occurring, 6 to 7 hours, Hamas.
There is proof. It's officially documented. This is officially documented.
By who? Somehow.
By Israel.
All these, hold on guys, they're able to take all these hostages across the same encampment after almost 8 hours. How was all this security mechanism that we provide Israel with pretty much our entire population for IDFs? It was literally the border.
It's easy to believe these type of travesties are inside
Hamas blew up in
9/11, this Pearl Harbor, everything can be explained as an inside job.
Check the link in the chat. Blew up in their face, the Hamas, they're funding. I'll put another link in the chat. A testimony from former Israeli Prime Minister said the same thing.
The Times of Israel is the CNN of Israel. Even I know.
Okay. No, I don't know. See, I believe Times of Israel is more accurate than fucking CNN.
Well, yes, but it's the equivalent. It's a very liberal.
What do you want from Israel? You want Haaretz?
I could even believe Reuters over this. Give me a second.
Okay,
I'll look it up somewhere else.
Okay, look it up. Do you want the CNN?
No, I don't.
I'll give you the testimony. Hold on. I'll give you the testimony.
I got the general topic. I'll look for it right now. Don't worry, I got it.
I'll give you the testimony from Ehud Barak as well. Hold on.
Funded.
Who was the Israeli official within the IDF, the high-ranking, who wanted to open up an investigation?
Yoav Gallant.
Yes, and he was fired right after he was fired. We're bringing that to the forefront. So imagine that. There should have been an inquiry. That's a huge deal. And to not allow the investigation of what went wrong is interesting.
Is this guy NN in the audience? He believed that all Muslims support Modi. Majority of the Muslims support Modi. And look at what he wrote about Sikhs. I said even the Constitution of India discriminates against the Sikhs. Look at this mental retard kid. I used to see him in the other rooms. I used to call him out. He's this fucking Sangi. Come on up, Sangi. Let's see what he has to say. And he gave me data, and that data was all, barely 5 or 10% voted for Modi from Muslim side because, majority of the Muslims don't support Modi. Modi is disgusting. Spreads hatred towards Muslims all day long. His officials spread hatred towards Muslims, and this guy wants to booty clap for Modi. He's basically a Sangi.
Sangis are usually very supportive of Israel.
Didn't Modi kill a bunch of, oh my god, I cannot, Gujarati? Am I wrong? Am I wrong with that?
I don't know, and do you support Modi?
I don't support Modi, I don't support people that massacre.
No, not you, I'm talking to N.
Look, he's a politician in India, and he does have a lot of support among Muslims, especially Muslim women, not Muslim men.
Muslim women support Modi. That's the claim you're making right now. Okay, can you put the link in the chat, please?
I posted two different polls.
I gave you last time. I debunked your whole fucking bullshit claim that you made. Yeah, I did.
The internals. I don't want to discuss that though. I just wanted.
No. This room is about politics. Anywhere Muslims go, I go. I don't mind. And I hate people like you that actually are Sangis, that motherfucking Sangis. They come up here and booty clap for Modi all day long.
You don't know this topic you're discussing. Let's discuss politics.
I don't know the Sangi topic. I don't know the motherfucking Sangi topic. I don't know what happened to Bilkis Bano, that sister that got gang raped by 11 guys. I don't know how the 300 Christian churches got attacked by Sangis. I don't know what the Hindu to RSS mobs are doing to Muslims. I don't know the Constitution of India. The motherfucking Constitution discriminates against the Sikhs, considers looks at them as Hindus. You're just an idiot, man. You're a fucking idiot.
Are you pro-Sikh?
What do you mean pro-Sikh? What is pro-Sikh?
Do you support
What is pro-Sikh?
Well, I'm pro-Sikh. Are you pro-Sikh?
What does that have to do then?
It has everything to do with it. Because
okay.
Are you anti-Sikh? Is that where this is coming from?
Am I anti-Sikh?
Well, yes. Because like a Sikh.
Motherfucker, my best friend was a Sikh in Canada. Just shut the fuck up, man. Shut your fucking mouth.
Pro-Sufi, okay? So the question is, are you pro-Sufi or anti-Sufi?
You're a kafir according to my position. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Do you support Modi, yes or no? Do you support Modi?
He's a politician.
As much as I love you, Anan, is there any reason why your mic is like very far away, or is that just a me problem, guys?
Well, I want to discuss Palestine. That's why I came up.
Oh, yeah, that's no problem. It's just I don't know why your voice is very low for me. Is that
it's very hard to hear. No, it's hard to hear.
Thank you for telling me that, Chris. I just wanted to know if that was me.
Okay, well then I'm sorry. It's maybe where I'm set up. It's not good. So anyway, I want to discuss Palestine. So there was someone speaking. I don't remember her name. Wanted to ask her a question. There is a rich part of. There's two rich places in Palestine. There's Rawabi City and there's Silicon Valley in the West Bank. Is it possible for the rest of the West Bank and Gaza to become like that?
It's only a Sangi would say this.
No,
Listen to this guy,
no,
man.
it's not because the whole
And-
was under harsh
is Gaza? Hold on. How many checkpoints are there in the West Bank?
These questions negate.
Hold on, let me ask
No.
Can I ask a question, please?
One second, please 1 second. I just need to find out how many checkpoints are there. Can you please tell the room how many checkpoints are in the West Bank and then?
There are a lot of checkpoints in the West Bank. However,
No, can you give me the number?
a lot of people who are in
Can you give me the number? I asked you for a number in.
those numbers keep changing. A lot of them are also
No. I'm asking you. Can you give me an average number?
Well, you do know there's a lot of attacks on
And the question I asked you, I don't want your stupid statement. I want a number. What's your number?
Which country doesn't have lots of checkpoints?
Well, what's the number?
Which one does?
What's the number?
I don't know the number right now. I don't.
Okay, 920 motherfucking checkpoints. And then you sit here, oh, why can't they be like this? Why can't they be like this? 920 fucking checkpoints.
Why is Rawabi City?
Wow, look at this guy, man. Such an idiot.
Let me ask her a question. Hold on, let me ask her, please. So if you look at the West Bank, there's over 800,000 illegal settlers, right? So it's in their best interest to make sure that everything is top notch for themselves, okay? For themselves, they built that. They've allowed certain areas in the West Bank to prosper because they allowed it for themselves because their goal is to ultimately take over the West Bank, right? In Gaza, they don't have those amounts of settlers. They don't even allow them to construct. Imagine trying to construct something on your own land. And about 90% of all the, you send it in for permission, all of these forms get rejected, 90%. When you look at, if you want to talk about prosperity, even people living within the West Bank, what prosperity is there if you know that your homes are going to be taken any second, any time, and just taken from you without due process? If they're the settlers, they're all heavily armed with guns, and the Palestinians are not allowed to have any of it. There's IDF that walks around and harasses you. 920 checkpoints only for the Palestinians, just trying to get from point A to point B. So if you want to talk about prosperity, there's no prosperity for the Palestinians. If there's anything at all, that's just for the illegal settlers. So yeah, if they want to go occupy Gaza, I mean physically settlers come in and occupy it. Maybe, but that's not what we're trying to do here. I'm confused as to why logic kind of misses your brain cells.
You're referring to the Israeli Land Administration, which has
What?
You're referring to the ILA, Israeli Land
I can't really hear you. Your voice is really far.
Administration, ILA. That's what you're referring to, which has eminent domain power.
Is it a genocide and in Gaza?
Well, I don't think it is because I think it's.
Oh well, you see, this is the problem with Sungis, man. You see,
Wait, because it's not just Israel that Gaza's against, that Hamas is against. It's also.
I'm talking about Gaza. Is it a genocide in Gaza?
For there to be.
I'm talking about Gaza, and I'm not talking about anywhere else.
I see two armies going head to head trying to destroy each other.
There's no army. Hamas doesn't have an army. It's a resistant fighters. They have resistant fighters.
Defeated Israel. Almost defeated
And are you see, this is the problem with Sunnis. They're mentally retarded, right? They don't have the brains to think it through, right? They're literally freaking Palestinians. They're orphans. Hamas is full of orphans. And guess what? It's not even Hamas. Hamas is a political wing. Under Hamas is called Al-Qassam Brigades. They're the military wing. Netanyahu is the one that funded Hamas. There's a even at times of Israel, Shin Bet actually warned Netanyahu not to fund Hamas, and he kept on funding it every month, $15 million, right? My whole point is I think you need to get your facts straight, right? And think outside the fucking toilet or wherever the fuck your head is fucking buried, right? Come out of that toilet and then think it through. Hamas is just a bunch of Palestinians, kids, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, and they're fighting against the occupier. Who's the occupier forces? It's Israel. How are they defeating it?
They are. Look, Israel still doesn't control the ground. The Israelis are still taking.
Did you watch the clip, Chris? The from Ehud Barak?
Yes.
Unlike Amir, Scott Ritter is a former soldier. He knows the military. He keeps talking about how Hamas's army is defeating the idea. He's been talking about
okay, and who's occupying Gaza?
Hamas.
That's also technically true because it belongs.
No. Who's occupying Gaza? I'm not talking about Oslo. I'm talking about who's occupying Gaza.
Hamas should return it to Abu Mazen immediately.
And you get your fucking Sungi head out of your ass, right? And think it through, okay?
He's the rightful ruler of Gaza.
And the rating from Mahmoud Abbas went down the toilet as soon as Hamas came in the 27th of October, okay? And do you want the survey? Do you want the survey that was done in the West Bank? They actually support Hamas. Oh my God, this guy is an idiot, man. He's such an idiot. And Sela, you should give this idiot a fucking mic, like this motherfucker. Like this guy doesn't know any knowledge.
Well, I do have.
Oh my God, you're just a grifter, right? You think like a Sungi, and you're fucking Sungi, right? Look, here's the problem with your stupid mindset. They're under occupation, right? And it's a genocide, according to Omar Barto. You know who Omar Barto is? It's okay. He's a Jewish Israeli historian. Okay, and do you know what he said? He said, yes, it's a genocide. And do you know he was such a known scholar? His studies were actually accepted at the Nuremberg's trial. Okay, he wrote an article in New York Times about how it's a genocide, and he proves it with intention and intent and everything. If you want that article, I can put it up. I can remove the paywall. I don't think you have the subscription to New York Times. I can remove the paywall, and we can read up on it. It's a beautiful article, opinion piece written by Omar Barto.
Please post it. I'll read it.
Okay, and it is a genocide. I understand you're thinking from your Sangi mindset. Yeah.
Amir,
I know.
Amir. Surrender to the Palestinian Authority and hand Gaza back to the Palestinian Authority.
There you go. Hey, you see this?
Chris, I have a question, Chris. I'm not trying to do like a verbatim, oh, got you, by the way, Chris, but when I say this, but you hear and he's saying Israel's best interest wasn't to annihilate all Palestinians, aka genocide. How do you feel about that best interest line of reasoning that you were speaking of, and how it can become faulty? Because I don't think Ann believes that the best interest is a genocide, right?
And then do you think the best interest of Israel is not to kill all Palestinians?
It would not be in Israel's interest because Israelis would have that would bother them for centuries to come, and it's not worth it.
See?
They shouldn't do it for that reason alone. But even that, there are other reasons. That the Israelis have many enemies, and so they need Palestinian friends.
Yeah.
They need the help of the Palestinian Authority. They need the help of Fatah. They need the help of Hamas. They need the help of Dalan. They need the help of Salam Fayyad, of Mustafa Barghouti, of many other Palestinian leaders. Israel cannot survive on its own.
No, the reason why I just brought it up, Anne, is because we were speaking about Israel and Palestine and just like how bringing up what, like saying that they did that because it was their best interest as a line of justification is kind of faulty because
I agree with
you never really
I would agree.
you don't really.
Chris, I agree with that.
Oh God.
Well, sorry, I'm not sure if I was touching upon that. What I wanted to discuss is, I mean, what I see the biggest issue between the discussion of Amir and on, it's very much written on definitions. Some people view it as an occupation, some see it as a war. So I think
ICJ is under occupation.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but others will
Just
argue
because you
that
don't wanna uphold ICJ, it does apply to the rest of the world.
Amir, I understand what you're getting at. I'm telling you that not everyone agrees with you, regardless of whether your opinion of them is that they're idiots or whatever. I'm just telling you.
Majority of Americans do not
Hold on,
support
Amir,
Israel.
let me finish.
There was a survey on 52% are anti-Israel.
America says it's an occupation. America says there's illegal settlers.
Now, hold on. Now. Who is America? I mean, if you're talking about a CNN poll, then of course you're going to get very skewed. If you're talking about
the U.S. government.
Chris, this line of reasoning is very faulty, man. The reason why I say this, man, is because what was exactly, you're like, it's because some people disagree. So if I see, like, let's just say slavery, right? I see another person owning another person, right? I see it right in front of me, and I go up to them and I'm like, yo, why are you owning slaves? And I'm saying stop, and he tells me, I don't believe it's slavery. Does that therefore just justify what I'm seeing as reality as false? Just because someone is saying it's not an occupation doesn't mean there isn't an occupation. I think
these characteristics of an occupation, this occupation, and the characteristics of a war is, tell me the difference between those characteristics. There's military might, Hamas does have soldiers, regardless of the age.
For the Omar Bartel, that says it's a genocide. Read up on it. Okay?
Well, see, and there we go. And talking about Omar Bartel, you're telling me that some brilliant guy's opinion, there's many opinions out in the world.
Okay, find me a scholar that says it's otherwise. Go on.
No, see, there we go. Talking from a scholar's as
you're a layman just like I am. You don't have any fucking knowledge of what to say when it's a genocide or not.
But yet, I'm not saying that you're wrong, though. You are saying that we're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, Amir. I never once said you're wrong.
You're a genocide denier. Did you not deny the genocide?
I told you the same circumstances of what I'm saying. Tell me what would be the difference. If there was really a genocide, I've already said, well, it makes sense to me that they'd be killing them at a much higher rate. But they're not. I'm telling you, there is doubt.
Chris, numbers don't matter.
Okay, so if numbers don't matter, then how do you know it's a genocide?
Geneva Genocide Convention, go look at the definition, the numbers don't matter.
Definition, your argument is definitional.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying is the weak point of your argument because occupation, their definition of occupation, definition of a war.
According to the Biden administration, it's under occupation, the West Bank.
Biden, see, another person. Thank you. You're telling me it's all definitional.
What is it? No. I didn't say definition. I said the U.S. government saying that. The Biden administration was U.S. government. I don't know what you're on about.
What did Trump say?
Are you okay in the head? Are you mentally okay in the head?
Amir, you're getting really
Oh my God! This guy is such an intellectually dishonest person. I can't believe it. We're talking to an intellectually dishonest person.
What he's doing is wrapping up the conversation and not getting to a point, but picking apart the definitions.
So he's pretending like words don't have definitions.
Wait, hold
He's
on, give me
acting
a
like
second.
there's no
1
definition.
second. So Trump did come out and he did speak out against some of these, these illegal settlers.
Never declared it a genocide, though.
Hold on 1 second. Give me a second. The terminology genocide, that's a terminology, but let's look at what's actually occurring. You and I agree. It's egregious. It is barbaric. It is just murderous. It is horrific. You and I agreed on that, do we not?
Correct.
We don't need to get caught up on the terminology. We all can agree on what Israel is doing is unequivocally wrong. It is murderous. It is everything that you think in the book of just the horrific things that you can do to humans. That's what they're doing.
I'm equally against war as I am genocide.
We're talking about the actions. I don't need the definition of war or genocide. What is taking place right now? We are so privileged. We talk about let's sit here and talk about definitions. Let's talk about the actions. We agreed it's wrong. It needs to stop. Israel has taken it to a place that's been too bloody far. It's not a war anymore. It's slaughter.
I don't think
slaughter.
Grizz and I agree that what Israel is doing is wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Grizz, do you agree that what the points that Ace is making, do you agree that what our people are doing in Israel is wrong? I don't know.
Our people. It's not my people, but I appreciate the community, I guess. But no. No, I'm not a Jew. If I may at least address one part. So, I mean, what I'm saying is the reason why we keep having this argument is that unfortunately we cannot have any consensus of any of the things that we're talking about. I think you guys are getting the wrong impression that I'm pro, everything that's going on there. No, I'm against war. But the problem is, Amir might say it's genocide. I'm still confused whether it really is genocide or whether it's still considered a war. At what point does it become a genocide?
Chris, get a dictionary. Get a dictionary.
And the dictionary will not help clarify that because it's still a war. The same characteristics of a genocide, especially this one, fits the same definition of what occurs naturally in a war. Get a definition and tell me the difference between the war and the genocide. You get the dictionary.
How do you become a genocide studies scholar?
Have you?
No, how do you become one?
I don't know.
Okay. Is Omar Barto a genocide studies scholar?
The scholars don't give me any credibility of anything.
Okay,
you can find a scholar for everything.
Hold on. Genocide studies scholar, somebody his studies were accepted at the Nuremberg trial. Do you know what a Nuremberg trial was?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. So if somebody, a known scholar that has studied genocide for a decade or more longer, right? You and me, we're both laymen. We can sit here and go back and forth, look at the definition, but if it's not just one, there's actually more than 1,100 scholars came out and said it's a genocide.
Intellectuals don't get it right all the time.
Or not. So 800 to 1,100, they lie. You have an Israeli lawyer inside Israel. According to Haaretz, he has filed a lawsuit for Netanyahu committing genocide. You have the former Israeli defense minister, Boogie Yalon. He was a defense minister in 2016. Go look him up. His name is Moshe Yalon. And you know what he said? Netanyahu is ethnically cleansing Gazans. And he said IDF is not the most modern army in the world. And if you want the intent, there's so many statements that these officials have made against the Gazans, the Gazan population, the Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, you have the Netanyahu about the Amalek, and a whole bunch of genocidal maniacs have said, even right now, Ben-Gvir has said we should not be sending aid, we should be sending bombs and rockets. So the intent is the most hard part to prove if it's a genocide or not.
Correct.
And intent is like, it's out in the open. ICJ collected all of this, and they said to, remove the occupation. The ICJ agrees it's an occupation. U.S. government says it's an occupation. You have the Amnesty International, it says it's under occupation for over 50 years. You have the Human Rights Watch that says it's under occupation. UN says it's the occupation. I mean, I don't know. Are you a professional? Do you know organizations are? Do you have any?
I am no more a professional than you are. I am no more professional than you are. But I don't make the same claims that you do. Well, so I have to give you a scholar and then...
Provide me evidence.
the opinion of someone is evidence to you?
No, I need not opinion.
That's not evidence. You don't have evidence. You give me the evidence. You're giving me an opinion from somebody else. Give me evidence, Amir.
Nuremberg trial. I get Nuremberg.
That's not evidence. Give me evidence, not someone else's opinion.
Stay muted, please. At the Nuremberg trial, his study was accepted, right? A genocide study scholar.
That's not evidence.
Hold on. If this case goes on with the ICJ, you don't think all of these scholars that have came out and said it's a genocide, they won't show up at the ICJ? Their testimonies won't be accepted?
Not evidence.
And you know you're going to be on the wrong side of history. And you know all of the people like you and all these please. People like you and all the Zionists are complicit when they say when they deny the genocide. You're basically denying the fucking Holocaust as well.
I'm not denying anything. I'm just telling you how do you qualify?
How do you know Holocaust happened?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're a Holocaust denier as well, then?
No, I don't know. Denying is not saying I don't know. Denying is saying it never happened.
Are you denying the Holocaust?
I don't know.
Okay, the rest of the world agrees that the Holocaust did happen, but you said
the rest of the world can believe.
So you're a Holocaust denier. Okay, we have a Holocaust denier on the stage. Thank you.
This is where no, absolutely not. You are so no, you're not, Amir.
You're a Holocaust denier.
Amir, not at all. You're not even listening anymore. You're so wrapped up in your emotions. You're not even listening anymore, Amir.
You know privilege, right? You're a Holocaust denier. You just denied fucking Holocaust.
I didn't. Who said that? I did not deny. That's not denying. That's not denying. That's not denying. Amir, Amir, that's not denying. If you think that's denying, then you need to take a different. No. Let me explain to you, and I can easily explain to you.
Coming from American privilege, a dumbass American, we come across so many of dumbass Americans on
this. That's the only way you can win an argument, Amir. Then keep going. But that's really sad. No, that's the way you think you win an argument. No, that's what you're doing, because the only thing you can do is.
Somebody that doesn't know about Holocaust, that it happened or not. That says, I don't know.
How about at least wait for me to explain so I can.
Are you going to agree that Holocaust did happen?
Are you gonna let me explain?
Yes, I want you to tell me if the Holocaust happened. Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
No, I'm explaining.
I don't want your stupid explanation.
Well, then you don't actually understand anything. Then you don't actually want to. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen.
I want to know yes or no. I want to know yes or no. Did it happen? Did it happen?
The only opinion in the world that matters is yours. Amir. Go for it. Just go for
it. Yes or no?
Whatever opinion is you.
Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no? Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no?
Am I gonna speak?
Like such a fucking ignorant piece of shit, man.
You can't even. All right.
I want to hear an explanation.
Oh my God! Can I say something?
Sure. No. Okay.
By you saying you don't know that the Holocaust, you don't know. I mean, Amir literally asked you a question. Do you think the Holocaust happened? You saying you don't know. You are denying the Holocaust. You are.
Not the same. Not at all. It's not the same. Let me explain why it's not the same.
No, I'm not finished.
Oh.
You were talking for a minute. It's called denialism. It's called denialism and historical revelation. This is a classic form of Holocaust denial. Even when it's phrased as just asking a question or pretending uncertainty. It is meant to stow doubt about an event that has.
If you hear my explanation, you'll see that that's not at all applicable.
Overwhelmingly evidence, survivors' testimony, documentation, and global recognition. It often hides behind neutrality or fake skepticism, but it is a disinformation tactic.
I make one claim, and yet you guys don't even care to hear exactly where I'm coming from.
The other thing is what you're doing is gaslighting.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, thank you. So the reason, and to be honest, I didn't even get so far. I don't know if it happened. And now I believe it happened. Whether or not I know for a fact that it happened, I don't know. I cannot say for certain. I wasn't freaking there. I can tell you what American history.
Get the fuck out of here.
Come on. Am I not allowed to finish?
You are so disingenuous, bro.
No. I'm not even done with him.
Actually, let him speak. He's disingenuous. Let him speak. He's exposing himself.
So, definitionally of Holocaust, from what I understand, is when the persecution of Jews during the German occupation. I'm not going to mix it up with our topics now, but I believe there was a Holocaust. Whether I know the intent, I cannot say for certain. I cannot know a lot of the things in history. I cannot know. I can believe and infer, and yes, I believe there was. Believe. No, I don't know. That's it.
So
I don't know. I mean,
hold on. So emotionally, your instinct tells you something, but the facts that are presented in front of you by multiple people who are, I mean, there's Holocaust survivors, right? There's documentation. I mean, IBM kept records of this.
Oh, I believe they did horrible things.
One second. Wait, hold on. The facts that are presented numerous times over and over again and verifiable, that you don't take into consideration, but you go by your feelings, but you believe, but you don't know.
I'm not saying I feel that it didn't happen. I said I believe.
You said believe. Yeah, you believe that's your gut instinct. It's based upon your gut instinct, not based upon.
I believe there is.
It's not.
How does you know anything?
It's not. Where does that come from? Does that come from the evidence that's been presented to you? That you believe it?
If we're going with the term Holocaust as a situation.
Isn't your belief of it's happened? Did it come from evidence that's been presented to you?
Correct.
And I go after Ace.
So you know, so factually you know it's occurred.
No,
because
I believe based on the evidence.
Okay, so that's fine. You believe the evidence, and you know there was many scholars who put together all this evidence and brought the Nazis to trial, and they were able to actually genocide. That term was coined at that time. So with that being said, if other scholars of the same merit bring forth their findings based upon evidence, not based upon feelings, would you believe in it in terms of what's happening in Palestine? Would you have belief it's happening?
Hold on, am I mute?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure if I muted myself when I was answering. I believe, yes, if there was evidence. However, I need to be able to distinguish this evidence, whether it's evidence of war or evidence of a genocide. And it's very hard to be able to determine at what point it becomes a genocide. And that's where I'm at. So I cannot know what, based on what a scholar, and that's nothing to me.
What is your expertise that allows you
that's what you're using? That's what you're using?
I'm not using that.
What is your expertise that allows you to break down the arguments of very well learned historians, people that are pretty much have spent their entire life investigating these types of things, and they're very credible. So what gives you a higher authority to break down their arguments and maybe dismiss them?
I would only be doing what you're accusing me of doing if I said I know that it's not. If I was claiming that it's not, I never once made the claim that it's not.
You said it's
if I was making that claim, then I would totally agree.
Ace,
well,
you're
that's what I
gonna
believe.
keep on going around in circles, man. Because what he's doing is, this is a philosophy smokescreen. He's pretending that not witnessing something personally makes it unknowable, even when it's historically proven and documented beyond doubts. That's what he's doing. So by you asking questions, you're gonna just be going around in circles.
We're witnessing right now. We're witnessing it. We're witnessing it as we speak.
So the thing, some aspect of the Holocaust, like the official numbers, which did change.
Let's not do this conspiracy shit. Let's not move the goalposts.
And then also the death, like Hitler committed suicide.
This is the shit that opens up a smoke screen. This is what he just opened up.
It's no different from the past into what's happening.
No. This is exactly what you're doing. I believe it happened, but I don't know because I wasn't there. This is a philosophical smokescreen. It is pretending he is not witnessing something personally makes it unknowable.
Have you witnessed it?
Historically proven.
Have you witnessed
and
it?
Documented.
Did you witness
it?
Did you witness it?
Beyond doubt.
Did you witness it?
Documented beyond doubt.
You did not witness it.
Documented beyond doubt.
And that's my point.
Documented beyond doubt. You are completely disingenuous. You are completely disingenuous. Your arguments are disingenuous.
Okay, hold on. So when we see U.S. military personnel get killed in battle,
plausibility, deniability, gaslighting.
Hold on. When we see the numbers, when we see U.S. military die, right? These numbers come out. Do you believe those numbers? Or do you have to see their dead bodies and count every single one to be able to ascertain, yes, these many died?
Who's that question directed to?
To you, Chris.
Are you talking about the Palestinian numbers?
No, I'm talking about the U.S. military personnel that go to war into various countries like Iraq, Afghanistan. There's numbers that the U.S. government comes up with. These many died. Do you believe those numbers, or do you need to see evidence, every single body in front of your eyes, and count them to
The last time I checked the numbers, supposedly 5% of the entire population. Again, I have to go by numbers that I'm not sure how they're doing.
No, I'm asking you one or the other. Do you believe the numbers presented to you by the U.S. government, or do you need to verify each and every fallen soldier?
I believe that they're correct. No, I believe that they're correct. I can only go by that. I could be wrong too, because of that. But if this is a genocide, why is it that only 5% of people have theoretically died in the conflict? Is that a genocide with 5%?
Go back to we're moving the goalpost again. We were talking about the Holocaust, right? And how you're gaslighting and screen and you
we were making the comparison to what's happening.
And you're using plausibility, deniability, gaslighting. He's trying to sound reasonable by saying he believes it by following up with I don't know.
Yes, you said that already.
Without fully committing, yeah, because you're disingenuous.
Yes, you said that already.
Don't listen to deniers. He's using coded skepticism that deniers recognize.
The same argument.
Yeah, because you're a Nazi.
Whatever you feel.
You're a Nazi.
If you say so.
You know what?
I wanted to hear his explanation because I thought he might say something that had some substance to it.
Selective rational skepticism, plausibility, deniability, intellect cast down.
You're really good at parroting.
He doesn't want to go.
Let's say we heard you.
Because you're fucking disingenuous bitch.
You're a great
parrot. And you're a Nazi.
A great parrot.
And you're a Nazi.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody stay muted, please.
Great parrot.
Come on,
Great parrot.
Mute up, Chris. Mute up. Thank you.
Can I just say wa alaikum salam to
No, you already said whether the... Okay.
I didn't say it.
Oh, can you stop shouting? Stop shouting.
Okay. Well, wa alaikum salam. Bias. And Chris is a bitch and a Nazi.
Parrot.
Chris, you work for the military-industrial complex, you said.
Welcome, brother Farah. Assalamu alaikum. We have Chris here. He's literally a Holocaust denier. I can't believe it.
Chris, did you
if you don't understand, then I guess
No.
Which one?
Never once did I deny it.
Chris, mute up. Mute up. Thank you. Mute up. Just because he wasn't present while they were putting Jews in the ovens and turning them into soap, so he's like, I wasn't there.
I said I believe it happened to me.
No, Chris. These are your words. Just because he wasn't there, basically he's literally a fucking denier. He's going with, oh yeah, it did happen. Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know. He's acting like an innocent person. And same thing when they relate to the genocide that's going on in Gaza. He doesn't believe
I don't believe the narrative in anything.
Hold on, Chris. And this is why, and he's the one that's giving them weapons and whatnot, so this is why he has to justify it. Go.
Not at all. I can justify them anyway.
Well, you know what? At least ChatGPT says it's not dishonest.
If we have to, verify everything with our own eyes to believe it, then I don't think we can call any murder of a single person also as a murder because we haven't witnessed. So I think O.J. Simpson is not guilty because we did not see him kill anybody. So that's the argument. If that's the argument of Grace, then we don't have an argument.
That wasn't my argument.
Well, 9/11 didn't happen because it wasn't there.
Chris. Philosophically, you're in this Rene Descartes sort of world where it's like, I think, therefore I am, therefore I think. You're literally throwing everything to, it might be true, but I don't know if it's true. It's like you're denying everything. You're pretty much saying anything that is real may not be real. You're getting into this philosophical point of view that does not need to be equated to our political conversation. It's completely different. Because we can sit here and be like, are you real? Are you real? I don't know. Is this real? Is that real? I don't know. Is gravity here or not? That's a level of conversation you're going to. For us to exist on this planet, we have to have some basis of understanding and trust something. When you wake up in the morning, I'm sure you believe there's going to be gravity here. I'm sure you believe there's water, sun, etc., etc. Those are the basics. You're denying the basics.
At this point, it seems like he's trolling.
And then there's evidence. Hold on. But then there's evidence to other things that people who, I mean, I have a friend whose grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. He's passed now.
Would it help if I said I strongly believe?
No, you.
I think I know why some people nowadays think it's fashionable to deny the Holocaust. Because when they deny the Holocaust, the German Holocaust, they can also deny the Gaza Holocaust. That's probably the strategy.
That's exactly what's
they
happening.
cannot.
Exactly.
I strongly believe it.
So they cannot deny what's happening in Gaza is a genocide when they accept what happened in Germany and Europe was a Holocaust. So this is probably just a strategy. These people are confused, and I don't think we should be giving too much space to them. You know.
Yeah, he's disingenuous. It's more of a
trick. Believe means deny now.
Because for example, in Israel says that close to 1,000 of its IDF soldiers are dead. Since I did not see even one IDF soldier dead, I think I shouldn't believe it. So the same goes for everything.
You guys all keep saying the same thing over and over and over.
Yes,
we get it.
Yeah, but you're on some fucking other shit. What should we do?
Habib, if you don't like the argument, you're welcome to leave quietly.
What is the point, Habib? There's no point. We are just.
Yeah, because he's using a disingenuous trick.
He was trying to debate the Holocaust, the level of it, which we don't want to get into. That's not the conversation we need to have at all.
Yeah, so Gaza is starving. Let me address the title of the room. Gaza is starving, and Israel says it's not a problem. Yes, it is the problem of Israel, because Israel is the occupying force, and it's the responsibility of the occupying country to feed the occupied populace. And denying that under any circumstances is not acceptable. That's what the Geneva Convention 4 says. Article 55 of Geneva Convention 4 says that any occupying force or occupation cannot deny food to the occupied people, and they cannot cite any reasons whatsoever to deny aid and food to the occupied people. So Israel is a signatory to the Geneva Convention.
When I read it,
Israel is bound to obey by it.
When I read it, I thought it to mean America's responsibility. It's not America's responsibility. That's what I misinterpreted. But would you?
So you don't know how to read? You don't know how to read.
Okay, ignoring the ridiculous comments. So,
no. I mean, it says Gaza is starving, and Israel says it's not our problem.
When is this conversation between Chris and the other players?
So,
please
Fayaz,
the mic.
Do you believe it extends to the U.S.? Is it the U.S.'s problem or responsibility for what's happening with Gaza and Israel's involvement with that?
It's a unique situation because U.S. is complicit in enforcing the starvation. As per the law, so look, I am not a law expert, so I cannot interpret it legally. But from the reading of it, U.S. is not responsible for it. Only Israel is responsible for it. But if you ask me, if U.S. is responsible for it morally, I would say yes, because U.S. is the one that's carrying out the starvation, that's allowing Israel to carry out the starvation, to force the people. U.S. is the one that's bombing the civilians. U.S. is the one that got involved in feeding the people. GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is a U.S. entity. It's not an Israeli entity. Okay? Now, when you get involved, and in spite of your involvement, if people are dying, then you are going to be held accountable for it. So yes, U.S. has to take accountability on this because they got involved. Nobody asked U.S. to get involved. Okay? Nobody asked U.S. to get involved. U.S. could have said that a couple of countries. No, Morty, let me complete, Morty. U.S. could have said, okay, let's let 10 to 15 of these countries, let's say Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, US, Germany, UK, let's all get together and create something which can feed the people of Gaza. That's not what US did. US and Israel collaborated to create an organization so that to supposedly feed the people in Gaza, and now they are saying we are not responsible. How is it now they are saying that UN is not doing its job? UN was not allowed to do its job. Don't you remember how UNRWA was kicked out? How UN agencies were always kind of discredited? They said UN is not doing its job previously. Now they are saying the apex are waiting, but US is it's not US. It is no longer UN's job. You kicked them out. You said they are unfit, they are pro-Hamas, they are this, they are that. You kicked them out and you said you are taking responsibility for by creating this GHF. Now that you are failing and the world is criticizing you, you are saying UN is failing in its duty. It's no longer UN's duty because UN was not allowed to carry out its duty, fulfill its duty. You kicked them out, US and Israel. Yes, legally it is Israel as per the Geneva Convention, Article 55, but morally it is US and Israel.
That was a great answer.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, there are also reports, incidentally, sorry Amir, just 30 seconds. There are also reports, these are coming out that Israel buried, or the idea of destroyed 1,000 truckloads of aid going into Gaza, and in fact went to the extent of burying what they destroyed in large pits. So these things, somebody says it, we say it, and somebody else will come and say, no, it did not happen. What is the proof? What is the source? See, Marty is always there to ask for source.
Say he wasn't there, so.
Yeah. So the point is, Israel even now is not allowing international media and international human rights organizations to go into Gaza and take stock of the situation firsthand. If Israel did that, we would believe what Israel is saying. But Israel still refuses to do. There was, in fact, I forget his name, an influencer, a very strong Zionist, who actually tweeted and requested the Israeli government that they should at least allow select journalists from abroad. Like he even mentioned Piers Morgan and one more person. They should be allowed to go and see for themselves what we are doing. But even then Israel doesn't agree. So that means Israel has something to hide.
Can I just correct one thing? I don't think Israel is denying that the truck's going. Every video I see, it's the settlers that are blocking the trucks from going in, not Israel. And the settlers are not recognized by Israel as part of the movement. They're not acknowledged as Israeli citizens or part of Israel. They're actually, the official stance of Israel on the settlers is that they shouldn't be there. So I don't think we can...
But they're not doing it. But Israel's not doing anything to kick them out.
It's not their responsibility because these people aren't Israel's...
So whose responsibility is it?
Not Israel's, certainly.
Whose responsibility is it?
Probably the UN or, maybe Jordan.
But Morty, what do we do about the
Morty, you sound like freaking... Don't you get tired of acting like a Zionist?
Yeah, but brother Amir,
hang on, one second. Morty, what do we do? Who's responsible for the killing at these sites? They came out and they confirmed they did kill people at these sites.
Oh,
Israel?
No one did. The lawyers.
No, Israel did it. Israel did it.
No, nobody's responsible.
I did confirm it according to the.
No, it's in a militarized zone and it's contractors. Don't you remember the torture, the Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo? Did anyone get punished for that? No, because it was contractors on foreign soil. See, the law and the legalities are already sorted out. No one's going to get in trouble for this. No one is responsible. Do you think Israel and the United States would collaborate and kill hundreds of thousands of people if their leaders were going to get in trouble?
Hey, Amir, question for Morty.
these settlers who are blocking the trucks,
Right.
are they blocking them on the? Are these settlers on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing, or are they in Rafah? Where are these settlers blocking these trucks coming in from? No, where are these settlers who are blocking these trucks coming in through Egypt? Are they in Egypt?
No.
No, Egypt is not going to allow them there. Are they in the Rafah? They must be down in Rafah. They're not in fucking Rafah.
No, zero. Let me correct you. No aid truck is being allowed to come through Egypt by Israel. All the trucks are.
No, they're coming through. They just let 300 through yesterday. But what I'm saying is, these settlers that
Morty is
he's claiming that settlers are blocking. He's claiming settlers are blocking trucks, which is bullshit. Because what I'm saying is, if the settlers are blocking the trucks, they have to either be on the Egyptian side of the entrance to Rafah, which we know they're not, or they have to be down in Rafah, standing there in Rafah, blocking them, which we know they're not.
Zero.
So what the fuck is he talking about?
Zero. Morty is partially right. These trucks that come via Jordan and West Bank.
Not Jordan. I'm not. Fuck that. I'm talking about the trucks coming through. Right now, 300 and something trucks came through Egypt. If you just only open the Egypt crossing, you can have 500 or 600 trucks a day.
Yeah, but
it's the government. The Zionist government is the one that's doing this, not the settlers.
No, not this. No.
America.
Yes, Zero. You are right. Israel. No, there are 2 points. Settlers are also blocking, as well as normal Israeli citizens are blocking the trucks. So Morty is partially right about the settlers, but he is trying to say only settlers because he doesn't want to acknowledge that the Israeli citizens who are not settlers, who are citizens of Israel proper, they are also blocking the trucks. There are videos, there are news reports and all that, okay? And as far as the settlers are concerned in the West Bank, because West Bank does not, this is the official position of Israel, that they do not recognize the settlers.
Yes.
But then Israel provides security forces to take, to give protection to the settlers.
They also provide weapons.
Yeah, they provide weapons, they provide everything.
Hold on. Ben-Gvir gave them weapons, and this was not an official policy. This was Ben-Gvir acting on his own.
But it happens.
And similarly, as Fayez accurately pointed out, it's the settlers and the citizens blocking the aid trucks. This is not Israeli policy. This is not Israeli
Dude, you keep fucking saying that, man. Listen, you can get 600, 700 trucks through the fucking Egyptian Rafah crossing every day, and they have prevented it for over, 60 fucking days?
Yeah, the citizens.
No fucking truck at all. That's not the settlers. That's not allowing those trucks to come in through the Rafah crossing.
Does this guy think that the settlers are more powerful than the Israeli government? So the Israeli government wanted those trucks, and then who was assholes on the way? Come on now.
You know what your guys' problem is? You don't understand legality. You have no idea. You're making all these.
Fuck legality. What the fuck is legality? If you're a fucking police force, listen, dude, in Tel Aviv right now, the people are fucking protesting. The police are on horses. They're using water cannons, right? They're fucking arresting fucking fellow Zionist people who are protesting in Tel Aviv. You tell me they can't do that shit at the fucking border? Bullshit. The fucking military, the police, the Zionist police, listen, in Tel Aviv, today, they have water cannons, mace, they're fucking beating people over the head. They're stomping them with horses because they want to protest in Tel Aviv. But you're telling me they can't do the same thing to the people at the gates where the trucks are going through?
I am acknowledging that they can, but the question is, are they legally obligated?
That's the dumbest fucking answer I've ever heard in my life.
I was about to say right now, but Marty, you're not on your A game.
Legally obligated by who? By Israeli law or by international law?
Who knows? Exactly. Thank you.
They're obligated to make sure that people aren't starving. Yeah, they're obligated to occupy the force.
Sure about that.
Right.
Legally.
It's Netanyahu's government. All they have to say is, listen, whoever tries to block those trucks, do to them what you're doing to them in Tel Aviv for protesting. To beat them over the fucking head, stomp them with the horses, hit them with the hoses, get them the fuck out of the way, and let the trucks through. That's what you do.
You know what? We're having this argument, and it reminds me of like an argument about whether Bitcoin or Ethereum is going to win. I mean, we'll see what happens in the trial, if there's even a trial, when this is over.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What are you talking about, dude?
Arguments of he just cut here.
I'm undefeated on the stage. And this is what I have to deal with, Chris. I deal with very emotional people.
What are you talking about, dude? What? Yeah, what kind of fucking trial? What fucking trial? We're talking about feeding the people, and he's talking about some kind of fucking trial.
You keep saying Israel's guilty. In what court? On what trial were they found guilty? Are they gonna be?
People are starving to death, and you think people shouldn't be emotionally charged?
I was just pointing out to Chris what I have to deal with on a daily basis.
Everyone in the world, right, has a right to set up a court and try these people. And that's what they're starting to do. They're doing it in Barbados. They're doing it in the fucking ICJ. Other countries are going to start setting up courts. Fucking Belgium arrested a couple of these fucking people, these Zionist people who were there at the Glastonbury, but not Glastonbury, but whatever the fuck that carnival was over there in Belgium. They arrested 2 of them. And one of them going to IDF said, oh, he hit me and he beat me up. The policeman beat me up. Fuck you, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're right, and Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and all
No. Keep going. The IDF soldiers are the ones being arrested. They're the ones being chased out of countries because they have a warrant for their arrest, and so they tell them, okay, get out of there, guys. Get on the plane. Hurry up. Come back. Those are the people that we want as well. This is just like the fucking Nazi. Listen, after the Nazi war, okay, after the war with the Nazis, it took 20, 30 years to track these fucking people down and prosecute them.
You think they'll track them?
It's going to be the same here. It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same with this. Tell you, these IDF soldiers know. That's why they're fucking starting to commit fucking suicide and shit.
Marty, it's going to be a lot faster than 40 years.
Marty, the tide can change anytime. Don't be under the impression that all the IDF soldiers are safe. Okay, yesterday 2 of the Israeli human rights organizations, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, came out and said that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Now, this is the first time any Israeli organization has called it as genocide. There have been scholars, Jewish scholars of genocide, Israeli scholars of Holocaust studies who have called it as a genocide. There have been universities that have called it as a genocide. Like, for example, Boston University's Human Rights Division, or the School of Human Rights in Boston University, they came out with a statement saying that it fits the definition of a genocide. So we cannot deny that it's a genocide anymore. So now for the first time, 2 Israeli organizations based in Israel, made up of people who are Israelis, Jewish people, they have come out, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, they have come out and said that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. So what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. I know some people will still say, no, it's not a genocide, then they will go into definitions and this and that. But the fact remains that most of the world's scholars of genocide are now speaking out and saying that it is a genocide, and we are all watching it. We are all, I guess the Zionists must have thought that, look, the world, today's generation, or those who were born after 1948, they didn't have an opportunity to see what the genocide looks like. So let's commit a genocide and show the world how a genocide looks like. So they're literally streaming it 24/7 into our TV screens. So I can see, sitting on my bed, how children usually starve to death, how bombs kill people. I can literally see munching popcorn and see how the death takes place. Literally. Thank you, Israelis. for bringing it into my bedroom and into my, literally everywhere.
Have you seen the scenes of the truck coming in and all of the dust and the Israeli soldiers like pepper spraying and shooting, right? Well, and everybody just, I mean, oh my God, man. These
Not only that.
I haven't even seen scenes like this from World War II, you know.
Not only that, they're using their kids as human shields. I don't know if you know about this, Brother Faz. They're using their kids as human shields to block the trucks that are coming, that are going towards Gaza, to block the aid. And it's a very disturbing and disgusting society that
The Israelis are doing that.
Yeah. There's videos on Twitter.
They're doing what exactly?
So they're getting their kids to lay on the floor on the road as the trucks so that the trucks can't pass, and they have the aid in the trucks that's going towards Gaza. This is how disgusting and disturbing community this Israeli community is. So that's where we're at right now. Let me see.
I had a question for
You have a question for who?
Morty.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. What is your estimate of the KIA of Hamas's army in Gaza and the total number of people killed in Gaza?
I'm not sure about the total number killed, but I go by the IDF spokeswoman, and I think she said half of it.
Is it me or is this Mike?
His mic is low, and he's actually a Sunni, by the way. He doesn't believe it's a genocide. He thinks Muslims support Modi government. Brother Faz, can you believe it? His claim is that Muslims in India, they support Modi. And he's pro-Sikh. That's what he claims, even though the Constitution of India discriminates against the Sikh. Yeah, he discriminates against the Sikh community in the Constitution of India. This idiot doesn't know anything about it.
So to answer your question, according to an IDF spokeswoman on Piers Morgan, half of the deaths are Hamas terrorists, and the other half are unfortunately innocent civilians, which is a very good ratio in modern warfare.
I would say Hamas soldiers, because the people who are engaged in those acts.
Come close to your mic, please. Come close to your mic. Come close to your mic.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me now. I would say Hamas soldiers, not Hamas terrorists. Some portion might be Hamas terrorists, but most of them are Hamas soldiers.
Okay, yeah, don't know what you meant there. I don't get his point.
So he originally came in, he said there's some rich areas, so why can't the Gaza and the West Bank live in the, the rich, why can't they live like rich folks area, whatever, in the West Bank? I'm like, how many checkpoints are there in the West Bank? He didn't have an answer for it. And then I told him it's 920 fucking checkpoints. It literally takes to cross 20 kilometers like fucking 3-4 hours. There's been about more than 60 women that have delivered babies at these checkpoints in the last year. Because of the wait time, because of what they do at the checkpoints, they check you, they detain you, they fucking, interrogate you while you're traveling. And if they find Telegram on your fucking phone and if they go through your phone, you're gonna get your ass whooped. And they'll keep your phone. So they have to delete Telegram before, traveling through those checkpoints. And checkpoints are only for the Palestinians. And this guy comes up here and makes the claim, why can't they live like this in the rich area? Bro, fucker, literally this flattened area.
They build it up.
This idiot, man. Sungis are just mentally.
Okay, well, just quickly. Something that Chris said, I think I didn't get a chance to really. But he said that if they wanted to genocide, they could have just wiped all of Gaza clean, that they had the weapon to do so. Why is only 5%, according to him, of the population dead right now?
Who said
that? Argument is the most distant, this is what Chris said earlier, that's the most disingenuous bullshit argument ever.
Who gave that argument?
Ben Shapiro. That was Ben Shapiro.
Sorry?
It's Chris said this.
No, but I'd have to agree, they do have the weapons to do so. They have the weapons to do so, and they failed to do so.
Hold on, let me finish, guys. Let me say.
called. Hey, hold on. Okay, hold on. There's something called it being systematic. If you looked at Hitler, okay, he could have done a lot of damage immediately. This man started from 1931 to 1945, and we still call that what? A blood genocide.
But he denies the Holocaust.
He
denies the
Hold on,
Holocaust.
for the PR, I know this is wild, but for the PR, because remember, PR matters. Image matters a lot to Israel. For them to have the world be by their side, they have to make things look clean and make them look good as long as they could have. And for the world to continue to supply them with all these weapons and have sympathy, they had to make it look like, okay, you know what, we're doing everything possible. We're so moral. We're dropping these flyers everywhere, but you're trying to catch Hamas. So if you're trying to catch Hamas, warning them prior to makes no sense. All of this narrative that they're trying to create, the smoke and mirrors, fell apart because their crimes became so egregious it was hard to hide. So if your argument is if they wanted to, they could have immediately. Of course.
Hey, I'd like to address the numbers because if half. Oh, go ahead.
They would have in this type of way. And when you say 5% of the population, that's all we know so far. Well, there's more people. There's far more people that have died. And again, genocide is not based upon exact numbers. It's intent and action. Both of those things are playing a part. You don't have to kill 70% of the population for it to then be defined as a genocide. So, Gurus, never use an argument ever again. It's probably the worst argument you could have used on this stage today. It was absolutely horrific.
If you kill in a war, you're killing a lot of people. So what percentage is enough to be a genocide?
Hold on. Let Zero speak.
Now,
go ahead, Gurus.
Okay, now earlier somebody gave some number and said that half of the amount was Hamas people, was Hamas fighters. Now I'm sitting here reading a report from Haaretz, okay, and it says here, Hamas still has significant military capabilities despite 18 months of fighting in the Strip. It says before October 7, okay, Hamas was estimated to have between 20 and 30,000 fighters. That means that if you killed half of the ones that you estimated have been killed, that means that there's now no more Hamas, right? 20 or 30,000 are gone because it's like 60,000 that are dead. However, Haaretz is reporting that now, today, Hamas, 75% of the tunnels are intact and they have 40,000 fighters and also do their own rocket production. They still have their rocket production facilities. So if there was, if half of that number was killed, that was Hamas fighters. That means there should be no more Hamas fighters, right? Because Haaretz is saying there was only 20 to 30,000. But now today they're claiming that there's 40,000 Hamas fighters. So that's bullshit.
Yeah, but that number could have grown. Everybody could have joined Hamas. Like while the genocide was starting, everybody could have been like, okay, I want to be Hamas now. You know, so it could have increased.
There was a report earlier on. Palantir, the American tech company, AI company, they did the study and they presented a report. Palantir developed what is known as the Lavender system, in which they identified precisely about 37,000 Palestinians in Gaza as Hamas or related to Hamas. So let's say 40,000, okay? And Israel kept giving these numbers, every time they would go and say that we have killed up to 17,000, 20,000, 23,000. And after 23,000, Israel did not put out any statement regarding how many Hamas were killed, okay? Because every time they said Hamas, they would also have to give how many civilians were killed. So they were actually, putting themselves into a spot. So they stopped giving out the numbers of Hamas killed by them. But according to Palantir's Lavender program, it was supposed to be about 37,000. And now, there was a Harvard study based on the military data that was given out by IDF, that up to 400, Harvard study says, based on the military data, that up to 400 Gazans are supposed to have been killed up to now, including those who were caught in the rubble, who got caught in the crossfires, who got caught, who starved to death and so on. Of course, this Harvard report has been disappeared now. You cannot find it anywhere on the internet. It's nowhere there. I spent a lot of time looking for it. You can have, you will see a link, but when you click on the link, you don't see the report anymore. Anyway, this has been disappeared. When Israel can disappear children, why won't it disappear a Harvard report? It's just an inanimate object. So basically what Israel is doing is they are just killing people and putting a label on them as Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no accountability, there is nothing. It's just that. And as far as the genocide definition is concerned, like Ace was saying, numbers do not determine genocide. Intention does. Intent and the actions taken on that does. Even if, for example, in the Holocaust, in the Jewish Holocaust, even if only one Jew was killed, not 6 million, it would still be considered as a Holocaust, as a genocide, because the intent of Hitler was to wipe out this group of people. Okay, and similarly in Gaza, the intent of Israelis have been very clear. Almost all the ministers have clearly stated that they want to wipe out the Palestinians from Gaza. They want to wipe out, the defense minister, former defense minister clearly said that we will stop food, medicine, electricity and food, literally everything to Gazans. This he said on 9th of October. And as early as last week, just give me a few more seconds. As early as last week, Israel's heritage minister, Amichai Eliyahu, he went on TV. He didn't make a statement, behind everybody's back. No, he went on Israeli TV to announce that our aim is to speed up the process of getting rid of the Palestinians from Gaza. We want to have Gaza for ourselves as soon as possible. And we will not listen to anybody in the world in our goal to achieve that. So here is somebody, Amichai Eliyahu, a senior minister in Israeli cabinet, who openly says on TV that we want to get rid of Gazans. That is intent. That is intent. And that intent is enough to say that a genocide is being carried out over there. Yes, Habib.
I think it would be genocide, but not Holocaust, with what you said about the Jews. Like, it would become, if it's one person with the intent and action, it's a genocide. But Holocaust is referring to like a massive destruction by fire, is really what it means. But it's only called Holocaust because of the scale of the destruction. That's why they call it the Holocaust,
Okay, you want to go into the literal meaning of that? Fine, I agree with that. But I do not agree to the definition. What is happening in Gaza, for me, is a Holocaust. Whether people like it or not.
No, I agree with that. I was just saying what you said about it being one person. It's not genocide and Holocaust. It would just be technically genocide.
Yeah, I agree with you. Technically, literally, yes. What I meant was genocide. But the word Holocaust is no longer applicable only to the genocide of the Jewish people in Europe. It is now applicable to the Palestinians in Gaza as well.
Yeah, and genocide can go on the same time that there's fighting. I mean, if that's what they're trying to insinuate. Well, if they're fighting, that's not a genocide; it's a war. That's not true, because they had all of the concentration camps set up in Poland, but the Polish army was still fighting the Nazis. See, so you have the armies are fighting while the government is still trying to commit a genocide against the civilians, and that's what we have here. We have the Zionist state trying to commit genocide against the civilians while they're fighting Hamas and Al-Quds and the rest of them and the PFLP.
They've completed. They've done it.
Well, no, not yet.
Successfully.
I've
heard that the famine is stage 5, which is not reversible.
No, everything's reversible. Believe me, everything's reversible, and it's starting to be reversed.
So too, but
it is. No, you're not gonna have 2 million people die. It's not gonna happen.
No, zero. There's an element of truth to what Habib is saying. Okay, the starvation, the malnutrition stage 5, and starvation, they call it as stage 3 starvation, which is what Gazans are facing right now. After the third stage of starvation, at which stage our body starts eating up the muscles, including the heart, to sustain itself, to remain alive, because heart is a muscle. At the end of the day, heart is a muscle. So the body starts eating up our muscles. It starts eating up the gut lining. For example, our gut has a gut lining through which food pass and so many actions take place. The gut lining starts, gets eaten up by the gut. Okay, so literally what happens after stage 3 of starvation is that the body's muscles are so weak and so undernumbered that they are not able to perform their duty. So you may be able to feed somebody, he may be able to take a morsel of food and put it in his mouth, but his mouth's muscles will not be able to push it down his throat. You get my point? So at this stage, there was a report earlier on by one of the experts from the Médecins Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Medicine, NGO. They said that after starvation level 3, Palestinians in Gaza will need medical help to get the food inside. Number one, they will need intravenously injected food into their body, which means a lot of medical staff have to be available to do that. Number two, the food itself cannot be the same as that is probably being supplied now. It has to be a specialized food full of nutrients, full of stuff that will redevelop their bodies, their muscles and so on. So yes, it's going to be and they gave, I think this report came out about 10 days back, okay? And at that point they said that the window to stop this from happening is between 4 to 8 weeks, meaning after 4 to 8 weeks, nothing much can be done about it. Even if you give them food, they may not be able to survive, because that's exactly what Israel has been aiming. Why is Israel denying food?
That's exactly what happened to the Jews after they were released from the death camps. They were given food, but they just died anyway, even after they were freed.
So basically, that's exactly what Israel is aiming. That's why they block the aid. They will block it for 4 days and release it on the 5th. They're just waiting for the time gaining for time. Literally waiting the 8 weeks period to get over, which is the period medically declared as the period beyond which nothing much can be done to rescue the people. So it's all a strategy, Zero. It's going
to be more than these 2 million people.
It's not. No, it's not. 2 million people are not fucking starving. Do you see the people? Do you see the trucks that are coming in? You see the people that are going after the food that's being dropped from the aircraft? Those are live people running, grabbing. Sure, they're weak, but they can eat, and they're taking the stuff with them. You see them with the big 100-pound sacks or 50-pound sacks on their backs, and they're taking them home right now.
I think the only ones that are going to survive are the ones who escape. The only ones that will survive are whoever escapes from that land.
If you watch a battle, like if you watch like a Vietnam or a World War II battle, you'll say, man, must have been like 10,000 people died. And at the end of the battle, they'll do a research. They'll say, okay, well, 300 died and 200 wounded. You're like, what the fuck, man? I thought it was like thousands. The same thing you're looking at here. You think that you see 2 million people starving. You don't see 2 million people starving. You might see maybe like 10,000 starving to that point, to that level 5 you're talking about. But that's not 2 million people.
I've heard that it's over 400,000 are starving or something.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we could hear something all the time. I could hear somebody tell me 400,000.
But I know the intent of Israel. So I believe that no one is going to survive except the ones who escape.
Escape what?
Whether they have
escape?
A program.
What the fuck is
like
escape?
Whether they have some deportation program to move them out of the land.
Why? Why? Why the fuck are they going to do that? Dude, you're fucked up in the head. You're totally fucked. This is fucking Hasbara. Fucking propaganda that you're throwing at me, man. Stop throwing that shit at me. If I was with you right now, right in your fucking face. That's what the fuck you would get from me.
Oh my god. So yeah, I think anyone
Right in your
who's not
fucking face.
I could pick you up with one hand and put you through a wall.
Beat the fucking shit out of you. You fucking stupid white fucking bastard who pretends that you're fucking black. I'll kick the shit out of you. I'll take my gun, and I'll shove it up your fucking ass and I'll pull the trigger 3 times.
Come on.
I'll shove my gun right up your ass.
Come on, Zero. Can we all mute up? Let's take a pause, guys.
Because you're bullshitting everybody. You're on this fucking stage. You know you're fucking for the Hasbro. No. Listen, I'm talking very calmly, Fayez. I'm talking very calmly here. He's on this fucking stage talking that fucking Hasbro bullshit. That's what you're doing, dude. And if Wednesday was awake, she'd get on your fucking ass too. Because you're on this fucking stage bullshitting everybody. Oh, it's all over, and the people have to be deported. Get the fuck out of here.
That weird way. The only ones
piece of shit
are going to survive are the ones who escape or somehow. Because Israel plans on killing everybody.
Oh, of course they are. That's what the white devil does. That don't mean he's going to succeed.
Yeah, 1 second.
The white devil ain't going to succeed. He's fucking dying.
Hang on.
They're killing.
Habib, how would they escape? Can you tell us?
No, I'm not saying like they. I mean, if anyone, the only way to survive what Israel's doing is if they have some program like they've talked about deporting them to other lands or stuff like that. Otherwise, Israel's going to kill everybody.
So Habib, there's a lot of people inside Gaza. They do not want to leave their land. They tried that before. Some of them did leave, but then they're not allowed to come back. So there's a lot of these issues. Once you leave, you don't get to come back. And the Egyptian narrative is that if they allow Gazans into Egypt, then after they're done with after they're done with Gaza, they're coming to attack us. That's the Egyptian narrative, right? And they won't be allowed back into Gaza again. And there's going to be safety risk as well if they were to open up that Rafah crossing border. Now, now all I'm saying is I think we should. Inshallah, with the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they'll be okay, inshallah.
Yeah, because the IDF is trying to hide their numbers. They just came out with 18,000 wounded. Right, they admitted to at least 18,000 permanently wounded, 12,000 that have PTSD, and they have not gone back to. They cannot go back to work. Okay, they admit that like 10 soldiers or something like that this month alone have committed suicide. Okay, so they can't keep doing this. The IDF general, the past one, and now this one. Zamir, it has said, we cannot defeat Hamas. We cannot win. What the fuck are you doing, Netanyahu? Do some kind of deal. We cannot win this war. But this guy, Habib, is like, oh, they're going to kill everybody. No, they're not. They're killing themselves. They're fucking dying themselves. They're killing themselves now.
You're not understanding that it's a bigger war coming. Like, this is just like something small compared to what's going to happen when Russia and America increase the war against each other. Israel is part of that. They're going to kill like these people. A lot of people are going to be. A lot of people. I think this war is about 1 billion people are going to die from what's about to happen.
You don't know that. That's what you hope. Hey, by the way, I'm posting right now a website. I don't know if you guys are aware of the Canadian website. It's called. Hang on, let me get the name of it. It's called findidfsoldiers.net. It's a Canadian website, and they list all of their citizens that they know of. So far, they have like 200 that went to fight for the IDF, and now the IDF soldiers that are there are afraid to come back to Canada because Canada says that they're going to investigate each and every one of them to see if they are complicit in war crimes. And this is in Canada, so I'm going to go ahead and post that for you guys, the website.
Which countries will fight each other in this war?
Would you say NN?
Which countries will fight each other in this big war? Maybe saying it'll be a major war. Which countries will fight each other?
I think Iran and they're gonna attack Iran again because that's what Netanyahu said to Trump, and Trump said, "I'm not gonna allow it." But then one of the officials from the Knesset said, "We're not gonna ask America for permission." So they will do another attack on Iran. It's just a matter of time. And this nuclear thing, Iran does not want to negotiate with Europe or whatever because their whole argument is IAEA gave out information related to the scientists that the names were exposed to the Zionist entity and they killed a bunch of their scientists. They were connected to the nuclear program inside Iran, and it was done through IAEA. So that's why they said, "Fuck you! We're not going to allow IAEA to, come in and inspect our shit anymore."
Right, and Iran right now is fighting and arresting. They just arrested like 400 Mossad CIA spies in Iran, because that's right now Iran and America are fighting Iran still, but they're fighting with these people inside the country, and they got a big stash of weapons that they just confiscated, and they arrested like 400 of these Mossad CIA people in Iran. So yeah, CIA and Mossad are in Iran right now, trying to create havoc within the country. They had a list of 35 leaders, Iranian leaders, that they were supposed to try to assassinate. So Iran got that. They got the list, they got the people, they got the weaponry. So right now, the war is going on in Iran, clandestine. It's a clandestine war right now.
Yeah. Let's see, man. We have Rabbi down there. Want to come up? Thank you.
I'm gonna let Habib know, look, man, New York, we're all gangsters, man. We're born and raised gangsters. Everybody, from Trump down to who knows what. We're all fucking gangsters. Don't fuck with us.
Hey, welcome, Omni. How you doing?
How you doing, Namir?
Doing alright. Are you coming from the Pro-Pali side, pro-Israel?
A balanced opinion, but definitely more pro-Palestine, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I don't get, right? If somebody has a pro-humanity position,
Yeah, that's pretty much my thing.
yeah, but the issue with the pro-humanity position is, let's say, so tomorrow, if Hamas ends up killing Israelis, right? Then your pro-humanity side will go over to the Israeli side. And then if IDF kills the Palestinians, it goes over to the Palestinians. It's like a shapeshifter, right? It's never consistent. It doesn't stay on one side. But the big issue is, how do we come to this conclusion? Who's the oppressor and who are the oppressed? Who's the killer and who's getting killed, right? When we look at all of these facts, even from 1947 up till now, it's always one side. That's Israel, and they're the one, literally butchering, slaughtering, killing them, occupying their land, doing a whole bunch of crazy shit with the Palestinians.
I think what's putting a bad taste in people's mouth is the visuals of civilians being killed, and that's on both sides. So I think it's why, I'll preemptively just say, October 7th was awful, but it's lost its emotional to say like grab or hold on me at least. I think it's something they like to point to. A lot of Zionists like to point to October 7th, therefore like everything after that is justified. It's like, no, that's completely crazy. You're waging an uneven war and like killing civilians by the thousands, by the tens of thousands. It's ridiculous.
So what are you talking about? Balance. Balance. What does that mean? You said you're balanced between Israel and Palestine. What do you mean?
I don't like I said,
you think these Europeans that have no,
I'm not one of these
like,
people
connection to this land should be there in any way? Do you think that
You didn't say any of this, Habib. You're putting words.
No, I'm asking him what he means. I'm trying to understand what he means.
Right, like I think the Palestinians have the moral the moral high ground in this conflict from its inception from 1948, where like a bunch of European Jews were like you said, like kind of just forced in, and sometimes, for the most part, like it didn't mesh well, right? A lot of Palestinians were kicked out of their homes. The narrative is spread a lot that, oh, no, they sold their homes and they peacefully left or whatever. No, a lot of these people were left at gunpoint. It was completely
fun. We know all this. I'm just saying, what do you mean, what you said, balance between Israel and Palestine? What does that mean? What do you mean?
I think it's unrealistic if we're having a conversation and talking about like, you know, this river to the sea stuff. I think it's unrealistic when we're talking about a nation of what, like 7 some million people.
But
it gets a little unrealistic, and it's like approaching like. I don't think the answer to genocide is genocide. I think the genocide should stop, but I don't think. That's why I think like people who are like I think people are super invested on one side, to where they start saying things like, you know, like there should be no Jews, like wipe the Jews out of like
the problem, the pro-Pallies, they never say wipe the Jews. Even Hamas charter says 67 borders. That means two-state solution. Now there are people that are white supremacists that are like they glorified Nazi. We had a Nazi in here right now earlier, right? He denied the Holocaust. He said I wasn't there, so I don't know. Which means he's implying I don't know anything.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, preposterous.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we're not, Holocaust denier here. What my whole thing is.
Right.
But when you say that, the victims on both sides, it's only one side that's getting butchered and slaughtered. Like the 7th of October, if you look at that deep enough, right? They came up with the number 1395, then they went down to 1195, and then they went down from 1195 to 695 with these civilians, the 500 were IDF soldiers, and then the other 200 that they first went from 14 to 12, and those were Palestinians. Who killed those Palestinians? And the bodies were so burned up so badly thanks to their Hannibal directive, because you had a chopper, right, Apache helicopter shooting bullets from automatic, the rifle or whatever they had, and
even now, like refugee sites are are getting bombed, like sites where people are going to get food. You know, are getting bombed. It's like, what is this? I probably agree with you more than you think.
I know you agree with me. Just I was just trying to clarify maybe some of the things maybe you're not aware of, right, in relate to 7th of October.
Right.
Because look, the Zionists always bring up this point about 7th of October. I'm like, next time when you talk to them in real life or something, you could always mention this, that. Okay, let's go with the 7th of October. What do we do about Hannibal Directive? You know about Hannibal Directive, right, Dominique?
You said Hannibal Directive?
Yeah, Hannibal Directive. What it means is shoot anything, including your own, that moves. So don't let the kidnapper kidnap your people, but shoot everybody. Kill everybody. That was applied according to, we had a testimony from Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant was a defense minister at the time from the same party. He was working under Netanyahu. He said it on national television. Yes, Hannibal Directive was applied. So the first time Hannibal Directive was applied in 1986, and then they didn't. It was like a secret thing. They kept it secret. Up till 2005. They had a reservist, IDF, doctor. He wanted to serve in the IDF. He found out about Hannibal Directive, and he exposed them to Haaretz. The Haaretz Israeli newspaper?
Yeah.
He exposed it to them. Haaretz did a whole story on the Hannibal Directive. If you want to look for it, you can look at the article. And when the news came out, everybody was like, what is Hannibal Directive? Why kill your own people? And then they all agreed on it. And this is the type of society you live in. I mean, who would agree on a Hannibal fucking Directive? It's my way of thinking is to save my people, right? Let's say if Americans are getting kidnapped at, banks or whatever, we'll do everything to save the hostages, correct? We're not gonna kill everybody, right? But the Hannibal Directive means kill everybody.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you should, when you talk to Zionists and you realize,
I mean, it's apparent. It's apparent in that, how they're waging war right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Look into Hannibal Directive that was applied on 7th of October, and you're going to be amazed. And there's a lot of stories out there that says majority of the people were killed by Hannibal Directive. And the Hannibal Directive, which means Apache helicopter, had about it has a capacity of 1,200 rounds on that automatic. You've seen the automatic one, right? On the Apache helicopter, the automatic. What is it called? The weapon that they have in the chopper.
Torrent. It's like a torrent. Or like a
it shoots so fucking fast, and these bullets are very big.
Jeez.
So you should look into it. And you're going to be in a shock. You're going to be like, what the fuck? They killed their own people as well?
No, I'm already like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck, when there was footage of a Palestinian soldier getting raped by 5 IDF soldiers.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Israeli, news cycle is just like, yeah, that happens. I'm just like, yo, these people are... They're hardened.
So what's the solution?
It's kind of baffling.
So what's the solution? Because I'm still baffled a little bit by what you said. When you said balance. When you said balance, then you said there shouldn't be genocide. There shouldn't be genocide for all of them. Okay.
Relax, buddy. What do you think the solution is? Because it seems like if I were to guess, you'd say just expel the Jews from the land, right?
So the solution would be for all of the people responsible for all of the murder and genocide, all of the robbery, right, of property. All of them have to be taken to court and punished properly. All of them. Right, and all of the people who are left would have to, get their property back that their family had. Then restitution, of course, would have to be paid to everybody. Financial restitution. Then all these people who have gone there illegally and come into this land without buying property from somebody, all of them have to go back to where they're from. Right, all of them have to go back to where they're from, and then from there, there has to be something set up for everyone responsible, all nations responsible, that provided any finances towards Israel, any weaponry to Israel. They all have to now rebuild Palestine financially. They have to contribute.
That sounds fantastic.
Okay, so brother, let me finish. Let me finish by saying this.
Rains of Mountain Dew and the clouds.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's going to happen. You asked me the solution.
Realistic solution.
Yeah. So what's the realistic? Yeah, the realistic solution is what's going to actually happen, which is the complete and absolute annihilation of Israel as an establishment, and like death and destruction upon the Israelis beyond anything that's ever happened to the Jews before. Unfortunately, Israel is the worst thing that's ever happened for Jewish people.
Hey man, that's
because
fine.
that's going to be the actual result.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. You have the right to hold your beliefs. But I think there's pro-pallies who are like you, and then there's pro-pallies who actually are trying to like actually get things forward. Like you get like conceive like the idea that like Jews are going to like spill out of Israel after they have like the support of the United States and Britain, like they have the support of major like world powers. They're like, I don't think that's ever going to happen. So like
what's not going to happen?
I was with you, like just like the expulsion, just like saying whoever you said like something to the effect of like all the other people have to go back to where they come from or something. Did I not hear you right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's realistic. How many people do you think that is? We're talking millions of people.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm not saying I said that would be.
All right. If you're just saying, okay, I thought we were talking about actual like an actual like feasible.
No, you asked the solution. You asked the solution. Like that would be a solution.
But
what's actually going to happen is not that.
No, like,
I know
when
that.
I say a solution, when someone says, give me a solution, what I think is something that's practical, that's realistic, like can be implemented. I wouldn't start just like rifling like my fantasy.
That's practical and could be implemented, but it's not going to be. What's going to happen?
No,
this is God. This is God.
It's not practical because we understand the ties that Israel has. We understand the power they have. We understand they've been dodging ICE. They've been dodging ICE. They've been dodging with impunity.
As a solution, they can make it happen.
International law after international law.
Yeah, we get that.
And it's because of the people back then. It's because the United States has veto power in the Security Council, right? Like look who backs them. Like we have to be realistic about solutions. It can't.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I was kind of with you when you talked about trials for the settlements.
It's not going to happen.
Settlers. I mean, they are breaking ICJ law, like international law, when they allow more settlers to camp set up in the West Bank and stuff. Like they are breaking laws. So I mean, I don't think it's that far fetched to say maybe these people should be tried, or like leave or be tried.
They should be, but I'm saying like my
that's the West Bank.
My opinion, what I believe is that it's not going to happen. That the biggest war that they're making it now, and that Israel as an establishment is going to be destroyed. Right, and whoever survives of the Jews, will be scattered here and there. Maybe they'll be tried at that point in the different places they scattered, to. I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah, it's tough stuff. It's even hard when it's not like a small group of Europeans anymore. It's a nation, whether we like it or not. I'm just trying to be realistic. Trust me, I hear you. I'm for the Palestinian cause. I
still don't know what you meant though by balance. Like still don't.
I'm saying realistic. I'm saying like post 19th century where like we don't like just kill a bunch of people and we try to come about solutions in a like diplomatic way. That's what I mean.
So you want solutions diplomatically, and you think that's practical? If you think that's practical, then you don't understand Israel and their Zionism.
Okay, if you want to wage a holy war, how are you going to wage that? Where first of all the numbers, like where's the support? I'm like honestly,
if I want to wage a holy war.
Listen, man, if you just want to pontificate about like how you wish things could be, I'm down to listen. But you know,
no, I have a certain idea about how things are going, and that's based on my, my knowledge.
Everybody,
so it's coming from a different place.
If you wanna come on up, guys. What's up with you, man? How you doing today? Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, guys.
But I think Habib, I don't think he's on our side. I don't think he's saying anything wrong there. You see what I'm saying? Because according to Hamas Charter, 67 borders is the realistic way to go about, because these people are here now, right? And they ain't going anywhere, right? And who wants to live with a rapist? These people are rapists. They literally rape Palestinians every single day. And killed them, butchered them, slaughtered them. They're thirsty for fucking blood. 82% of them, they want to, ethnically cleanse the Gazans out of Gaza. There was a survey done, and then 56% Israeli Jews that want to kick the Arab Israelis out of Israel. So who wants to live with these demonic people? I think I'd rather have them, start off with a two-state, right? And then down the road, when it becomes Arabized, right, when there's no more threats or whatever, I think then, inshallah, we'll probably turn into one state. But for the time being, we need peace. We need that, start off with two-state. We can agree to disagree. I know you want one state, Habib. You want to move them back to wherever the hell they came from. I'm with you on that, but we have to be realistic, logically speaking. I think this is the best way to go about for right now, because all the countries, they agreed to the 67 borders. The European countries, GCC countries, Saudi Arabia literally said that all countries should recognize. Hey, what's up, Assalamu alaikum salam? All countries should recognize, the Palestine as a state. And if that happens, right, that would be a good move in the right direction, and there will be no more animosity, and they will have their autonomy and whatnot, and they can run their own shit until, inshallah, in the future, with the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they probably turn into one-state solution. Because as Muslims, we can marry Jewish women. So the Palestinians, a lot of them are Muslims, so they can, maybe if they were to, the more threats, and they might become buddy-buddy, and they might marry women and do whatever. If they do that, their whole thing, will be done. Like their demographics and all of that shit will be gone, will be done. Hey, welcome, Chad.
Wait, what were you talking about?
Habib said they need to go one state, and I said, but Omni here, he's making the argument realistic. We have to be realistic, right? They're here now, these white Europeans, right? They ain't going anywhere, right? And the only way to solve this is to, start off with the 60-some borders, just like Hamas Charter says. And then slowly, eventually it will turn into two states. I mean, a one-state solution down the road.
Well, so I reject that idea. Reason being is that when you do something like that, you're still inviting proxy wars to happen. Meaning, look at North and South Korea. China arms and makes a proxy out of North Korea, while the United States arms and makes a proxy out of South Korea. And that conflict has been going on for how many years now? So what that would do is create the same tension and same divide. And you basically open it up to another, occupation of Palestine again. Because they even tried to do this earlier in the 1930s or whatever. Now, I am fully on the camp of there will only be a one-state solution. It should not be a 60-40 split or anything like that. Completely eradicate the entire existence or idea of an Israel or a Palestine, and just make a new state altogether, where it is based on a fundamental value of, we say everyone is equal, no matter where they're from. Have Christian, Jewish, and Muslim, I would say, leaders, and they're kind of like the Christian, Jewish, Muslim leaders that basically control each of the three sects, and then a representative that represents each of the sects, and then a prime minister, right, or a president or whatever, right. If they want to get away from the democratic system, the people can choose to do that all on its own. But whatever this new state is, now no one can say, oh, but what happened to Israel? Or like, you know, the Palestinians don't have to be like, you know, what happened to Palestine? It would just be a new nation for all of one to live under it. And if they try to start this bullshit again, well, they're attacking themselves. And they can't have that.
While I think that's a little more or less like fucking like crazy, I still think it's a little. I still think it's a little unrealistic. I don't see Israel ceding, like not being Israel anymore. But the idea of like the one state being like, you know, like everyone's there, but they're governed by, you know, like this tiered level of government where like there's representation of the people in the government. That's fine. Yeah, but yeah, I don't.
Can I jump in? Yeah. Sure, you want to jump in? Just let her finish and then you can jump in after the next center.
No, he's cool.
Assalamu alaikum. Sure. No, I wanted to maybe like help the person talking that the idea stand provided is just super idea. You know, it's like saying, okay, we all prefer to live in a world which there's like one state there or like whatever, and like the leaders actually gather from all groups and everyone can live with each other happily ever after without fighting, right? So the idealistic of that of this proposal is understandable, generally speaking, from a filter of normal people, right? It's understandable. But we also understand that we do not live in such world, and that's wishful thinking. We all know that because we've been living long enough in this political geopolitical tensions that no such thing is beyond achievement at this moment, unless something extraordinary happens, similar to the level of some sort of Messiah coming in and do the job.
So what realistically is going to happen then?
It's
What's
not
realistic?
realistic yet. So the realistic is here at this moment is for people around the world to push governments around the world and the UN to recognize the existence of Palestine without land. Just the idea. We need to push that idea to the head of people and to even UN and other countries. Just the idea. Palestine doesn't have any land anymore. Right? Kind of, to some extent. Because Israel has been even eating up its surrounding, let alone just lands there. Right?
So you think if the world does that, Israel will bow down? Do you think if the world all does that, people around the world get that to happen, do you think Israel is going to bow down to that?
No, not necessarily, but we are giving everyone a fighting chance. That's what they are afraid of, a fighting chance for Palestine. That's why Zionists will try their best to just kill even the idea
Okay, so what realistically do you think Israel will do if they have a fighting chance, or if the nations of the world turn against Israel? What do you realistically think how Israel will react? Do you know about the Samson? Do you know about the Samson option Israel has?
That's too far away. I understand. So it's not supposed to. So that's what I'm saying. So just the idea, dude, is not going to push them to something, whatever, because it's not. So they have other options to fight back. They have a divide and conquer options. They have other crazy options. They have act like a mad dog option. They have influence like hell, like a mad dog in US and in UK and in France, because now France is talking about the idea. So now they have to hold all of the resources inside political sphere of France and start fucking things up. They have to. They have no other choice. And they have to also attack back US if US talks about two-state solution. They have to. They have no other options. They have to take their power and start fighting with the political sphere in US if US says two-state solution.
See, I just don't think the
you need to understand what's going to happen if you push. If people around the world push their government toward two-state solution, even the idea of it, the Zionists will go do crazy shit in those countries. Because they have to. They have no other option. They have to influence the political they will go do media, say crazy shit.
If you're advocating for a two-state solution, I still don't think it's possible, because I just explained the proxy stuff. And I understand it. I'm sorry.
It's not possible. Oh, no. It's not. Another thing. It is not possible, as I said it, because even now it's just become an idea, and the idea without a land can't become a proxy war much. I do try to understand that proxy war being with humanity since the dawn of mankind and will exist forever. It's not a new idea. So to some extent, the countries or the powers that are more united or more economically powerful are going to go fight each other outside their homeland. They've been doing this even during Roman Empire or goes back. So.
Wait, I'm completely confused. How did we get to the Roman Empire just now?
No, just telling you that whatever you do, the proxy war is not a good excuse to refuse an idea, because proxy war is not a new thing.
Yeah, 1 second, Sam.
It's been forever.
Sam, you said that it's not a good idea because the proxy war, right? Proxy attacks.
Yeah, proxy war, proxy attacks.
Yeah, but what if they don't happen? It doesn't happen. Like, let's say the Palestinians come to a table. No, but what if the Palestinians come to a table and they agree that they're not going to do the attack, and it turns into a two-state solution and whatnot? Because there's going to be election, right? People are going to elect on it, and Palestinians, if they agree on it, that would be, a two-state solution, and that would be it, and they wouldn't be more time because they want to live. Hang on, brother, hang on. They want to live freely, right? They don't want any of these, killings and genociding people. They're, and slowly, and like I said, down the road, it could change from two-state to one state. But I don't think any proxy wars. Why would proxy wars would happen?
So wait, I'm gonna answer that, but on each other. I know you've been trying to talk. Sorry for all of the.
No, you're good. You guys are good, bro. No, you're good.
Okay, so the reason I say it's going to devolve into a proxy war, regardless of what anyone says, is like it just goes back to how the countries have been operating for the last 200-300 years, right? Not just Israel and Palestine, just the world in general. When China was in great dispute, what did the British do, the Japanese do, and all that stuff? And what did the Chinese do to fight back? they even offered a quote-unquote bullshit two-state solution where you had German-controlled British-controlled areas within China itself, especially Hong Kong is one of the great intentions. And it wasn't until the people uprooted and took back their land, took back power to go ahead and say, British, America, Japan, F off, we don't want you, right? So that's one example. The USSR and America used, Germany, the Berlin Wall, the entire thing as an excuse for a proxy war. And we had the Cold War play all throughout America. Anytime there was a divide or border, every single time there was proxy war after proxy war after proxy war until the nation started to make treaty pacts with the superpower that was backing them, right? What ends up happening here is if, let's say, for example, the Palestinians don't get a powerful backer, right, behind them, then America, if it's still on this whole Zionist regime bullshit and you have the two-state solution, will use that as a way of saying, okay, we're now going to conduct proxy wars with the new Palestinian state that we've already given, just go back to what we were just doing, right? Now let's say Palestine does get a major backer, right? Maybe the Middle East unites under them and decides to completely back them, or China does, or whoever, right? Well, guess what? It's just the USSR and America playing footsies all over again, right? And that was devastating. North Korea and South Korea, right, has been a proxy war between China and America for this long.
What do you think is going on right now?
Aflatun, Sam, you're giving me examples that don't apply to this one.
No,
I'll tell you why. Because Hamas charter says 67 borders, so we have to go based on what the Hamas wants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is Hamas? Palestinian, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So if the Palestinian, leadership, and Hamas is the leadership of Gaza, right? And the PA, do you know that why they funded Hamas is because PA would have turned it into the two-state solution deal. Because Mahmoud Abbas wanted two-state for a long time, and this is why they kept on funding Hamas. And this was, done on purpose by Netanyahu. So all I'm saying to you is, if the Palestinians, and they've written it on their charter, right? Hamas has it on their charter, 67 borders. So I think, I think that means that they would be peaceful if they were to do that, right? And I don't think they want one state right now, and it could turn to one state down the road, and these proxies, they will stop it because they're promising it according to the charter. You get my point?
And to add on to that, if I could just tag on to what Amir just said, like the state that's in right now is already a hotbed for proxy wars, right? When there's no sovereignty, when there hasn't been a state established for these people, there's no sovereignty. They don't have any economy, right? They're more vulnerable to external manipulation. People like Iran manipulating them, or whoever, whatever power, is going to you said there's going to be proxy wars. I assume it's the United States and Iran waging wars in that region, right? So that's what you're alluding to.
They would basically use the intelligence already with a divide with the border, and use that as a way to start having minor attacks
that's less likely to have. That's less likely to happen when you have two states that are sovereign and they actually their people are working towards the goal of developing their nation. It's less of a hotbed for these kinds of things to happen. You agree with that? At least it's more realistic because it's what the international community will support, is more likely to support.
So the problem here is that I don't understand the whole sovereign solution that you guys are talking about, right? You're making the assumption that Israel will be doing a proxy war on behalf of America. No, America's going to use the entire problem in and of itself. It doesn't matter about a sovereign nation. We'll use it as a way, as a contention for bombing out whoever opposes them, right? So that's my biggest fear out of everything here. And it doesn't matter if they're a sovereign nation or not. The reason why I advocate for an entire one state is because when you have, let's say, one sovereign state where it has all of these people together that are being governed equally and all that stuff, the reason why I point to this being the best becomes something where they can't commit crimes on each other as a sovereign state, right? Like, again, Americans can't kill Americans. They will be punished, they'll be jailed, all that stuff, whatever. This equal representation would make sure that everyone is respected in regards to who they are, what their identity is, and who can come back, so on and so forth. I want to eliminate the Zionism out of it, the Jewish supremacy out of this entire equation. That's my entire point with this whole one-state solution.
Why I think that's unrealistic is it's bringing a knife to a gunfight. Israel has nukes. I don't think a country with nukes is going to forfeit its statehood. I just don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, but they will have to financially. Look what happened to South Africa.
You mentioned the Samson option.
If you have
the Samson option.
So,
it's mutually assured destruction if you guys try to stop anything, and it's mutually assured destruction. Hey, if you try to take us out, we're gonna just blow everyone up. We're all gonna die. That's the Samson
it's not violence. It's not violence that's going to destroy them. Their economy. Okay, their tech, all of their tech people are leaving the country. 1,700 millionaires left the Zionist state this year alone. Okay, the war that they tried to fight with Iran cost them almost $1 billion a day. Okay, and also you said something about the bear, about the baby bear and the mama bear. Listen. During those 12 days, the United States used up all of the fucking air defense weapons they had. They went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE to beg them to give them air defense weapons to help protect the Zionist state. And the Arab states tell them, go fuck yourself. You started this shit, you finish it. So finally, Trump had to go when Iran bombed the air base, the United States military air base. That's when the guy from Qatar said, the mediator said, Trump was on the phone with me like within an hour, asking me to tell Iran, let's stop this thing.
If I may...
You don't have the money. Okay, listen, Patriot missiles. I think it's Patriot missiles. They only can make 100 in a year. And already, and then in those 12 days, America used over 30% of their stock. And just in those 12 days. So now the United States military has to sit back, and I'll land here. The United States military have to sit back and say, you know what, guys? We don't have enough shit to fight this shit, to fight these kind of wars. We just don't have enough stuff. I mean, if we could do it for like maybe 3 weeks or a month. After that, we're fucked. Okay.
So when you say like, oh, what nation would go ahead and dissolve and it becomes something when they have nukes or whatever, you have to remember the most recent thing we've had in human history that basically was almost as belligerent as Israel, and they had their own Samson option and everything, was the USSR, which broke into Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and all these other countries. And then you also had Yugoslavia. Well, whether they had nukes or not has been a kind of contention, but they still dissolved, right? And then you've had many other kind of like countries break up, especially in South Africa, but they just will give up their nukes. What's going on is that when you force a one state, when you take out the Jewish supremacy and everything, the reason why I think it's still realistic is a country can't nuke itself, right? A country can't, overwhelmingly or overbear the citizens that basically rebel against it. Especially, and America has pointed this out many times, especially if the people are backed by militias of other countries as well. So what I genuinely think is, if the UN actually grows a spine, and the European Union also grows a spine, and they march in and completely ousted the entire Zionist regime as a whole, rebuilt the entire, let's say, Israel and Palestine as a new country with new laws, new governing, all of that stuff. Their Samson option is basically gone out the window. The people can have a sovereign state completely together that would be recognized as whatever they wanted it to be, and there should be a equal rule for all of this.
Yeah, but Sam, if the Hamas charter says they're okay with 67 borders, I think then we shouldn't have a problem, right? We can have opinions as an outsider, right?
Yeah, so yeah, and I completely hear you on that. That's why I didn't fight you on the Hamas charter in and of itself. I was just saying, like, you know, if we do have these borders, this is my fear. This is what I think would be better. But again, if Hamas charter does go ahead and say this, and I genuinely hope, Amir, they prove me wrong, and that the two-state is actually the better solution out of the two of this, right? Then I would be happy.
Let me ask you this. Hang on. Let's say we do one state. Do you think that these Palestinians, right, these folks that have been genocided, have gotten raped multiple times, do you think that these people will actually, they want to live with the rapists? Because these Israelis, right, especially the IDF and all of these psychopaths, majority of them are served in the IDF. Do you think that they actually want to live with the psychopaths that have killed their, brothers, sisters, and kids? Nobody would want to live with a rapist, man. These people are rapists.
But to that, I would answer, if we're going to do even a one state, we should hold the same Nuremberg trials for the Israelis, right? So the idea that have done all this stuff or whatever, incarcerate them, put them in death, don't let them be around in society. They don't deserve to be around in society anymore, right? So I would never ask the Palestinian people or any innocent citizen to live or breathe the same air as these disgusting little monsters, right? They have to serve their time, they have to serve their crime that they've committed, no matter if they claim that they were ordered to or not. I don't give a shit. But yeah, that's my answer to that.
So if the Hamas, what's up, Brother Faz? Welcome. Brother Faz, we're talking about, the Hamas charter, right? I was saying, I think they could start with a two-state solution, because that's what the charter says, right? 67 borders. Now, everyone, we're coming from an outsider perspective. Some people, they believe in one state, some people believe in two state. But the issue is, how do you live with a rapist? These IDF and these Israelis, they have raped the Palestinians for over 50 years, right? How do you live with a rapist? You can't.
Tel Aviv trials.
And where are you going to kick them out? You can't kick these people out. A lot of these people were born inside Israel. It's like a second or third generation. And some of them, maybe we can kick 20% out, 25%. The 75%, what do you do with that crowd?
So, Amir.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that the people, I mean, if there was a two-state solution and then it moved towards taking into account the criminals, right? The people who are responsible for the rape, for the policies, and also the executioners of them that were in the IDF, just like they took people, to trial that were at the death camps, right? So, once this is done, then you have these other people, right? These Israelis who have this vicious type of mentality, but the Muslims have a certain resilience and a certain level of mercy that, the other people remaining would kind of like, as long as the Palestinians had, their sovereignty and, their property back and, had some power, right? Had human rights. I think that they would be forgiving and a certain type of example. They would even maybe feel bad for these misdemeaned, scum, that they've lost their minds, lost their humanity to such an extent. I mean, they wouldn't feel bad for them to a certain extent,
I don't know, man. It's just, it's going to take at least 2, 3, 4 lineages of Palestinians who, maybe try to slowly forget about all of this, or move on from what has happened to these folks. It might take 4 or 5 generations.
I don't know, because
it'll be written
the Vietnamese, okay, suffered very horrendously, and their population now, the majority of their population is under age 30. And these kids they're not even thinking about what happened in the 50s and 60s and early 70s. It's already out of their minds. And that's like what, one generation, if not two?
I was at a farm in the South. It was actually a watermelon farm, but one of the black guys that was there was talking to me and telling me that descendants of the slave owners and the descendants of the slaves of those slave owners, they have an annual barbecue where they actually all get together as friends every year and like have a barbecue. So, these aren't even, these are just like regular people. So, people have the ability to, do this type of thing. Like they actually do this. I was very shocked when he told me this, but they.
Yeah, you're talking about down in Makali?
I have a question.
Florida?
No, it wasn't Florida. No, it wasn't Florida. It wasn't Georgia either, I don't think. I think it was.
There ain't no watermelons there. Yeah, the only two watermelons are in Georgia.
Okay, I have a question about.
Yeah, another thing related to that. Like my family, we own farms down here in Florida and North Carolina, and we have there's a road. There's a big field in the back. In order to get to it, you have to go through my property's road, my family's property road, and the KKK. They use this road to go back there to have their rituals. And we allow them to use the road to go back there. They wave to us, we wave to them, we know who they are, they know who we are. And they have to ask us, black people, to use our road to go to that field to do their KKK shit.
Okay, quickly, I have a question about the Israel-Palestine two states that you guys are talking about. I keep on forgetting what the brother's name in Arabic is, so forgive me. Amir Aflatun. Thank you. But Amir Aflatun and Ami, I really want to hear your opinion on this. So, okay, let's say we were at the two-state solution, right? And I just started thinking about this as well. How do you guarantee in this two-state solution of two sovereign states that you kicked out the main root of the problem here, and that's the Jewish supremacy of the Zionist regime? Because if you allow the same people to exist in a capacity where, they still have this notion in their heads, they're going to rebuild it, right? So, yeah.
We set up two separate states where they're both sovereign, so it doesn't there is no supremacy over Palestinians.
So the thing is that
are governed by their own.
So the thing is that the Zionists, there's Lebanon that's a sovereign state, there's Syria there's a sovereign state, there's Egypt that's a sovereign state, but they don't care to go ahead and bomb the shit out of everyone, right? They don't care how many people they killed on quote unquote sovereign states, right? So again, now my contention is, let's say they exist in smaller pieces or whatever, but they're still doing the same shit. Then what is the answer to that? I want to get rid of the entire Zionist regime. I want there to be no more Jewish supremacy, Zionist regime, whatever they want to call themselves. Cancer. There should be a Tel Aviv trial, like the Nuremberg trials. There should be a Tel Aviv trial that holds all of these people into account and basically cut out the cancer that they are.
Yeah, I understand, but that requires international support, and that's not going to happen.
Maybe. Yeah. So again, great idea, Sam. But think of it as a startup or a company that you want to start. You have an idea. You have a perfect future that you want to arrive at 20 years from now, right? You cannot keep dreaming what you want to become 20 years from now because we are not omnipotent. I don't know what the word is. We are not God. We cannot dream and become reality, right?
Yeah, we're not.
So we need to come up. What is the word?
Omnipotent.
Yeah. Sorry, my second language is.
You're fine. You're fine.
So you need, what we do normally, we come with a step by step. Step by step, what need to be happen for that ideal reality that you have to come to be, become a reality. So for that to happen, the whole world need to change first, for example. But you also need to have the idea of the resistance alive throughout the whole world. You need that. You need the actual resistance, at least in the mind and in the media. The idea of Palestine needs to stay around. So that's the first step. The second step is UN and other countries. So you need to lay the steps. So even if we want to arrive at your ideal view of the world, which is still a little wishful thinking, by my worldview, but your worldview, of course, is seeing it achievable. Maybe is you're seeing it achievable. I don't anymore. I was seeing it until I was 3-ish, 940, and I saw shit in my life which I don't see that be able to happen because of the reality of the politics and how really shitty the situation is, and how Machiavellian or Orwellian the world is working without our knowledge. So that's my view. Your view is positive. You see light at the end of the tunnel. You have an idea.
I don't see light at the end of the tunnel.
Steps by steps.
If I may, I don't see
want to see.
No, I don't see that. I don't see that at all. So the way I'm answering is specifically how I see how we've dealt with Germany, the entire idea of cutting out the cancer that was the Nazis, right? But to do also that with the Zionists. I know it won't be easy. I know this would be a huge thing of contention. But what I'm trying to ensure in all of this is I don't want a new, I think I'll be blunt on this. I don't want any more Jewish gangs anymore. I don't want any more, terrorist gangs propping up from this. I don't want another Robert Maxwell. I don't want another Jeffrey Epstein. I don't want, these people who ran around doing all this bullshit for ethnic cleansing and campaign and having to revisit the same issue in the next 40, 50, 60 years, right? That's
what about all the puppet governments that have, all these tyrants that are only there for Israel's agenda?
In Palestine?
You're referring to like a new...
No, I see some view, but some view I think is like an American view that is like...
No, this is
also
an American view.
Yeah, it's sort of a Western perspective. It is, Sam. It's sort of a Western perspective. We understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
But it's a new world order.
No, but it's a new world order. You're misunderstanding.
Yeah, no. I know what you mean. Cut them out.
Yeah, I'm talking about cutting them out. But the reason why I'm speaking in the specific way I am is I'm speaking in terms of like a revised mini caliphate, right? Because in the caliphate, especially the Muslim caliphates and all that stuff, they had equal representations and they had a very good system of making sure that these stupid ass gangs never popped up in the first place, right? But they would still do proxy wars outside. That's just how countries are. But I'm talking about the internal structure.
The caliphate was run by Sharia law.
Yeah, it is. Right? It is. But the reason why I said it specifically the way it was is I was very particular about making it to where people who are non-Muslims, because the EU, the UN, whatever, they're non-Muslims, right? For them to come to the table to agree here. I'm basically trying to make it to where I can appease both sides and take two things or two constructs and make it one that makes more sense, allows for more equality and everything, but also make sure
you're trying to synthesize that, and that's fine. You're trying to synthesize, and that's fine. My issue is you're completely disregarding the Jewish with the Zionists. You can talk about the elimination of Zionist idea. that's fine. That's
right, and without the Jewish people doing it themselves, right? They have to have the willingness to yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
Right? They have to be willing to do it themselves.
So
yeah, but that's
to
why I
eliminate
specifically.
Zionist idea, you need to turn on your media against Zionist ideology, and then Zionist ideology will diminish. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do. You don't need to destroy them.
But that's the thing, though, right? That's why in my plan, I said I want a Jewish figurehead, specifically an Orthodox Jewish figurehead that has nothing and does not care for a Zionist regime. Basically, think of it like this, right? If you have,
I understand. I'm just trying to find the steps of achieving for you, because you want something. You need to tell me an actual, realistic thing that people can do to step by step achieve that.
It doesn't have to be, and why does it have to be a religious person? I don't understand that either, Sam. Why does it have to be a religious person?
The reason it has to be a religious person, religious Muslim, religious Christian, religious Jewish person, to represent these three faiths, is you're going to come into contention that this is a holy land for three separate Abrahamic religions, right? If one feels like they have been ostracized by any one of the other two, then it's going to huge another conflict. It's going to cause another problem, right?
Yeah, but you're not getting the point. Hang on. Only Jerusalem is the Holy Land. The rest of it, there's nowhere near holy. I mean, look at Israel, what they're doing now.
And the majority of these people are atheists.
Well,
Not majority, but a good amount of them are atheists anyway. So there's no religion in them.
All I'm saying is, I think the Palestinians can keep it under control, right? The proxy, if they're going to happen, it's going to happen. I mean, look at America. America pops up proxies all the time, man. They freaking fund proxy. They shoot things into other countries on purpose, to start shit up. So it's a normal thing with America, and we don't know the future holds, right? But at this current moment, when you look at the charter, I mean, that's what it says, 60-some border, and these are Palestinians, We're not saying any of this, because these people, the Palestinians, they want peace, right? Why do you think Hamas would put that 60-some borders on there?
I thought
they put it on the charter for a reason, right?
Yeah, I thought it was
because it's reasonable, because it's something that they see that they could see like in the
realistic. They have to be realistic. Yeah, they have to be realistic.
Yeah, but that's what people said when they went ahead and made the East and West Berlin, right? Like, oh, this is reasonable, all that stuff.
No, but people say whatever, but we have to support the people, right, Sam? So if the people that are living on that land, and they're saying that 60-some borders is the way to go. Even how it started, I think even according to the UN, 60-some borders is the way to go for right now. And they could do land swaps or right of return or something. Then I think we might have a deal like West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem to be part of it.
Okay, but they better put it. Yeah, but they better put it in position. They put in things that takes care of any Jewish gangs or militias, any gangs that could.
No. You know what I want to see, Sam, at the border? I want to see UN peacekeepers.
Yeah, same here. But what I'm still worried is the fact that, again, you and I, Amir, we know the history of this. We remember how the British and the Europeans went ahead and said, "Oh, we're going to keep the peace. We're going to keep the peace." And what did they allow? The Nakba, right? What did they completely construct out of that? And I'm very, very adamant about the fact that I do not want to see a repeat of this same bullshit, trusting the UN and the EU of saying like, oh, we're not going to allow this to happen, but then they allow it to happen, right? I'm trying to stop another Robert Maxwell and another, was it Epstein, because of the fact that, again, they were able to smuggle these weapons in to completely genocide and ethnic cleanse the Palestinian people. That's the worry there, and they're not addressing that worry. And I get the people want something, right? I'm not denying that, right? But if you don't have things in place to stop what it started this entire bullshit to begin with, then we're just redoing everything from the start.
That's the thing, so there's a lot. I think it comes down to having support of the international community. You mentioned the Berlin Wall being torn down. You mentioned the Nuremberg trials.
like the Nuremberg trials, they were established by the International Military Tribunal. That's like you need international support. You need like the consensus of the international community, like all the nations around you, all the like supporting nations, the United Nations, right? So a two-state solution, like having UN soldiers at the border, I like that idea. But like even this like Zio like Nuremberg trial thing, I don't think that's feasible. I don't think like right now like the United Nations are they're bringing up trials, they're bringing up like junctions, and they're just getting tossed out because like it's not supported by the United States. So, like if it doesn't, like if the United States can't back it, if there's a two-state solution, it has to be backed by the United States. The United States has to be enforced by the international community.
None of this is feasible.
Everybody is learning.
That's not true. I don't think that's true.
Everyone is learning from this process. Everyone sees that we're going into a new world order, and that the West is trying its best to stop from drowning. And you say that you need the United States. No, the most important thing is for the United States to be out of everything. Everything that you can, you push them out of it. Get them away from every idea. And the United Nations should be a whole new United Nations. Pick it up, move it somewhere else. I don't know, put it in, I don't know where, maybe, I don't know, fucking New Delhi or some shit. I don't know, Brazil or something. Because the new world order does not involve the United States. And that's what Trump is fighting for, because he knows they're drowning. He knows it's over. He knows that China, Russia, all these other countries are now going to be basically the quote-unquote rulers of the world.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, they're not going down without a bang.
That's
exactly.
For sure.
That's what what's his name? Bob Marley said in his song, Natural Mystic. He says, don't ask me why, but more people are going to have to die.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But it's the new world order. This is it. That's why somebody like Trump and Netanyahu are there today. This is everybody has to accept why things are happening the way they are. Fucking Canada. I'm telling you, man. You should have heard me how bad I was against Canada 5 months ago. It says you put all of your eggs in one basket. You put all of your trust in one country, America, for your survival. But today, they totally fucking have started to diversify in a respect that they can just tell America today, go fuck yourself. We don't need you. That's what you're supposed to do. China only does 5% of their export business to America. China don't need fucking America. America, yeah, well, we got China. Dude, they only send 5% of their fucking exports to your country. Fuck that.
More with China, Chinese manufacturers have started accepting all the other currency than dollars at the moment. Even our own personal experience is that we do order aluminium and stainless steel from China. And the last time they asked for yen rather than dollars or rubles. We paid in yen. So I think it's the beginning of the end of the US.
Yep, the dollar, man, is fucking driving me crazy. I'm over here in Asia, and it's only a couple of dollars difference here or there. But, I mean, just before Trump came into office, the dollar was like fucking king, man. I tap my credit card and I look at my bill. I say, damn, man, I bought a meal for 4 people with everything on it and I only spent like $15 US. I mean, it's crazy, but now it's like $20 US. Pretty soon it'll be 30 fucking dollars. I mean, the dollar is gone. The dollar has fallen the most it has ever fallen since 1973. It's fucking over, man.
Just to bring it back on topic about Gaza and Israel, I'm a little worried about the UN meeting especially in New York. That's going to happen, well, in like a day or two. Or no, it should be happening right now, right?
Yeah, they're there now. Yeah, America and the Zionists are the only ones who chose not to attend. 100 and something countries are there, and America and the Zionists are not there. Yeah, it's happening
Yeah,
right now.
which is one of my biggest worries, because if forget Zionists, I'm thinking of that much sense, but America not being at the table is a huge problem right now, because okay, I think it was Malta. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, but if I'm remembering, it's Malta, Belgium, Spain, and France, I believe, that are going to recognize the Palestinian state. Kind of. I think Ireland has one down there, and I think there may be one or two more countries in the beginning here, but they recognize the state. Okay, that's great. That's fine. But now I genuinely think that the Americans or the Israelis, especially Trump, is going to try and leverage his relationship with certain UN officials to cause a wrench to go into this entire mix. And I'm also kind of worried about Yair Lapid from Israel when it comes to this kind of talks going on, and they're trying to look for a quote-unquote rational Israeli, because if you notice, Ben Gvir and Stonebridge have upped their bullshit about a full annexation of Gaza and the West Bank. And if, as they're spouting this nonsense, they're making Yair Lapid look more like a reasonable party there in Israel. So there are things that are going on that I'm noticing are getting increasingly concerning, and I don't know what to make of it coming in the future. Well, what are your guys' thoughts?
To be honest, I think it's up to the people in that country. They have to make a decision amongst themselves. Because you're fucked.
Are you talking about Israel?
Yeah. The Pete's people, yeah. I mean, the whole country. They have to, like now, at first, you saw the people protesting because they're hostages. And I remember a lot of people commenting, how come not one of them is saying anything about Gaza? Now they're holding up pictures of starving kids. They're holding fake sacks of flour in the meeting in these protests, and they have signs "Stop the Genocide." This is their people. Now, if you get people to start thinking like this, more and more of them start realizing where their country is and what position that this government has put them in, and they want to get rid of that government. And then they get somebody, I don't know if it's going to be Lapid, it could be somebody we don't even know who's in the works somewhere. All of a sudden he comes in, or she, could be a she, comes into power, and then they say, listen, for us to get along with people, this is what we have to do. Otherwise, we will not be a country anymore. That's the position they're in today. It's not like 20 years ago, well, if we don't do something, who the fuck cares, man? We rule everybody. We have the bombs and the planes and today it's like they have to realize there's a possibility that you can lose your country if you don't do the right thing. And then maybe, I don't know, hopefully, like I said, but they have to be the ones. I mean, we could try. You can't force something on people. We should get in there with guns and say, okay, no more, just like they want to do at Hamas, no more Hamas. We say, okay, no more Zionists. You can't do that. They have to be willing to say, okay, Zionism could be a party, just like socialism or communism, and they can vote, but they can't run the whole fucking country and like they did with Netanyahu and run us into the ground again. But it's up to them.
No, I understand it's up to them. My problem is the fact that the people they might elect just to go ahead and seem reasonable are going to be even worse. Like, my main criticism and contention with him is the fact that, like, though he hates Netanyahu and, says that he is against, like, what Netanyahu is doing foreign policy-wise, he has basically even though he says he's a centrist, he's also someone who has tendencies and inclinations for libertarianism, which is concerning to say the least. He also has a lot of ties with European members, upper middle class members that have been, which makes him one of the Israelis that have a lot of prominent European connections, right? Let's say this guy gets into power. Yeah, sure, he'd technically be better than Netanyahu, but he's going to force a kind of like a aggression in Israel to completely rise up and boil over, and that will be directed towards the Palestinians. He doesn't care. And if people fall for that, that's problematic to say the least. If the UN starts saying like, hey, we need to back a person like Yair Lapid to get Netanyahu out of office, right? Okay, what's the UN's next step for it? This isn't just an Israeli issue anymore. It becomes more of the Middle Eastern issue. If Yair Lapid just kind of forces the IDF or the IOF to indoctrinate more soldiers by force and carry out his libertarianism like ideals and views.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then they also need to find someone to replace Abbas with the PLO. You see, I mean, you're gonna start getting there. You start changing these governments.
Yeah, but Abbas is not respected in the slightest, right? Like, I think a lot of Palestinians would love to kick the shit out of him and get him out of the country itself.
Yeah, but again, it has to be down to the people. You see, that's all I'm saying. If you're going to try to put in Lapid, then you're going to find somebody to put in for Abbas, because then you're going to have on the other side, there's still going to be problems.
No, I get the whole Abbas thing, but I'm trying to say, like, for specifically, like, this guy, like Yair Lapid, right? He is someone that has a lot of European ties and connections. The last time an Israeli had a quote-unquote a lot of ties to European connections or whatever to get their way and seemed more reasonable and more reasonable and progressive or whatever, was the same thing we said about Sharon. How did Sharon turn out, right? We said the same thing about, I'm forgetting the other prime minister, but we said the same thing about that guy, and what did he do? He made it worse for the Palestinians. So I think Yair Lapid he's basically recooking that entire argument, saying I would be better, I could do everything better, and still direct more forces and more motion towards the Palestinians, and say it's for peace, and people are gonna eat that shit up, saying, yeah, of course, it's Yair Lapid, the guy who's centrist but has libertarian views, which is bullshit.
But if they stick to their routine, it's not going to come out good for them. They should realize that by now. I mean, like I said, you have over 18,000, according to them, it's a lot more than that. I'm sure it's probably double the amount of wounded soldiers. Most of them physically.
What team?
Huh?
What team?
I didn't understand what you said.
No, you said they had a certain team. What team did they have?
I didn't say team. I said 18. I said 18. 18,000. 18, 17, 18, 19. 18,000 they claim of wounded soldiers. There's a lot more than that. There's like 40,000, 50,000 wounded soldiers. Because they've already, Haaretz didn't believe their numbers, and they went to every hospital in the country to count how many wounded soldiers, and it came out to a lot more than 18,000. So they have all of that. They have all these soldiers that can't go back to fight anymore. They can't go back to work. They don't want to go back to work anymore. They're claiming PTSD. You know, you have a lot of failure within your country, so you have to address your country's needs. Not just, well, I'm going to take over, and then, you know, if we have to, we'll invade again, and I'm Lapid, but if I want to, no, you're going to have to stop fighting these wars. And again, all these missiles for air defense, you know, like they lost, you know, they almost lost the entire supply. They were down to like, into like being discriminatory as to which missiles to let through. because they just didn't have enough defense. So they know they can't defend themselves physically. They thought maybe just a year ago that nobody's ever going to touch this. That's why it's called an iron dome. It should be called the Dome of God or whatever, because nobody can ever touch us. Now they know they can be touched.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So then whoever comes into power, you're an idiot. How the fuck can you be some leader of a country if you don't realize that all these things have happened to you, and they can get a lot worse a lot faster?
Yeah.
So then you have to go down a different path.
Yeah.
I believe. I mean, that would be the intelligent thing to do, but these people haven't done anything intelligent yet.
Yeah. No, I get it. They lost their head with the biggest person that really propped up, say everything Israel stood for. So, yeah. I'm already there.
Who's that?
It's on right there. I don't think he is.
I'm
Amir?
here. I'm here.
What? You're here? Okay. And this is also a question for you, 2-0. But you saw the whole thing about Bit Taslim going ahead and calling it the Our Genocide documents, right?
Yep.
I didn't hear him. What did he say? I didn't hear you.
The Our Genocide report documents that Bit Taslim just came out with. I'm gonna be.
I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good sign, right?
No,
Yeah,
it isn't.
B'Tselem and the physicians, right? The two groups.
Yeah,
But so B'Tselem, some of the Zionists, they don't take it. I think I spoke to, what was it? I forgot which one was it. They said the B'Tselem is like a pro-Palestine or something. B'Tselem is like, I think, run by some Arabs and some Jews.
Yeah, it is. But here's the problem. Okay, so I personally know what's going to happen next year. And I can speak to a lot more validity, but I can't go into detail because it is Clubhouse. But there are certain companies that deal with Mossad in a very direct manner. And when they do, they refer to whatever operations they're doing with Mossad, specifically one company, they refer to it as the condo. Now, this condo has been collecting data information that specifically was revolved around Bit Taslim, right? And a couple of other things. This is something me and my friends have noticed, especially in Israel. And one thing we've also noticed is a very increasing hostile attitude coming out of Mossad, directed towards Americans and Arabs. Now, this is only speculation what I'm about to say here, but a lot of the evidence is pointing, from my work especially, especially towards a couple of things that I think we will have in the future now. The condo is going to find a way to basically seize all information, to use the Bouncer AI to classify people as, let's say, terrorists, quote unquote. And what they want to do is they want to make a bunch of, blackmail listing and filings to especially a lot of Americans and Arabs, especially those who work at Bit Taslim, over this entire report and a couple of other things that have happened. How bad this is going to get, I have no idea. But they have ramped up completely, and it's going to get real bad real fast.
Yeah, but everyone's been doing that. Friggin' Epstein gave a bunch of shit to Mossad.
No, the condo is worse.
Mossad has a lot of shit on a lot of people.
No, the condo is worse. The condo is worse because we're not talking about one person doing anything anymore, right? We're talking about a specific Mossad branch that uses a lot of companies as like think of Mossad as like the human that has a leash on multiple dogs.
Yeah, I mean, we know. I mean, the lady Albrisa, what's her name? Francine Albarisi from the UN. She listed a lot of the companies that are working with them. Meta, Alphabet, Palantir, Palantir. All of these people are working with them. We know about. But
you're not getting zero.
No, but it's a question of if somebody came to me and says, listen, you know, I have some. What the fuck you got on? You don't have nothing on you. Get the fuck out.
No, the problem is
I have blackmail information on you. Man, get the fuck out of here. Who are you gonna tell? Who are you gonna tell?
Okay, Zero. The condo doesn't work like the way you're thinking. The condo is very specific in a lot of government espionage, and it's also very good at, I would say, destabilizing how countries look at their citizens, right? When the condo does something specific like that, they're looking for destabilization for a very specific demographic or group of people. So whenever you see like random countries in the past, 3-4 decades that have randomly collapsed because their people went against them or something like that, right? The condo was behind a lot of that. So the condo
they can't get to Xi Jinping. They can't get to Putin. They can't get to Kim Jong-un. They can't get to those people.
Zero. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about.
Well, that's the people that matter. That's the people that matter. That's the people that's going to end their civilization.
Zero, hear me out. Zero, hear me out. That's not what the focus of the matter is. The focus of the matter is Americans and people who work at Bethesda, especially after the genocide report came out. So I don't know how bad that's going to get, but America's about to go through a shit show if I feel like Honda's going to do what they're going to do.
Everyone looks at technology like it's some fucking monster. It ain't shit. It's just like anything else, man. It ain't shit, man. Technology ain't shit. It's just like anything. Like I said, you ain't gonna get to Xi Jinping. You're not gonna get to Putin. You're not gonna get to. That's your fuck. You ain't gonna get to the fucking Iran. You're not gonna get through to Pakistan. You ain't gonna get through to these people. There's nothing that your technology can do that's gonna stop these people. That's what you need to worry about. How are you gonna stop these people? You can't. You go, well, I got technology. I could do AI. I could do a false thing and it shows Netanyahu having sex with a donkey, and people will believe it. Oh, get the fuck out of here. You know, nobody wants to hear that shit. It's the reality on the ground. I mean, all this technology shit. Bullshit. I think that's my personal opinion, Sam. You know, I mean, what you're saying is fine on your side, but this is what I have to say.
No, I get it.
It's like everybody's sleeping, man. Wednesday's sleeping, General is sleeping. General, are you there?
I'm here, I'm not sleeping.
Assalamu alaikum. Wake up. Good morning.
Assalamu alaikum.
I was listening, I was just reading that when all you people were speculating on the shooter, and I was saying, no, it's not. People need to wait for facts to come out. They were all like, oh, he's got a Free Palestine shirt on. The fucking cunt killed a Muslim police officer, and he's not a Muslim.
Wait, what is the shooting that happened in New York?
In New York.
Yeah, the guy was Bangladesh. He's from Bangladesh.
The police officer?
Yeah, from Bangladesh.
His name is something Islam, I believe.
Yeah.
And they literally behind him was warming his mouth. Honestly, they were wishing that was, oh, it's a Free Palestine supporter. Fuck off.
Yeah, but in the meantime, some white guy went to Walmart a couple days ago and stabbed 11 people.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting is I was reading the article, you know? And it goes, oh, he's got mental health issues. So I fucking knew it.
It is true. And that was actually something I was going to point out, because if you look at it, I think the shooter's name was like Tamura.
Yeah, right? Tamura, something Tamura.
Devin Tamara. It's called Tamara.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, people with the name Tamara are like white people that come from a specific part of like Africa or Europe, if I'm not mistaken. But the thing is that the way they're chalking this all up to mental illness or whatever is for both the cases is crazy to me. Because they're really playing into everyone's hand now. He's terrorist only if he's brown, but he's was a mental illness if he's white.
Yeah.
Like, come on,
Yeah,
man.
the 9/11 pilots had mental health issues.
I know you're right, Zero. I think that when the Twin Towers collapsed, they were also going through like a therapy at that
Yeah,
time.
They didn't take their meds that day, you know.
Exactly.
My meds. Yeah.
How could the Twin Towers not take their meds that day? That's crazy. Why would they do that? Freaking America and their, I would say, mental health issues.
Yeah, but see, you know, this kind of intentional policy of it's not even misinformation. It's kind of deception. It's like a conniving deception, where you're essentially, if someone's brown, you automatically, the media jumps on terrorism. But if it's white, they hold off on the word. They really hold off, and then they'll start going down the mental health route. It's a short-term win for them, because all these idiots around the world will jump on it. Their brains are not kind of wired to critically analyze information.
Are you talking about iPhone
They'll jump on the
users?
information and start
iPhone
shouting.
iPhone users.
No, not iPhone users.
Yeah, the iPhone people, yeah, right.
He's looking at iPhone users. He's talking about iPhone
Zionists.
Yeah, iPhone is Zionist, anti-Semitic.
General, I don't mind being calling. Look, I don't mind being called anything, Zionist, whatever. Try to be careful with the Palestinians. Some of them are very, very sensitive.
I couldn't really give a shit.
That one that opened the room, remember, long time ago.
Yeah, but listen, I say it in a joking way. If they take offense to that, they can sue me. They can make as many new rooms as they want, whatever they want.
There's one idiot that's a Palestinian, right? I told him, why are you interrupting me like a Zionist, right? I didn't even call him a Zionist. And then he goes, you're going to have to remove me down. I move him down because I was engaging with another with some Zionists. And then he leaves and opens a room on my name. And that was like the first room, and then he opened like 20 or 30 more rooms on my name.
Yeah, but if they don't understand the tone I'm talking in.
No, I was just asking about the unhinged posse, dude. I didn't.
Sam, I've been through a lot of drama, brother. A lot of drama on this app. They hate my guts. In the religious Dava room, they hate my fucking guts. Because I curse them out. I call them mental retard on their face in the Dava room as well. I'm like, you're a mental retard. You know, get your facts straight instead of bullshitting. And they hate my guts. I'm very transparent when it comes down, and I have a disease called calling out disease. I call out all these Dawa boys and anybody that, you know, acts like, oh, I can give Dawa, I'm the best of the best, and then I call them out, and then they get butthurt.
Yeah.
And some of them are crazy pedos, man. Fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very honest. If anyone's like opening a room for drama or whatever, immediately I've lost a lot of respect for the person involved with that. Because you don't backbite people, the people that are like.
It shows a lot about their character.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey, how do you say your name, brother?
Aham.
Aham, how you doing today?
Well, I'm doing great today. I just wanted to say something about that.
Do you support Israel?
I don't support both of them. I'm from Iraq. I don't support both of them.
Are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Then why would you not support the Palestinians?
Because the ones who started it weren't Palestinians. I think we all.
The one that started, it did not start 7th of October. You just like a Zionist. It did not start 7th of October. Do you know 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinians? Go look at the amount of kids that they killed.
Can I continue? Okay.
Continue, but I need to correct your narrative because you're coming up with a Zionist narrative and you claim to be a Muslim.
Well, let's hear him first. Let's hear him.
Sure, go.
I hate Israel.
Yeah, they did a lot of fucked up things like killing kids. I know that, and I'm aware of that. But don't you think that Iran was the problem?
Where did Iran come from?
What the? No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I think that the Polynesian islands are the problem.
Yeah, but listen, I think Iran definitely
Tahiti is the problem. Tahiti.
Look, let me continue.
Go on.
So, you got from the north, Hezbollah. You got from the south, it's Hamas, right? Hamas is with Hezbollah, right?
Bro, they don't like each other. What are you on about, man? SubhanAllah.
What do you mean? I know there's Hamas.
Hezbollah is a Shia. Hold on. Hezbollah is Shia. It was created to fight off the Israelis in 1982. Go look up the facts. Hamas was, Hamas was literally funded by Netanyahu to fight off the freaking, use that money for military wing, even though Netanyahu was warned a couple times to not give them, money, whatever. And Hamas is fighting for their own people, for the right. To liberate their nation.
I don't think they're liberating.
I don't know, brother. Where do you get your facts? Are you in the UK?
Look, what I'm saying is they did a mistake.
Are you in the UK? Are you in the UK?
I mean, you know what's interesting, brother? Is
let me answer that.
Aflatun, brother, Aflatun, hang on. We need to get some more answers from Iham. Yes, General.
So what's ironic is this brother is Iraqi, and from what the Iraqi people have gone through and what they did over the decades of occupation by Western powers, they fought back. So are you saying that you shouldn't fight back and you shouldn't technically start something, you should just bend over and take it?
Not bend over and take it. The problem is all of our attacks as Iraqis were literally so to say that bullshit, because let's say in which year was it? I think it was in the 90s. The 39 ballistic missiles that we launched.
The Scud missiles, yes.
Yeah, they were all empty-headed missiles, and they went in a desert. I don't know. They dropped into a desert, and
brother, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the invasion in 2000 and. Was it 1 or 3?
Oh, the American invasion.
That was the occupation, yes. So why did the Iraqi people fight back against its occupiers?
Because they were brainwashed, to be honest. Because
what?
Actually, yeah. Look.
So what should they have done instead?
I don't know. Like what I see. For me, I think that they should be with the Americans, because Saddam, actually one of my uncles was not beheaded. What do you call it? Okay, was killed by
Saddam.
Yeah, by Saddam.
Okay.
Because he didn't vote for Saddam.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. He obviously Saddam was no angel. I completely concede that point. The issue I have is, see, when Iraq was invaded, do you really think the Americans were there for Iraqi interests or American interests?
Of course, American interests.
Yeah, so look where Iraq is now.
It's gone through shit. I'm living in a 50-degree Celsius. Yeah, I'm living in a 50-degree Celsius furnace. There is no electricity, not much electricity to open the AC. So we need to use a generator, literally a neighborhood generator.
Brother, you have a different kind of accent. Are you European as well?
What? No.
You're just Iraqi?
Yeah, I'm just Iraqi.
So where do you live right now? Do you live in Iraq?
Yeah, I live in Baghdad.
Okay. How sure are you? Would you say, Wallah, you're in Iraq right now and you live in Iraq?
Wallah, I live in Baghdad.
Okay.
The Karkh side.
Okay, my question to you, did the U.S. destroy Iraq?
Well,
million people died. Remember this.
Yeah, just a yes or no question. Did the U.S. destroy Iraq?
well, yeah, they did.
Okay. Did they use Mossad's intelligence to destroy Iraq?
No, they used the SAS and the.
If I provide you data, then they use Mossad intelligence.
Mossad was an influence, yes.
Mossad did use the intelligence, and Netanyahu was vouching for it, so we should go to war with Saddam Hussein. If you want that clip, there's a clip online. Just ask Twitter or Google Baba, you'll come across a clip. So my question to you, Aham, is who's the party that's responsible? America. The second party, Israel. Third party, when you look at Hamas is resistant fighters for their own people. According to the international law, they have the right to resist. Hezbollah, in their own country, Lebanon, they have the right to resist. In 1982, these mofos, the Zionist entity, they took over Lebanon. They took over part of the Lebanon. And Lebanese military is not capable of handling anything. It's just very like soldiers. It's like they're not even prepared. They don't even have the right weaponry. Their whole weaponry is like freaking old. The inflation inside the country is crazy. And Hezbollah was able to get rid of them because it's a fucking disease. They like to steal the land. So my question again to you: why would Hamas work with Hezbollah is a Shia group? Hamas is a Sunni group. Okay.
I know.
Why would they work together?
Well, Hezbollah, it's a propaganda. They have that propaganda of speaking with religion. They do that just to bigger their occupation. So
I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about what does Hezbollah has to do with Hamas?
Yeah.
What is Hamas? Okay, what was Hamas' objective for doing 7th of October?
Liberating, killing as much Israelis as they want. I don't know.
No, they didn't kill. They wanted to go look at the objective, man. I think, brother, you're either I don't know. You're confused as hell. Their objective was to go grab IDF soldiers. They weren't even aware of the party. The rave party. They wanted to go in there, grab IDF soldiers so they can exchange them for their own people. Because their own people are locked up inside Israeli prison without due process. It's called administrative detention. That was their objective. So when you know the objective, then why are you coming here and lying? Why did you lie?
Okay, then.
Why do you lie? I don't get it. Are you working for the Zionists? Are you working for Mossad?
I'm not lying.
If you are working for Mossad, let me know in advance.
I just wanted to ask a question to that.
What is your question?
Why did they kill them?
Who killed who?
The whole fucking party. They killed all the.
Okay. Did you hear the Yoav Galan testimony? Did you hear the testimony from the defense minister of Israel?
Which one?
Okay, the testimony came out. This was about a few months ago. He said Hannibal Directive was applied. Do you know what a definition of Hannibal Directive is?
Can you explain that to me?
Okay, Hannibal Directive means kill Hamas and their own people. Don't let them, take any people. And it was applied according to Yoav Galant. He's a defense minister. He was a defense minister. And he said, yes, we did apply Hannibal Directive. There was a Apache helicopter in the area, and he got connected with the people on the floor on WhatsApp. And he started shooting at anything that moved. We had Shlomi in here in my room. Shlomi was a hostage under Hamas. And I actually had, let me see. Yeah, he's not here right now. He was in here. I went back and forth to Q&A with Shlomi. It was about 2 hours long, right? We went back and forth Q&A. And you know what he said? I asked him this question. I said, did you see Apache helicopter shooting bullets? He said, yes. I have another witness from Israeli side. It's a lady, old lady. She said yes, she saw the Israeli Apache helicopter was shooting bullets. A lot of the people that was at the party, they walked over to their car to grab their weapon because they have an open carry law for the Israeli Jewish community, not for the Israeli Arab, for the Israeli Jewish community. Because a lot of these people they serve in the military, so they're given a free pass. They even take weapons to the universities. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, so my question again to you, if you know all of these facts, right, did you know about Hannibal Directive?
The Hannibal, sorry, well,
Directive.
I just was
Hannibal
mistaken I've just mistaken my, how did you say?
Your views? Maybe you made a mistake?
Yeah, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. And I didn't know about
It's okay,
that.
brother. It's okay. It's okay. And look, Hannibal Directive, and on the 7th of October, they said it was 1395 people. Okay, 1395 were killed. Okay, and then we get about 3 days later they go down to 1195. Out of the 1195, 695 were civilians. 500 of them were IDF soldiers. Okay, and the Hannibal Directive was applied. There was a lot of attacks, a lot of killings, and we even have testimony from some of the people that were running away from IDF shooting at anything that moves. Some of the Hamas even saved some of these people, from getting killed. So we have that testimony as well. And apparently Netanyahu, prior to 7th of October, he received a whole bunch of warnings. And he was, Shin Bet Chief told Netanyahu we should take out Yahya Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar is a leader of Hamas. And what does Netanyahu do? He goes, nope, we're not going to take him out. On the 7th of October, so there was 3 or 4 ladies. They were watching the monitors, the IDF, female IDF soldiers. They were watching the monitors. There was a lot of activities that was going on the Gaza side. Right, a lot of SIM cards got activated on Gaza side, and they reported back to the commander of IDF. Commander of IDF reported to the National Security (NSC), National Security Council of Security of Israel, and they reported directly to Netanyahu's secretary. Netanyahu's secretary changed the time of the fucking call, and this is why he got interrogated by the local cops when they found out. And apparently Netanyahu knew about this, and it took them 5 to 6 hours to freaking respond. Isn't that crazy? Why would you have a perfect military? Freaking, even if a roach walks through the border, they know it right away because they have motion sensors and everything. How were they allowed to be in there? You see, and Yahya Sinwar, they kept him in jail, right, before. He had a brain tumor or whatever. They did a surgery on him. Then they let him out. They funded him $15 million, up to $1.4 billion total, right, according to the testimonies. And it was in cash. And then they let, and then, prior to 7th October, did not want to kill him. And it makes you, if you connect all these dots, it makes you want to believe that Netanyahu was behind this attack. You see what I'm saying? So, brother, maybe get your facts straight. Look up Hannibal Directive. What happened on 7th of October? I'll see if I can find you an article from 7th of October, what took place, and hopefully you'll learn something new.
Well, actually, thanks for these things that you've told me, especially that one with the Hamas leader.
Yeah, no problem, brother, no problem. All I'm saying is, brother, they want to liberate. They're tired of the occupation.
Yeah, they just want to.
They want to live.
That's basically that's basically what do you call it? Sorry, my English is not that good. So yeah, that's why I'm mistaking a lot of words. So they needed something that gives them land. So they made an attack, as in Hamas, and then they started taking it, right? They made it up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They made it up. Anybody else want to speak? Stace, did you want to say something? Are you smoking?
Yeah.
What are you smoking? Shisha?
No, cigarettes, normal cigarettes.
Oh my god. Cigarettes. It's a killer, man. You gotta drop it. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I know that. I know that pretty well.
Anyway, so that's where we're at right now, man.
Yeah.
Let's see.
General, are you there?
I'm here, yes, go ahead.
Okay.
I smoke cigarettes too.
So about it, you know how we were basically saying like, oh, once you find out it's a white dude, they immediately say,
mental
like,
health.
Yeah, mental health. Rumors came out like an hour ago saying that the mental illness for the guy that shot up like in New York or whatever, he had an extensive background in mental illness and had a delusional trip all the way to New York for no reason whatsoever.
Of course.
God, you know the best part? As I was reading the articles, they didn't say that he also had a delusion to like load the gun or like start firing at people. Just he had an extensive thing all the way back in like Las Vegas, and then he had a delusional trip up to New York. It's just so stupid at this point.
Yeah, they start covering for it. They start making excuses. The media and its supporters will start making excuses for the murder of, was it 5 people?
Yeah, 5 people.
Yeah, 5 people. One of them, of which was a police officer, New York City police officer, I believe.
Yeah.
So they start making excuses. I mean, when I was listening to the conversation, that's why I left, because they were all foaming at the mouth. They were just spreading misinformation that says, oh, I've got this article, this, and then Noble was all, oh, it's a pro-Palestinian with a shirt, and Bibi was foaming at the mouth, saying pro-Palestine. I was like, these people are not very intelligent.
Of course, Al Normal is not very intelligent. You know, Al Normal told me that Hamas was a jihadi group.
Yeah. So look, this is where they have a problem with you know Edward, right? That comes in here.
Yeah.
So apparently they think that Edward changed his position, right? Al Normal said it, Caliph said it, and they think that I am bad influence on Edward. And I am the one that changed his mind. So I don't know, man. It makes me sad that they calling me terrorist, but I'm not. I'm nowhere near terrorist.
Who's calling you that?
Al Normal.
Al Normal and over.
Al Normal is. Please. You know the vote that I guess it's called the Freedom Platoon.
Yeah, what about it?
The founder, Chris.
When did you wake up and say, good morning?
Good morning. The founder, Chris Smalls, was beat up really, really bad. The only one who got captured got beat up really, really bad. And they won't give him back. Everyone else.
Israel has kidnapped someone. We should go ahead and invade Israel now.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's an American citizen. This is a black American.
Okay.
America will do
has
nothing.
to invade Israel.
Yeah, but America will do fuck all.
Yeah. The moment she mentioned it was black, America's like, oh, never mind.
No, the moment Israel does something to America, America is no longer interested in the American people.
No, I know, but like, the joke I was trying to say was the fact that...
And then on top of that, she's black, or he's black.
Yeah. The only value America has for life is like, as long as they're white, there's value. The moment they're black, never mind.
They said when his lawyers went to go see Chris Smalls, he was surrounded by 6 IDF soldiers. I get that.
ask you another question?
Go ahead.
So, okay, there's a lot of people that wants to stop the war and liberate Palestine, but how is the world gonna do that?
By destroying Israel.
And how they will destroy Israel if everyone is with Israel? I mean, Egypt.
You know how we dealt with Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Now do that times 10 on Tel Aviv.
I know, but as governments, they are all with Israel, right?
Yeah.
Like.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna write a very strongly worded letter to Donald Trump to drop 50 nukes on Netanyahu, Tel Aviv.
No, let's be real. I'm talking.
Okay, let's be real. I mean, but like, look, with regards to your question, I think there would have been many people that asked the same question when people were subjected to South African apartheid and very similar scenarios like the French occupation of Algeria and so on. People could not see a way out of the occupation, or people could not see a way out of the apartheid, the brutality of the apartheid, and the segregation of the apartheid with regards to the black people and white people in South Africa. Where is apartheid now? In South Africa, in the dustbin. Where's the French occupation of Algeria? It took decades, but they finally got there. They sacrificed, the Algerian people and its allies sacrificed thousands of people to liberate their land. Now, I'm not saying they have to sacrifice, but sacrifices, whether you're with people or with, words or academia, have to be made. Because you don't get something. Look at the Iraqi people. Look at Afghanistan. It's not this concept of freeing your land from occupation and brutality is nothing new. We look at our histories, brother, in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, and we see sacrifices being made to liberate their land. People have a right. If you belong to that land, you have a right to prevent it from falling into foreign hands. Right? So with regards to for example, Israeli occupation, if you look at how the world is reacting to Israeli occupation, more so now than it did 2 years ago, it's a rogue state. No one wants to do anything with the Israelis anymore. The governments, they may still have government support, but that's exactly like South African apartheid. Up until 2008 or 9, most Western governments recognized Nelson Mandela still as a terrorist. The government supported South African apartheid till the very end, until they could not, until it became political suicide or economically too expensive for them. And the same will happen to the Israelis. Most of the Western governments will support them till the very end, until it becomes political suicide and very expensive. And it's going in that direction.
Apparently, that idiot Artash sent me a follow request on a different account again. How many accounts does this idiot have, man?
They're sick of it.
Iraq.
And they clearly have a lot of numbers too.
Pahlavi supporter.
Yeah, prostitute. No self-respect.
Okay, well, I want to thank you guys for the information and the talks.
No problem, my brother. Just be on the right side of history, man, instead of, buying into the Zionist narrative.
No, actually, before I didn't care about, all of them. Not the Israelis or the Palestinians, neither the fucking Iranians. I fucking hate them.
Yeah, but brother, for example, with regards to when you said you didn't care, and I mean this with very much respect, if you were experiencing something, for example, if your country, your parents, if you have any kids, your brothers, your sisters in Iraq, in Baghdad, were going through something similar like the Palestinian people, would you not want other people to care about you?
Well,
Would you want to be left alone?
Yeah, I would want. And
Exactly. For justice. There's millions of people around the world that are not Palestinians care about the Palestinian issue. There are millions of people around the world that care about the Uyghurs in China that aren't Chinese or Uyghur.
Yo, bro, I have a question.
We were talking. If you don't mind, you can wait.
Yo, bro.
So we should care about injustice around the world, even though we're not directly related to it. We can't start giving a shit when it comes to our doorstep, right?
Free Palestine,
Yeah.
free Palestine, free.
So yeah, brother, carry on.
Hold up.
Any more questions?
No more questions.
Go ahead.
So, if you were the president of the United States, do you have Palestine?
Is that question to me?
No, it's to January.
So what was the question? If I was the president of the United States?
If you help free Palestine?
Of course.
Okay, what would
let me elaborate on that, because I think it's far more nuanced than people realize. I think if you're a president of a country as powerful as the United States, a responsibility lies with you to prevent injustice and to make sure that American interests align with human rights and national rights of self-determination, because you're upholding the law as a global police force, essentially. You're not taking sides, you're impartial. So when there is injustice, for example, when the Bosnian genocide occurred, the Americans came in. But even if you look into that, they were looking after their own interest, east and west. But they came in and helped. Now the same thing needs to happen with regards to other issues around the world. They can't take sides, as in just because we're friends with someone, we have to take their side. You should be on the side of humanity where something is right or wrong. For example, when the Holocaust occurred against the Jewish people, Gypsies, disabled people, if you bear with me.
General, I had one question. You speaking too much.
Are you going monologue, General?
Can you put my friend up?
So you're asking me.
I will in a bit. You're a troll. That's why I don't.
So you're asking me to answer a question, and then you're saying how. You're telling me how to answer that question. So I might as well not answer the question. You can answer the question for me.
General,
the answer, Abu, the answer is simple. If I was a president of America, yes, I would do everything in my power to help the Palestinians. Okay, there you go. Yes,
so
I would help.
Okay, this is a good question.
I would
General,
authorize
you're
a cruise
speaking too
missile
much,
to
man.
your location.
What's wrong with you? You saying I do this. Okay.
Why are you shouting? Or is your underwear too
Why
tight?
are you gay, Abu? Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why you are gay? You are gay.
No, we're speaking with I am.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
You sound like you have an impressed.
We're speaking with me.
The general is speaking. General is calling you gay. Why are you gay?
I'm here. Suck my dick and my 2 eggs.
Oh my God, you are gay.
Do you have any?
He is gay. General, he's gay.
Yo,
he's supposed to be.
Damn, he is gay.
Bro, put my bro up.
Tell your mother to put it up.
Okay, if I don't bring him up, how much money you give me? How much?
I give you my dick. What's your money?
Oh my God, you're disgusting, man. I'm sorry.
Let's push him down.
Yeah, let's do that.
Bro, everything off the court.
Thanks for flying Amir.
Thank you for flying Amir. I need to make a slogan. I need to have a little sound effect. I'm gonna do.
What is it with these retards?
Well, I want to answer someone in the chat that said that without Iran I would be dead. Do you know that Iran has militias all around of Iraq? Did you know that 2 days ago, it wasn't like 2 years ago or something like that, 2 days ago, there was there was a militia raid on a police station and they killed like several people, citizens actually. So if Iran helped me, then I don't know.
No, I also disagree with that with regards to whoever said that. I think if you look at, and you've got to be just. I mean, I may be a fan of Iran to some extent with regards to what it does for justice and liberation, but I have an issue with what sometimes Iran does in countries like Iraq, Syria, and so on. So just with regards to Iraq is doing what is in its interests, right? So I will support the Iraqi people in determining their future. I won't support, and I think everyone should be on the same side, is Iran taking over Iraq or influencing Iraq. The Iranians will support what's in their interests and their long-term, geopolitical vision.
Yeah,
and that's obviously to do with their own beliefs.
Most of the Iranis, they don't, and that's surprising to me actually, because like they hate the government, they hate the whole Sharia thing, they hate it a lot.
I don't know about that. We've never really quantified it. Because if we look at people, there's, outside of Iran, there's this impression that everyone supports Pahlavi. But when we actually look into the stats, not many people in Iran support Pahlavi. Do they want reform in Iran from the Iranian government? Of course. Every government on this planet needs to reform because there is some, there are disgruntled people. For the UK, in the UK, for example, we don't like certain policies of the UK government. We want the reform. So everything around the world, governments are not really fulfilling the demands of the people. But that doesn't mean we support someone that's going to destroy the country or is in bed with the opposition or with the enemy. Pahlavi is in bed with the enemy of the Iranian people. Why would we support Pahlavi, essentially? Yeah, but brother, you mentioned something when we were having a conversation about Iraq and when it was occupied. If you didn't want, for example, you said that you didn't want them to fight, essentially. What should the Iraqi people have done instead to get rid of the occupation?
Well, look, General.
Yes.
Iraq, when the States took Iraq, it was kind of better when they took control of all of Iraq. It was kind of better. They were they weren't acting as friends. They were friends. And my father was a translator.
Oh.
Before 2005-6.
Okay.
So yeah, and they actually the people loved them and they loved the people. But there is.
Oh really?
Yeah, the one time he showed me a picture, they were playing dominoes with the squad. A normal Iraqi family playing dominoes with the squad. So
if you ask, this is why I'm having an issue reconciling, brother. So you're saying that the American people were friends and they loved the Iraqi people, but then I can't reconcile that with them killing almost or being responsible for the murder of 1 million Iraqis.
Well, look, most of the million Iraqis were soldiers who had orders. Of course, you know that before the killing of Saddam Hussein, like in 2002, 2003. Before that, actually, when we took Kuwait, yeah. And the
brother, we're not referring to So the time frame that we're referring to is post Iraqi invasion, I believe 2003. So it's nothing to do with Kuwait.
Okay, if it's the 2000.
Yes, stick to 2003 because that's the most recent. Okay. When Iraq was occupied, invaded, and obliterated. 1 million people died as a result of the Americans and the Western world invading it under false pretenses. Let's not forget that.
Well, I wouldn't say that the U.S. were angels, they did a bunch of shit, but most of the killings were people who held guns on them. That's why. Like,
there's been an investigation. There's been an investigation by various organizations. I think Forensic Architecture, if you're aware of the organization, is one of them. There was the British Medical Journal has done another, which disagrees with what you're saying, that they weren't combatants. Majority of them were not combatants. So how do you reconcile with that position, or with your position, that they weren't holding guns?
Well, the things that happened that I saw.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that, like, they were just actually normal citizens with no guns, because most of them had guns, and not only that, most of the million Iraqis that you're saying were Jaish al-Mahdi. You know Jaish al-Mahdi?
Hey, Ham,
Yes.
I'm posting a video for you. I'm posting a very famous video for you right now that shows the U.S. pilots deliberately murdering Iraqi civilians. I'm posting it in the chat now.
Yeah, the most dangerous weapon those civilians had was a camera.
Yeah, because they were fucking paranoid.
Pardon?
They were. It's nothing. I said.
Brother, I'm actually very interested with your position. You mentioned that your father was a translator for the Americans, I'm assuming, or the Western Coalition. Does that mean that during his lifetime he was given, I wouldn't say asylum, but was he given an American visa or anything like that?
Nothing.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
So the family weren't given a position in the US or in the Western world. So you've never left Iraq.
Yeah, because he made a mistake, not because because most of the translators they gave them visa but my father made a big mistake. He made what do you call it? Sorry, wait, let me translate it. Oh, sorry. He did a protest against the U.S. Embassy, and he was the lead of them.
What was he protesting, if you don't mind me asking? You don't need to answer the question, obviously. I remember. I can understand the sensitivities, but you can.
He was protesting about there has been killings of the translators' families.
Okay.
A lot. And they wanted protection from the U.S. Embassy. They gave them protection, but my father didn't notice. He wanted to give protection to, like, even his like deep relative.
Extended family, okay.
Extended family, yeah. So yeah, he got angry for no reason. And he told me that he made a mistake.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why I think they put him in the blacklist, something like that. I think so. I don't know about that.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
So you've never personally left Iraq either?
I've left it, but not to the U.S. I want to go to the U.S.
Have you left it for Europe at all?
Me, no, but my mother did, because yeah, she is a PhD doctor.
Okay.
Yeah, she went to Holland, Germany, and France.
Did she ever teach you English? Because what you know what I'm trying to understand
So
is you have your English is very Dutch, or your accent. It's honestly, you know, when you first came into the room, I thought you were actually from the Netherlands or somewhere like that, because your English is very similar to their accent. That's what I was trying to establish, as in, have you been to those countries? Oh, but it may be that your mother was there and she may have taught you English or something.
Well, no, I've been taught English from my dad, like normal English, but I don't know, I just I just noticed that speaking from you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if other people pick it up, but it's okay. And with regards to your family, what side would they say they're on? I understand you're not a fan of Iran for what it's done in Iraq. But are you religious by any chance? Are you on the Shia or Sunni side? So what side? Because you mentioned that, was it your uncle that was killed by Saddam Hussein?
Sorry, the internet just cut off. The last thing that I've heard that speaking from your family, on which side they are.
Yes.
Right?
So because you mentioned that was it your uncle that was murdered by Saddam Hussein or his?
Yeah, there were two uncles that were murdered. One of them was from Jaish al-Mahdi, which is a AKA
Shia group.
Yeah, Shia group.
Yeah.
And one of them was killed by Saddam, or vanished, like they didn't even
disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was an officer, and he didn't vote for Saddam Hussein. He didn't even vote for anyone.
How are you with Iraq right now? So are you content with where Iraq is right now, or the trajectory it's on, or are you dissatisfied the direction the country is taking?
Well, there's a lot of corruption, since like 2006, 7 to 8. The corruption just started and it's not ending.
But at one point, General, even the oil business, right? Like, they could do business with oil. The money would be holed up in the bank of, I think, New York or something.
It still is. It's an account. So, actually, I was reading an article not so long ago that was actually touching on this. That until today, and this continues to be a policy, that when Iraq or the Iraqi government, so central government in Baghdad, sells Iraqi oil, it has to sell it in dollars. Then those funds are then deposited into an account in the US. I believe it's an account with the Treasury. So the American government has control of Iraqi money. Then when the Iraqi government wants to spend that money on its own services, public services, defense or whatever, it has to make an application to the American government and beg the American government that we've got this much we need to spend, can we have our money from the account?
No, but
and then the American government
old
say yes
news,
or no.
General. That was
Say again?
That was old news that you.
No, but this is still in operation. This policy.
I don't think
this hasn't
so.
changed.
No, it's no, because I checked it. See, it did exist back in the days, but they moved away from that policy.
Let me just double check. Bear with me.
Check.
Yeah,
Check the date on that article. They changed the because it happened during the war. It happened, other times, but then they moved away. Hey, welcome back, AC. I don't know what happened today. We got a lot of people in the audience today. I don't know what happened. Apparently, EC proposes halting Israel's access to EU tech startup funds. So the European Union is trying to do something, maybe some sort of sanction. Let's see what happens, inshallah. And I wonder if Lozen is here. Lozen, are you there? No, I think she's sleeping. We had the shapeshifter was sleeping. He left as well. I think his phone battery probably died.
So just going back to the discussion we were having. So it says Washington. So this article is dated last year. Washington has maintained control over Iraq's revenues since its illegal occupation. a financial economic subjugation that undermines Iraqi sovereignty and denies it access to its national treasures. In July of 2024, the Iraqi central bank halted all foreign transactions in Chinese yuan, succumbing to intense pressure from the US Federal Reserve to do so. This shutdown followed a brief period during which Baghdad had allowed merchants to trade in the Chinese currency. An initiative intended to mitigate excessive US restrictions.
Are you running?
No. On Iraq's access to US dollars. So this policy is still in effect. It's still in operation, and it's Executive Order 13303.
And how?
So this policy has not come to an end. It's still.
What's Executive Order 1003?
Executive Order. Oh, look, let me just go back up. Yes, 13303. So it's essentially President Bush, 22nd of May 2003, all revenues from Iraq's oil sales have been funneled directly into an account at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
Well, you know what, I
mean, if you could provide me evidence to suggest otherwise, I'm still going to say that this is still in operation, because there's nothing in this article to suggest that this policy is no longer in effect, that the Iraqi people are no longer, in control, in control of the finances. According to this article, the Americans are.
Alright, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Well, then, I don't know what to give you any evidence, because no one leaves evidence with you, especially politicians.
I pulled up this executive order. It says they removed a lot of the protections, but they still have some protections on there. So it's just a matter of time before they end it.
I don't think they will end it, because it gives them control and influence.
Well, it will not give us any control, you know why?
No, I'm talking about it gives America control and influence of Iraq and Iraqi policy.
Of course they will do that. And they do have control there. Just they're putting us on hold or something like that. Especially with the in a politic way. Most of politicians are either dirty or can't speak.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Iraqi people and the Iraqi parliament cannot decide its own future, because it's basically a hostage to American hegemony in the region. If the Iraqis do something that is not in the interest of the Americans can simply pressure the Iraqis with various things at their disposal, economic, political, and so on, and change the outcome. That's not a sovereign state. That's basically an occupied state.
So, we just in Smotrich, the Finance Ministry, he says Gaza is an integral part of Israel. Settlement there too is closer than ever before, and it is a realistic action plan. We did not make these great sacrifices to hand over Gaza from one Arab to another Arab. This is Smotrich, the Finance Minister of Israel. Netanyahu proposes Gaza annexation plan. Israeli PM authorized promotes annexing parts of Gaza. Hamas rejects a ceasefire. Plan details start with buffer zones of northern Gaza claimed to have Trump administration backing. And I wonder what will happen there, with Trump backing up on the illegal occupation. We got an Irish singer. His name is singer Bob Geldof. He said, stock your cars full of food and drive through that border.
He accused the Israelis of lying on Sky News.
No, it's true. This brother is in the right. You heard about the Bob Geldof? He's saying that these people. I got a minute-long clip. Let me play it for the room. I think it'd be good. I might as well, listen to something, some new content. Let's play it. Let's play it.
What's unfair is what's happening to these babies. What's unfair is that image that you showed us. That's unfair. 1 hour from I've been in Gaza, I've been in the West Bank, I've been in Israel many times. What's unfair is that 1 hour from the hunger, people are sitting down to their unthreatened dinners to turn on the next Netflix sub. 1 hour. So if Israelis want to protest, get in your cars. This is very bold stuff, I know, sorry about that. Get in your cars, stop your cars full of food and drive through that border and let your own army stop it. Stop it. You guys stop it. Shame on you.
So this was we had the Irish Bob Geldof. He's a singer. Yep, and then helping Palestine is not about religion, it's about humanity. Some people, they're like, it's about religion, it's about this.
Yeah, but they have different agendas. When people start making it a religious issue, they have agendas behind that. Because this was never about religion in the first place with regards to where the Palestinians come from. It was, their land was occupied. They were brutalized, murdered on a daily basis for decades. That's not a religious thing. Where they use, when the Palestinians use religion, and this applies to both Christianity and Islam, is they use it to empower them, to give them strength at times of Israeli brutality. It's not a religious war.
Yeah, but some people think it's religious.
Yeah, but then you have to educate yourself. It's quite simple. I mean, the internet is free. Google is free. Use it.
But if you go to the bell rooms, right? That's what they're promoting. Oh, it's a Muslim issue. It's this issue. But if you think outside the box, I don't think if it was a Muslim issue, then why don't we see Muslims lining up? If it was so-called Muslim issue, then why aren't they lining up?
I mean, this is where I think the language is very important, because you could see it as a Muslim issue because the majority of people subjected to this are Muslims. But you can apply that same issue to other conflict zones For example, the Bosnian genocide, majority of those innocent people were Muslims, so that was a Muslim issue. Although it was humanity, as in innocent people dying, it wasn't a religious war again. Same thing you could say in with regards to the Uyghurs, or in Myanmar with the Rohingya. But that doesn't mean that if it's not majority of Muslims dying, that it's not a Muslim issue. Muslims should be standing up, and they do stand up where there is injustice around the world. It doesn't have to be Muslims dying for us to give a damn.
I see a video of these people vandalizing his store or whatever. That's crazy. That is crazy, my friend. My friend.
I think you need to, all the people sleeping in here, you need to start charging them rent.
No, it's okay, let them be, man. It's okay. Maybe some of their occasional followers might jump in here. They might sleep in this room as well. Everybody sleeps.
That's what Amos says. Amos comes in, is like, all these people sleeping, you need to pay rent.
No, it's just, I think so I think it happens in every room, though. Right now, I think it happens in every room. People, even the moderators sleep. Like, if you go to that political correct room, freaking even the moderators sleeping. Even the other one.
Yeah, I'm only joking.
I was in. No, I know. So we have Brazil.
In the audience.
So Brazil has pulled out of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance shortly after aligning with South Africa's lawsuit against Israel and ICC. So we got some good news there. They're filing a lawsuit against Israel. A lot of countries now.
See, at the end of this, I don't know whether the Israelis will see sense, but the Israel and its allies and supporters will not be on the right side of history. They will not come out of this unscathed. We will wake up to a new world, because I think if you look slowly but surely, the world is waking up, governments are waking up, and they're actually making a stand. Now, long gone are the days where the Western world could pressure the global South into taking certain positions. And an example of that is small African countries, not to reduce their influence, but small African countries are starting to stand up against the Western powers. They're simply saying, get the fuck out of our land. So I think at the end of this, I think there will be, I won't say a complete new world, but people will be waking up to a new world where the old guard has completely shifted.
Yep. Hey, welcome, Captain. How you doing, bro?
Alright.
Royalty is the point.
Royalty is the point. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine if I were to play that song in general? That some of these people that are sleeping will wake up.
They'd have a heart attack.
The special national anthem of Israel.
Anyways, guys, thanks again for this.
Thank you for your opinion, brother. Thank you very much.
Keep coming, and maybe we'll get educated. I keep up to date with the news on inside Israel. Okay? When we talk about the news and stuff, and we debate the Zionists as well.
Yeah, I will not forget to join that. That would be interesting. I'm gonna follow. Just wait. Yeah. Anyways. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. We need people like that, rallies that don't have the knowledge, and we can educate them. bring them to the right side.
No, but even if they weren't pro-Palestinian, I think it's nice to have that conversation to see where they're coming from, because a lot of people are usually, they go down a path where they're either not interested in the conflict, because a lot of people are going through their own stuff, so it's too much for some people. But then sometimes you just need to inform someone of the facts.
Did you know that Gaza has become the most expensive place to eat in the world?
Yeah, because there's no supply of food. Plus they're artificially inflated by the thugs. Some of those images, honestly, I mentioned this last time, some of those images coming out of Gaza are exactly the same images I learnt about in school about the Holocaust. They literally put them side by side and exactly the same. Malnourished skeletons that are taking their last breaths, basically, if it's a video. And I think that's the most scary thing, that in 2025, the world is incapable of stopping a televised genocide. Remember, the Holocaust was not televised, and the world didn't give a shit about it, because it was mostly either unaware or they were looking the other way. They were trying to appease Hitler. Most of the European powers were trying to appease him.
Alright. Welcome, Rex. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning, everybody, from Czech Republic. Just wanted to I've read it. I just put a note down on the chat. As always, Amir, you're the marathon man in Clubhouse, able to maintain this rhythm in your rooms that is always constant and very, very interesting. So I just wanted to compliment everybody, not only you, but everybody on the stage, on this interesting topic that you guys are always discussing. So that's just about it.
Oh, thank you for keep coming and learning about it, and then as we're all in it together. We're learning about this, what's happening and whatnot, and what Israel is doing, and I think it's good to stay up to date with all of this. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. These kids and whatnot, what these demonic people are doing. It sucks.
What's amazing, though, if I may just slide it in, the mainstream media is just the mainstream and the general media in general, really misinformed what's going on, and what you're able to inspire and make other people in this community of yours investigate on is do your own research. Investigate. If you have questions, stop by this room. Sometimes there are certain kinds of characters, certain types of characters that, hyperboreally, just are not very, very coherent in their topics of discussion. But it's really interesting to come in. You enlighten me, and many, many people on the stage, especially General and Zero. They're able to enlighten me on quite a few topics of discussion. So, just keep it up. That's all I have to say. And just, I know you're in LA. I know what time it is in LA. I don't know how you're able to, once again, I repeat myself, to keep these rooms so inspiring. So, and as a matter of fact, I'm walking in the rain. So, thanks a lot. Keep up the great work. That's
thank
it.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah, I try my best, man. I try my best. It's because, about 10, 11 months ago, I got pissed off by debating with these Zionists, and I'm like, should I debate these Zionist mofos? And then I'm like, on this app, I was on Twitter Space as well. And then on this app, we didn't have like a permanent room. I'm like, I gotta do something to bring awareness to the, to the people on this app, because there's a big crowd of people on this app, and a lot of people come to this room and they learn about this, what's going on and whatnot. And then we talk about other conflicts as well, not just Palestine, Israel. We talked about Iran, talk about Lebanon, talk about even African countries like Sudan and Congo and whatnot. And even American politics, because American politics, it affects the whole world. And right now with Epstein files, I don't know, it's going crazy.
Yeah, Amir, talking about wars, what is your take on what's happening between Cambodia and Thailand?
So I haven't read into it too much. I did try to go over it yesterday a little bit. There's about 30 people that got killed. I heard 30 plus people, and I could probably get back to you maybe tomorrow or something. I'll have to look into a little bit more and maybe educate myself. And I'll see. I can get back to you because I definitely don't want to give you wrong information. I read a little bit yesterday when the Brother Zero brought it up, and then I kind of, forgot about the rest of it, and then there was a lot on my mind. But inshallah, maybe tomorrow, I can get back to you on that. If you're in the room tomorrow, I'll see if I can try to cover it tomorrow.
I'm walking around the circumference. My wife is, she's hospitalized, so that's all I do is walk around for about 3 she has cancer. She's going through chemo.
Is it, what stage is it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's not good. It's not good.
Because I knew somebody who was stage 4 cancer, triple negative, and nothing worked, radiation, and the chemo didn't work. And in the end, she passed away.
So rain, wind, shine, it doesn't really matter. I walk around the circumference of the hospital and, listening to you guys, sometimes even it's entertaining. There's a few fights going on in here, but, it shows me, but especially you've got one guy in here that every once in a while you bitch and gripe against it, some Zionist guy.
Oh,
and, I don't remember his name, but it's like he's got multiple accounts, and he's always the same guy, and he comes in, but anyhow.
There's plenty of those, actually.
Really?
Yeah, there's a few that have multiple accounts.
Okay, question. How can you have multiple accounts if you've only got one number?
I have no idea.
Oh, so Ranks, you're originally from America, right, Ranks? You live in Czech Republic right now?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm originally from California. From LA, as a matter of fact, Santa Monica.
Oh, from LA. Oh, wow, you're close by. So you know about Google Voice, right, Ranks?
Yeah, but why cheat? I mean, it doesn't make these are things that just don't connect in my brain. I mean, why do people have to cheat and lie and manipulate to be? What is it? It's some kind of like megalomania, ego trip that's on this. I don't know. It just doesn't connect.
No, I agree with you. So what ends up happening? There's characters on this app. They get mass blocked by a whole bunch of rooms. So now how do they get into other rooms? Then they have to switch the number and change the account. They change the account and then they start coming into the rooms again. And then they do it again. I know somebody that went through, I think he's on his 110th account. You probably see him Prince,
That's him. That's him. That's the.
Oh, yeah, but I don't fight with him. We're good. He's a Palestinian, and he comes in here, he starts some drama. He's into drama, and he's on his 110th account, I think, or 100th account.
Yeah, but my question is, what's the purpose? They don't work. These people have nothing else better to do with their life. General, maybe General can fill me in because it just doesn't connect with me. I don't know.
Right, what I've discovered, I've not been on this app. I think I've probably been on this app for about, I would probably say 6 months now. And what I've discovered, and I might be wrong, obviously, I'm not infallible. I think a lot of people come on here and they have other underlying conditions, mental health maybe, that they're coming on here to kind of relieve that pressure because they're not getting help anywhere else. And I think when some people are doing certain things that don't seem normal or are out of their normal characteristics, it's usually because they have other problems. They're using the platform to kind of, it's a form of escapism. And I've noticed a lot of people are coming out here lashing out, and they just go insane and crazy, and they're just full of drama. And it's something, I mean, I can't put my finger on it, but it's certainly something that's not very healthy. Like, people should get their, issues addressed rather than having to kind of go down a path of escapism.
Completely agree. Well, thank God I'm not in most of these eco chambers that you guys are talking about, but every once in a while I pop into one and it's just like, whoa, what the hell's going on? And I run for my life. But, thanks for the tip. That's why, I follow very, very few people. But,
oh yeah, it's so you joining other rooms and you see the drama, as a person from audience, right? But then think about the people that moderate the room, how much smoke they have to go through. I mean, I was talking to General about it earlier. There's about close to probably people have opened up about 90 or 100 rooms on my room, slandering me and attacking me or whatever. But I don't even know because they're just trolls.
really?
Yeah.
They have no. So there's an Amir, there's another. No.
Even a Palestinian got butthurt because he got moved down, and I told him, don't interrupt me like a Zionist or whatever, like the Zionists do. He got butthurt and opened up, I think, 20 or 25 rooms. He even opened up a room on my co-mod, as a sheep. And he recorded my voice, and he played my voice in his rooms to mock my voice. So there's people like that, and even copy the name of my house to confuse the people. And then there's other people that have opened up rooms in my name as well. It's just I would say they're very sensitive on this people.
Well, that's sorry about this, but this is schizophrenia. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense.
I got removed out of the room, I think yesterday or day before yesterday. I went into a smaller room, and I guess they saw me, and I don't know, I think I got kicked out, and I got removed. I texted the main moderator, she goes, yeah, it's maybe this other person, we don't know why she kicked everybody, whatever, she wanted to share something. I said, it's okay, no problem. Now, I'm not going to sit there and open a room on that person's name. I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? It's a normal thing to get kicked and whatever. If I was a sensitive person, I would open up a room on that person's name. You see what I'm saying, Rex? And moving forward, I might try to avoid that going into our rooms. You see what I'm saying? I won't go into rooms. You see what I'm saying? I'll be really careful. I'll go and jump into a different room. So that's how you do it. You avoid the negative energy, and then you just go into the spaces where you work.
Very enlightening. Very enlightening. Very enlightening. That's it. So I'm pretty new to this app. So, but thanks a lot. Keep up your great work, and I don't know how you do it. 10, 12 hours nonstop, and you keep the momentum going. It's well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. What else was I going to say? By the way, I don't know if you guys seen this. NYPD officer, Darul Islam, a Muslim, age 36, left behind an 8-month pregnant wife, has 2 sons. He got killed. And he died on duty in New York. It's crazy. Wow, we have do you remember, General, earlier the guy, they were putting a picture that's, I have a shirt that says Palestine?
Yeah, this is what I said. I mean, a lot of these people that were foaming at the mouth, it really gets on my nerves.
He was falsely arrested. He did get arrested though.
No, I know that.
But he was falsely arrested and does a lot of charity work. He spends time helping charities for disenfranchised children and women who are cancer survivors.
You can see, this is what I found interesting in it, it's the irony in it. So there was a picture on all the news websites, most of them that they were looking at themselves, all those people, in the room, was it last night? Most of them were Zionists, and they were foaming at the mouth, hoping that it was a pro-Palestine supporter that had done this. You sick bastards. innocent people have died, and you're hoping because you're playing your political games, because you want your your testicle in the Middle East to win the media war. So you're hoping that Palestinians are carrying out attacks in the Western world to give them, you kind of delegitimize the cause. Innocent people are dying, and that's all you care about. And this is what I found interesting was all the news links that they were posting had a picture of this individual that did not look like the guy with the Palestine shirt on. Nowhere near. He's the picture I think is him walking with a gun in his hand, and the caption is they're looking for someone. Oh, this was the guy that had carried it out, and they're ignoring the fact that that was it, and they're calling the guy that was arrested an accomplice. There was no report of accomplices. They make up their own headlines, and this is another kind of mental health issue, honestly. I don't know whether people should be given like opportunities for euthanasia, because there's no cure for this.
I don't know, man. Some of these people in this app, especially people like El Normo and that Sister Santos, a bunch of trolls.
Yeah, but I can't get it around. My brain starts hurting that these supposedly are adults that think for themselves.
Yeah, General, so maybe they have this mindset of that, it's probably a Palestinian. Right now, there's a trend that's going on, and these Zionists have done a good job to spread this PR thing, right, related to, any attacks or any terrorist attacks is always a Palestinian. Just like, how they do inside Israel, they've started spreading this bullshit propaganda in America right now, using American media. Oh, it's always a Palestinian. You see what I'm saying? That if there's a terrorist
I understand that
on a Jew, so that's.
But the issue I have is people that can't differentiate from propaganda or the facts. Where, for example, you should understand that if we, for example, look at what's been going on in the US when these people have gone out, when the so-called civilians have gone out and shot people up for either of the causes, the majority of which have been anti-Palestinian attacks. I mean, if we look at, was it in Miami, there was a shooting that had been carried out by, I think he was Jewish or he was Israeli. He thought he was shooting Palestinians, but he shot 2 Israelis. And then there was that murder of that child along with I think the mother was injured by the landlord. Then there was another one where I think there was a woman that was killed by her landlord. And majority of these attacks have been against Palestinians or people who they think are Palestinians. So you should be able to tell, God has given you a brain, thankfully, and everyone in here, or everyone that comments or likes to kind of give a damn, that you can analyze what's false and what is not. And you should be able to compare the two, as in look at information that is presented to you, look at information out there. You shouldn't obviously always look down a certain narrow path, because that's not going to get you anywhere. And this is what I find troubling, is people look down a narrow path and they pick and choose basically what they want, and they'll only pick up what kind of fits their narrative, and that really doesn't help them in their cause. Like one of the finest examples was what they did yesterday. They were literally foaming at the mouth, hoping that he was a Palestinian or someone claiming to be a pro-Palestinian. And that's why I left the room. I was like, this is too much. Like, they're just jumping on this bandwagon and just going with the bullshit. And then we wake up in the morning and we find out that the guy was a Palestinian. He was nothing to do with a Palestinian. One of the police officers he killed was a Muslim. So it completely flips the narrative. People have brains, they should use them. And if they can't use them, euthanasia clinics should open up.
Yep, I mean, hey, welcome, Layla, or anybody that want to come on up. I can bring you guys up, but let me see. There you go. I turned off the hand raising, you can just unmute it. Come on up. Okay.
Anyway, I'm going to start my day, so I think I'm going to go.
No, take
So
care.
hopefully we'll
I'm
chat.
gonna end the room as well in a bit. Yeah, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. So ranks, hopefully if you believe in God, hopefully it makes you easier, makes what you're experiencing easier for you and your family.
Yeah, may God make it easy for you, for your wife and whatnot, and hopefully, she gets well soon. It's sad.
Yeah, have a good evening or morning or whatever time you're on.
Yep. You want to come up later? Have a conversation? No? Alaikum salam. No? Let me troll you. Come up, man. Let me talk to your mom. Let me see. Let me talk to your mom. Let me say salam to her. Come on up. I can say at least hello. Anyways. Oh well. Alright. No problem. It's okay. But do give my salam to your mom. So tell her, yeah, assalamu alaikum. And man, just tell her, man, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help the Palestinians, liberate from the Zionist entity. It's disturbing what's going on out there. Anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Does anybody want to come up before I end this room? And, yep. Anyways, I think this room served its purpose. I'm going to end the room. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night. And stuff like that. Thank you for coming, guys. Bye.
What, Nishani? That is very possible.
But he said he deceived 1,691 men.
Yeah, but we don't, that's how many they counted on the video. So let's say he did this before he started videotaping them. Let's say maybe for some encounters he didn't videotape them. So it's definitely possible.
That shit can get deadly. You fuck with the wrong person. My man almost threw somebody off. Fucking club. There's a club in New York called Mars and shit. Fucking trannies he didn't know. Hell yeah. That shit can get real dangerous. You fucking with the wrong man.
But even there's been, things where people have certain apps that have been used that they clearly tell the man who they are, and they still don't believe. So there's been times where they're not duped. They're really told from the beginning, and they still continue. Hey, Greg. So, this story, I think, is just, it's layered. Yeah, they should have known, but it goes more into the psyche of man when it comes, or men when it comes to sex. And health, the psychology of it all. Because what makes somebody wake up and say, well, I'm going to go have sex with somebody, whether it's a man or a woman, and I'm going to give her a watermelon for the sex. Like, what? With someone you don't know? That's exactly what happened, Greg. I'm not even lying. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what's happened.
Oh, hey,
So he gave him watermelons to all his victims.
No, the men, that was their payment for having sex with Sister Hong.
Yeah, you gotta read it. It says he was exchanged using the barter system for sex, apparently. Gotta read it.
But Han was giving something back to them as well. So they wasn't just bringing Han fruit. Han was sending something back with them.
What were they sending them, Brittany? What was Mr. Han giving them?
Pussy, right?
So he was giving them, Greg, he was giving them...
Han was a guy. Oh, my bad. Okay.
So he was a Chinese guy who dressed up, and basically he still looked like a guy just with a wig and regular long skirt on.
And bad makeup.
And bad makeup. So, and then this just happened. So if you guys want to look into that, it was more than his race. It was Indian men. I think it was some African American men. It was Muslim men. Wasn't it all men?
Yep.
Indian.
I said she had the United Nations.
Right.
The United Colors of Benetton type shit.
But so she sent something back home with them. It was said that about half of those men that Hong was dealing with, she sent them back home with STIs, infections, and it was the HIV. So that was like the topper. Half of them has been tested out. The wives, the girlfriend, they've been all testing out, and they all are testing, and they have HIV.
Okay, and I got here late, and good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. And so help me tie that back real quick to the title that men want thrills, not the truth. But he had the guts to do.
Well, Hong, which is Sister Hong, had the guts.
But Hong was a dude, right? Okay, so you say Sister Hong, but it was Brother Hong, really?
Yep.
Okay. And so the sense here is that this is what men want.
They wanted the thrill of just having random sex.
Those men, but not all men or most men want.
It doesn't say all men. It doesn't say most men. It just says men.
Which implies all men.
It just says men.
But that implies all men to me. But okay. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let me listen a little longer, because that sounds weird to me. But yeah.
Yep. So that is the story.
Yeah. Well, what's weird is, look, man, pussy is the most precious commodity on the planet. Okay. Your time is the most valuable. Pussy is the most precious. Data and information the most valuable type shit. Yeah. And yeah, most men, we trade most men, not all, but trade money, power, respect, and for pussy for the most part. Most men do. What's diabolical is most men value the pussy, but they don't appreciate the woman that's attached to the pussy type shit. Does that make sense? Most men don't recognize that all pussy comes at a cost. Most men don't even understand pussy, for that matter. Like sex, beyond. Like sex, I guess, yeah, I can appreciate the sex part. Yeah, we're procreation like oriented, but to not know what the A spot, the P spot, the O spot is yeah. Bless their hearts. Most men are stupid and full of shit, as are most women. But I'll be quiet. I appreciate your room. Good to see y'all.
Me too. And thank you for the men for confirming that there's a difference, because I don't have a penis. The difference, there is a different feel in both areas. You're trying to think, maybe it kind of feels the same. No.
Wait, hold on. What feels the same?
I said the Buddha versus I never like to assume with men stuff. So even though sometimes they like to assume stuff with us, it's like, hold on, wait, have you ever fucked a man before or been fucked by a man? So how you gonna answer this question? I can't answer that question because I don't have a penis.
Right. So if you could ask a man with a penis any question you want to do and expect an honest answer, I'm here for you and shit. What question do you have?
Can you tell the difference from the booter from the cooter?
Duh. I don't know. Wait, so when you hit it from the back and you pull your dick out and you try to put that shit in the ass, and she says, don't be drilling no holes.
Hey man, one smell like ass or one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alright. Okay. Yeah, so who doesn't get that difference though? I mean,
I was just trying to play devil's advocate for the men that fell in her Venus flytrap.
Oh, that's alright. Some motherfuckers do. Come on, man. Yeah, the lady boys in fucking Thailand, thinking those, yeah. Okay, yeah. They knew who the fuck it was.
No, that's real shit, Greg, because the guys who go to Thailand, why are they going?
Weren't they the first
You
passport
pick
holders?
Thailand, yeah, like Brazil and shit like that, but like, why are you going to Thailand? We know what's there. I think they said somewhere around up to 10% of the population is like ladyboys, is trans. You're going for that.
And they tell you that shit if you ask.
Bigger than that. Afghanistan, you got them boys over there. And these are Muslim countries. You're not supposed to be doing that. So, yeah, it's all over, man. Plus, you got so many people on the down low, you know?
Down low, gotta keep it on the...
Yeah, you be locked up seeing a motherfucker coming with his kids and his wife and then coming back fucking with the chump and shit. And, yeah, man.
He needs you, trying to convince me, baby.
It's a Thai food. It's a Mastermind curry.
And things your way, they keep it on the down low.
But yo, don't all guys have an Adam's apple?
Down low, whispering.
They know.
Nobody has to know.
I ain't gonna judge your journey if that's what the fuck you want. You understand?
We care.
But don't lie about it, you know what I mean?
Don't lie about it. Don't lie about it.
Yeah, that's the part I don't want.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know what you're doing right now, but that's not okay. What you're doing, I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. Yeah.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
And bless your heart. I love that shit.
The edible just dropped.
I just dropped. The edible just dropped.
No, I don't have the edibles.
She being stingy in the age.
I'm silly 24/7, pretty much.
Self-control.
Oh, you don't mess with me. I'm silly. I've been doing this whole room. Y'all just got here.
Hello.
I've been doing this the whole room.
You've been holding
Singing songs related to this.
It's pretty around. We're pretty at.
She's sleeping.
She's bless her heart. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, bless your heart. Whether you want to leave the country to fuck niggas, or you want to leave the country to be a passport bro, to get pussy you can't afford to fucking access here in the States. Just stay in your lane. Don't lie about that shit. And you talking about niggas come about to leave the country and come back with a fucking STI? For real? Seriously? Yeah. And watermelon for what you said? Some motherfucker gave a watermelon for what? What was the watermelon exchange? Where'd they come in, Shani? Watermelon shit? Yeah, it's a victimless crime. Yeah, if that's what you want to stay in your lane. Get it? Oh, shit, you ain't gotta go there. Fuck, I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, Atlanta. You gotta fucking go to Thailand to fuck with some tranny and shit. Yeah, I ain't gonna judge your journey. Stay in the fucking lane. But that also means like what? You going and you bring an ass. Does that mean you going and fucking bareback? Does that mean that type shit? You going over there and you kissing some nigga in the mouth? And you eating that nigga? You can't say eat a nigga pussy. You sucking nigga's dick. I don't really understand how that works.
And she was sucking dick. Sister Mom was sucking dick. Wrong. And I think one of the guys kissed her midway and her sucking the dick. From one of the reports.
You gotta go.
One of the videos.
You gotta go overseas to that shit. That shit's in your local.
Yeah.
Bless your heart, Sean.
You could have stayed here and went to a Diddy party.
You could have gone to a Diddy party and shit. You could have done that shit here.
Sure could.
But
Thank you, Dr. BD.
As precious as pussy is, most niggas don't even.
Boy, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
There
up.
we go. It's pretty.
Shut the fuck up. Boy, shut the fuck up.
Disrespect. That was
Sit your raggedy ass in the fucking goo. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, sit your ass in the fucking goo. I don't want to hear from peasants. Shut up, Greg.
Oh, bless your heart. I'll be cool.
Bullshit. You decided to caper dick before a sister. Before a fucking woman. The fuck? You will never be trusted.
What are you talking about?
What? Are you
making
cool?
some shit up?
Did
Are
you not
making this shit up right now?
Did you not? I know I'm not making shit up.
All right, so let's talk
The
about
fact
this
that you
shit.
took lack of fucking accountability and you tried to blame
You said I
me.
paid for some fucking dick. Is that what you said?
No, I said you cake for some dick.
What does
Fuck.
that mean? Cake for some dick. What does that mean?
Nigga, that means you'll ride dick any day, all day. The fuck?
That mean you saying I'm.
Force.
What does that mean?
What the fuck?
You
You thought you
will
was
bounce
gay or some
on
shit?
dick. You will bounce on dick
Where have you?
sexually,
Show me a fucking receipt.
mentally.
Yeah, show me a receipt. Show me a receipt. I know what the fuck
Okay.
you're talking about. Do you know who you're
Okay.
talking to? Go ahead, pretty.
Greg, you
No,
can
no,
stop.
no,
You
no,
can
no.
stop trying to get hostile.
I'll stop.
Because you literally
what I'm not gonna
came
do
for
is-
dick
My life is
and
spicy
kicked
fucking
me out of your
fucking up here making up
motherfucking
shit.
room for some dick. The fuck?
Wow.
I said what the fuck I said.
So you
You will always
That's why you're
protect
saying
bro
that shit.
code
That's why you're saying that shit.
for
I kicked you out of my
some.
fucking room. You can get me back now.
You will always
That's what
push
you want.
the
You feel
fuck
better.
up.
Go ahead and kick me now.
No, it's not. I don't feel better. You came on my motherfucking stage. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up. Shut your old ass up. The fuck? You gonna try to sneak in my motherfucking room and then try to come speak on my motherfucking stage, and now you want me to respect you when you literally was so disrespectful to me and had some little hoe ass niggas kick me out of your motherfucking room, and when I tried to talk to your old ass about it, now you want to act in the fucking denial. This is what the shit I'm talking about. You can never be fucking trusted. Fuck off my stage. Wow. Oh yeah, and FYI, he does like dick, and he will cave for dick anytime. Because a nigga got caught talking to a fucking tranny on Clubhouse. Fuck. And that's what my whole point was earlier. There'd be a lot of people talking bad about the community, but they be in the DMs and they be cash out. Yep. Which is also related to the topic. So I was on code on every level. Dr. PD laughing too. I'm just saying. It's me. You know, I understand people don't like the truth, but ain't nobody's parents having nobody. We think we gonna tell a motherfucker we gonna do something just for them to shut the hell up. What I don't understand is why don't men listen to us? Why do they get up here on you guys' stage and already just start being mean, angry, projecting? They don't even want to listen to see if it's a teaching somewhere in there. They just want to get up there and just start going. And see, it's not fair because men say we don't listen to them, but you know, it's them. They don't want to listen. They're already like just combative. Girl, I'm gonna tell you what that nigga was finna get ready to do. He was finna speak some bullshit, pootie tang reject shit on stage and try to tell you, well, pussy is the economy, and economy is the pussy, and pussy, that's all that nigga was gonna get that earlier. You missed it. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what he said, girl. Because it was like a mating call. It was like one of them, like, all I heard was a nigga with a fucking high-ass voice, an old nigga with a high-ass voice. I said, oh, no, I know that ain't who I think it is in my motherfucking room. I had to turn off the motherfucking mic. It was like, the joy to my ears when Shawnee was, you know, playing what we was playing. We was listening to Sister Home and all this other shit. And then next thing you know, dozing off, going to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Next thing I know it, all I hear is, we did the pussy in, put the pussy in the putting the pussy. I said, oh hell no. I know I know that ain't who I think it is on my motherfucking stage. But it goes to show you. After this bitch tried to literally check me for some niggas in his room. And then, go ahead. But pretty, it goes right along with the title of the room. It goes with the title of the room. There's been a lot of men coming in here pretty pressed, honey. Pressed and upset. I've been here helping her though, Shani. Haven't I? Give me my flowers. Yes, wait, are y'all? Brittany and Shani, are y'all saying that? Wait, while I was asleep, niggas was still. They was coming in here mad about the topic and leaving. Some came in and the goo, and then they left real quick. Oh, yeah, because they heard a couple of words. Right, and one of them got into it. And one of them, I had to be like, hey, like. Let me tell you, it was another person. Oh yeah, it was I know it was Island. One time, I love doing social experiments on this app. That's why I like to use passion as a thing, because I've done some social experience in her room too. In Island's room, she was listening to porn. And people really came in there and sat there. Light Skin Island? Yes. That's my girl. Let me tell you, when I say it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen, I wish she had that room. We follow each other everywhere. Look, I wish she had that room on replay to this day. Mm-hmm. The way they were sitting there enjoying it. And then she was like, Shawty, you still here? I said, you don't understand. I get the front row seat to all the freaks. And they think I was like Cat Williams. That's why they don't like me. I'm like Cat Williams. I can see you, nigga. I see you. I see you. I saw you. How long you stayed? I'm laughing, but part of it is sad, because you realize how lonely men are. That they go through these extremes because that's why I say people to work on themselves. You can't skip the work on yourself. It's very important, because then you end up being one of these statistics. But I let him go ahead and talk. I didn't know y'all had beef, but I let him go ahead and talk, because I knew at some point it was going to be revealed. And I was trying not to let it be me, the truth teller. So, I'm glad you woke up, because I was not about to say nothing. He was blowing my astral projection. I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting over here enjoying myself. Next thing you know, all I hear is peasant alert, peasant alert. I said, oh, hell no. I know that ain't who I think it is on my motherfucking stage. Bitch. And it's like these whores want to come when a bitch is asleep. And then Pretty, the reason why they act like this, because it happens all the time in Pretty's room. Sometimes they want to be centered. Sometimes they don't like women, okay? And they don't respect women, and what they think what they have to say is more important than what you have to say. There's a plethora of reasons, but I think those are the top ones, and sometimes they try to humble you. One time, one of the men was like, submit while I was talking. Submit. I'm like, I'm not your girlfriend or your wife. I don't know what the heck you're doing on this stage. And then, disrespected me while I was speaking. To then 5-10 minutes later, oh, that's so cool. You do this, that, and that. Even I didn't ignore the whole fuckery. Okay, because when I log off this app, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. But this But the mod was like, oh, so you was just screaming at her and carrying on to argue with her, and now 10 minutes later, now you want to be her friend? Now she's cool? Like, what the fuck? And they'll flip on you like that. And that's why Resource said what she said, that she's scared.
Well, he got mad at me because I remember me and Magnetic was in the room, and him and some other weird ass bitch ass niggas, they was talking about AI and how we should be afraid that AI is gonna get ready to replace us and all other kinds of weird ass stupid shit. I said in my mind, I was thinking to myself, I said, AI ain't finna replace us. AI has actually been the best friend of mine, right? And it is a good friend of you guys too, as men as well, because I see niggas using AI photos and shit, trying to, use a certain type of definition to motherfucking make their facial structures look good and shit like that. So niggas be using AI more than bitches do. So I don't know what the fuck y'all complaining about. But I said that goes back to biology. You niggas literally think that we need each other. They wanted to start having that conversation about we need each other and all that other kind of shit. Talking about women need men and men need women, bullshit talk. And I basically was hitting their ass with fucking science. Oh, honey, they tried to jump on me and try to like literally put me in a corner and try to make it seem like I wasn't being a part of the title or I wasn't talking about the title when I was like, it all has to do with the title. You niggas are just too slow to catch up. So yeah, Greg caught himself letting them niggas jump me, disrespect me, and remove me from the fucking room. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. I see how this shit going. Bitch should never be trusted in my book. I don't give a fuck if he sent a cash app or not. I don't give a fuck if this the same nigga was asking me to come to fucking Atlanta. Bitch, please. Fuck you, you old prick. All you do is try to find women the same age as your fucking daughter. Get the fuck off my stage. Yep. I've been waiting on you to wake up to go back hard. I'm glad the replay is on, Brittany, because now I can see who came in my room crashing out. Who was it, Shawnee? Was it Seesaw? Was it that other nigga that sent them paragraphs?
Girl, that one day.
Don't tell me he came. Don't tell me he came back.
He didn't come in here.
I'm
to the point.
I was giving Michael Myers.
Girl, I ain't even gonna hold you. I started blocking some of the nickels coming in here, because I feel like this. They've been doing it for way too long. It's time, like, the one, if you're coming to actually add value, even if you disagree, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you just come in here intentionally to disrupt and be disrespectful for no fucking reason and try to challenge me, like, for fucking what? Are you, to me, it's giving that they really do be taking it in the booty. Because if you are a straight man that's okay and you're daggone, because the only men that like to argue with women and try to come for women are usually gay men. That's all I'm gonna say. Because there ain't no way.
Hey, you ain't never lied. Now I'll put that.
Ain't no fucking way.
That's on my mama. That's on my hood.
And it seems like every fucking day on this app, they are slim thugging it out, crash out. You would think I was Meg the Stallion, okay, with my clay. The fuck? I've been accused of talking about somebody when I was making a statement trying to reset the room. You can see it in the chat, pretty. I had to keep muting the whole fucking stage. You gotta listen to this replay. I had to mute the stage at least 20 times plus in one session. It was an uproar in the room.
Oh, you said look in the chat.
Yes, you have to listen to the replay. I had to mute the stage 20 times to mute the whole room.
Niggas is bad. I thought they wasn't coming in. They waited till about 3 in the morning, huh? To start sneaking and snaking their ass up in here. I know. Hey, that's the time them niggas be up with their hornball ass. Bitch, go to sleep. The fuck? Ain't nobody finna stay up talk to you niggas. I'm finna always get my rest. These niggas came in here swinging. Thank you, Shawty. Thank you, Bree. Oh, man. Let me go look in this chat. I don't know. I can't wait till the replays, though. Oh, Imperial weird ass came in here.
Yep, he was arguing with Steven. But good, for good reason. You see them arguing in the chat, too. And they was arguing on the stage.
Oh shit, let me see what this is. Dr. BD been up in here listening to these niggas crash out. Woo, look at the Imperial nigga. What the fuck he got on, girl? This just woke me up this morning. What the fuck he got on, Shotty?
Yeah.
Who he trying to get?
And then Tay Bando came in here acting a fool too.
Wait. Who he trying to get? Is this nigga trying to get the dead? Cause this nigga look casket ready. With a Beyonce formation hat on. He out of fucking line. The fuck he got on, girl? Why is he standing like that in that photo? Hold on. Steven, no, you sipping. Okay, what happened with that? What was with the sipping?
What it was is that Tay Bando came in, and I told, and I was trying to, Steven was trying to basically tell me how to tell the fucking story when I'm doing a fucking reset.
Nigga, get your broke ugly ass up out my room, bitch. Don't come up in here.
So he was up there ruining the story, my storytelling. And then I'm like, let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. What the fuck? I was like, let me tell the story. Seneca, he messing it up by writing shit in the chat.
Seneca, you so mad, bitch. You pay for motherfucking Metro cards. Fuck out of here, you broke bitch. This the nigga that Shawnee. This the nigga that paid for it, bitch. Motherfucking Metro card. Yeah, I ain't paying for bitches' bus cards. Ah, shit. Okay, go ahead, Shawnee.
He was messing up my storytelling and by typing shit in the chat. And I was like, please let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. You're not the mod here. I don't know why they think just because they got a dick between their legs that you wanna try to tell me. I said, don't make me turn into Ike Turner. Let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. Then then Tay Bando got in his feelings when he found because Mr. Man ruined the fucking story, Steven, of my storytelling. He's like, oh, it's about some gay shit. Well, I'ma leave.
And he still ain't left.
No, he left and then came back while I was telling the story about Passion's Room.
I'm looking at it. This nigga.
And then Steven was making it seem like I'm equating the story I'm telling to Bando. Bando, I don't know from a can of paint. I've seen him around the app, but I don't know him like that. So why would I even project that? I'm just saying usually men don't have a problem with the story. So look how many men sat in the room. Club wasn't cool with the story, but he sat here the whole time. So at the end of the day, all I was saying is nobody should have a problem. It's just it's a story.
Dr. BD said he asking about a trans woman. Who was asking about a trans woman?
Clubhouse, he was up here asking about well, what about if the penis has been turned into the vagina? I'm like, nigga, I told you the man had a full dick, full balls, and ass. Why are you bringing this up?
Wait, are you telling me this nigga still decided to ask persistent questions after he found out that this motherfucker was a
Yes.
Jenny?
This is why they want the thrills, but not the truth. They want the thrills and not the truth.
You gay, nigga.
That shit ain't right, yo. That shit ain't
So Imperial was like, okay, I
Now,
want
what
to
the
share
fuck you
your
gonna say to
story.
them? They saying the same shit, homie.
He may be sleeping. He may be
Gay as
sleeping.
fuck. You gay, nigga. You
That nigga
gay.
just
Every
come out
day.
the motherfucking closet with no shoes.
Every day, pretty. Every fucking day.
Girl, that's why he gay, cause look what the fuck he got on. This nigga got a turtleneck on. Let me see. Is that a turtleneck sweater? It is.
That nigga
He's in love with you because he came on the stage and only said hi to you.
Oh, I bet they do. They look
And so-
ass.
So I was like, what are you talking about? I said, this is not related to the title of the story. I said, we're
He wanted
talking
to
about
talk about his
Sister
own
Mom.
story. You know that. Come on. He was trying
And that's
to
the problem. They get mad. They want to tell their own story and then try to say, I'm gaslighting. How am I gaslighting when I'm resetting? I didn't say anything about Tay Bando. I made a statement which related to the daggone title.
It's them hidden agendas. That's what it is. You know.
Because in passion, if I get passion in here, she'll tell you every fucking quarter of the year, every quarter, like every semester, she is unveiling another man that's been hanging out in her room that is be in the trannies DMs that is gay. Which is related to the title because Sister Home and those men were gay.
No, but yeah, that was
no, man. No, man. You gaslighting. If a man wanna leave, he can leave. I'm not talking about Taven. Why y'all always think everybody talk about y'all? Y'all think we sit around and care talking about y'all fucking dicks and where y'all wanna stick it at? We don't care. We don't care because it's not in us. We know the dicks is not going in us. So why do we care where you put your dick? Then I found out that Pota be having playing spades with his dick.
Girl, fuck that weird ass nigga too. I don't care, bro. All these niggas is fucking weird, bro. All of them fucking weird. It's like every day, by the minute, by an hour. Okay, these niggas get weirder and weirder. That's why I be trying to tell some of these bitches, why you want this nigga all up in your face, girl? Go on. The fuck, I hate pick-me ass bitches. I feel like pick-me's are niggas too, bro. They be sitting on here and come on Clubhouse trying to be picked by these niggas. Oh, you wanna see a version of niggas trying to get picked by a nigga? Go to motherfucking Dante House of Hustle Room and watch how many motherfucking niggas want to jump on Dante dick. And Dante like that shit too. That's the reason why he got mostly males in his motherfucking room. And the rest of the bitches is just a little bit of bunch of clean up woman ass bitches on stage that's gonna clean up the mess for Dante. So that's why he brought his ass up in my motherfucking room. Talking about y'all still talking. Yeah, we are, nigga, because we over here talking about you fags. We out here talking about you gay ass niggas wanting to live your life like Sister Home. Y'all get the thrill of trying to be like Sister Home. I guarantee you, Shawnee, and most niggas didn't get caught. You think they'll live their life like Sister Home?
They would have the little pleated skirt and they wig and they red lipstick, like my red lipstick. And then do their little dance, throw that ass in a circle. They Dr. BD said it. The dudes came in here just to crash out on each other. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to the replays. I ain't gonna lie, I'm so glad it's saved. Another accomplished day. Another day of nigga crash out, niggatopia. I ain't gonna lie, Shawnee, they hate us.
They hate their mamas because I'm not your mama. And they hate the last person that didn't suck their dick right or fuck them right. That's not my problem. That's just not my problem. Not my problem. That's just not my problem. Niggas ain't shit. Bigger bitches talking shit. Not my problem. And then he was like, "Oh, you don't have no self-control." I was singing down low because the men talk about down low. I said, "Sir, I've been singing this whole daggone fucking room. What you talking about?" And I was singing low so that people could still hear you. And I'm the background music.
I can't believe it. Hey, and I can't believe it. Niggas always, I'm telling you, ladies, these niggas want, it's like a certain hour that these niggas start having like malfunctional errors in their robotic ass mind. They come on here and like y'all said, Shawty and Brittany, they come on here around, I say between the hours of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. no, till 5 a.m. is when these niggas want to start coming on here crashing the fuck out.
Well, my thing is, why don't you crash out on... I feel like they think this is their therapy session where they can come and scream, holler, come out on the slide. They don't think we hear them. Just like that one guy. Ooh yeah. Ooh yeah. He was looking, oh yeah, them nipples, those look like some nice suckable
Ariel
nipples. I ain't gonna lie. So he doubled down on that when he said, I ain't gonna lie. I never heard no man say another man's nipples look suckable.
Well, we found out today.
We found out a new one is gay, child. Right here on your stage, girl.
Oh my God, girl. Magnetic sent me a video talking about the story time of down low man in Houston. He wanted to make an appointment for a haircut.
Child. Did he get some dick on the side with his haircut?
Girl, he looked down low and he looked slow. He looked like he got Down syndrome.
My friend.
He looked like that damn. He looked like that damn Shamar, nigga.
You right. We tried to tell him that, but they'll call us ugly. Now, Dr. BD, you won't believe it. This quote-unquote married man named R.J. Hurst got mad that I corrected what he was saying. And he said he been married 15 years and he got 2 kids. And usually he don't be on Clubhouse, but he had to go pick up some groceries. So funny that groceries. They reminded of groceries. Because of Sister Y'all. To pick up groceries and drop it off so she can cook. But he had time. We were talking about what was it, manifesting billionaires, and Dr. Umar, Dr. BD. And somehow he started talking about exoticals because he saw Ion came in the room for like 2 minutes, 2 maybe 3, and then left. And I'm like, how are you talking about the exoticals? And then he started talking about the passport bros and calling them femcells. Do you know this man tried to come for me after talking bad about London, Ion, and the exoticals? I said, sir, why are you talking about me? Because you're losing the argument. I said, only someone who's losing the argument or the debate will go that low, that feel bad. And he tried to call me ugly and everything else, talked about my feet and everything else, talking about they weren't done. I'm like, in that picture, you can't even see if they're done or not, sir, because it's far away. So you tried it. You just like to lie. Then, just like Greg came on your stage after doing what he did to you, RJ comes up to Ion's stage 5 hours later. I'm like, they hate you, but will come on your stage and talk bad about you when you're not there in another room. And I said, then you was talking about Ion and everybody? Oh, you were lying. It was a collective conversation. It was on replay. I said, no, it wasn't on replay. I said, nobody brought it up but you. It was unrelated to what we were talking about. We were talking about education and Dr. Umar. What does Dr. Umar education have to do with exoticals? So this man clocked him and was like, when he was in the room, he was like, why are you as a married man talking about what single women are doing? That's weird. He said, oh, you just being a simp. No, he's telling you the truth. That's why, going right back to the men want the thrill, not the truth. They don't want the truth. They want to argue, and they want to flex their ego, and they want to humble people for no reason when that man was telling the truth. Why are you talking about what single women do? And you're a married man, 15 years, he said you retired your woman. And now he changed his PTR, so now I remember he was up there trying to hit on Jazzy in Dante's room. And also, he likes to swing. And, which is fine. Nothing wrong with swinging. But come to find out when he was on Beauty's stage, on Ion stage, Beauty was like, this man is not married. He got 4 baby mamas and he don't pay child support. And he from Brooklyn. Do you know what he did, Dr. BD? He had someone, he doxed my phone number and threatened me while I was on stage talking to him. Threatened me on the stage. And called my phone multiple times while I was talking on stage. Instead of just telling the truth, all you had to say was, yeah, I said something. So what I said was, well, someone said, oh my gosh, someone called you right now where you're on stage. I said, yeah, and then he called me a Karen. I said, well, I'm going to be Karen Nisha and contacting the FBI. What is going on with men that they can't tell the truth? What is going on with men where they can't handle the truth? Where you have to go that low. Because honestly, right? And this is what I told him and said on stage, on wax, on replay. I told him, I said, I would have let you slide about you talking about Ion and London and the exoticals, because I'm part of the exoticals. If you would have just case closed after I gave you the correct information. But you know, you had to keep going because you had to humble people and you had to humble me in the other room before you came in Ion's room. Because because I said Ion can fight for himself. I don't have to fight for him. I don't have to fight for London. I don't have to fight for the exoticals. I said exoticals haven't even had consistent rooms in 3 years. I think the last time they had a random room was like a year ago, maybe a year and a half. So why is the exoticals in your minds? Because you saw Ion. He's like, well, I don't know why you black women be following this gay man. So who are you talking about when you say that? You're talking about Ion. Oh, I never said anything about Ion. Me and Ion are friends, da 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 da. And you went to that extreme to call my phone. Like, nigga, do you know I'm in tech? Do you know I was interviewed for the CIA, that I could have worked for the CIA if I wanted to? Do you know who the fuck you are fucking with? And I'm spiritually protected on top of that. Oh, you want to play these clubhouse games? Like, who threatens a woman over that level, over that insignificant conversation that is happily married, per se, and have all these kids? How do married people have that much time? How do you have that much time? Can someone answer me that question? Riddle me this. Not only follow the gay man, but go on his stage after talking trash about him 5 hours prior. I mean, bold as fuck. And only a man that's trying to shade a woman's looks like that because you're not, you didn't like the fact that I corrected you. And I didn't do it disrespectfully either. It's just the fact that I corrected him that he didn't have the correct information because he was like, Londa's never been married. What you talking about? Everybody says she's married. I said, she just got engaged yesterday. So what are you talking about? I said, most of those, a good portion of the women that are the leaders, they are spoken for or married. And it wasn't a woman from overseas. It was a Black American woman that leads the group. Yep, you only be on here when you're at work. But no. And then to threaten me while I'm on stage talking and saying what you're gonna do next, like what the hell? I said, that's what we're doing now? As married Black men that retired your wife and all your kids, like this is what we doing now in 2025? And then you wonder why Resource said what she said earlier. She said she can't get comfortable around Black men. That's why she couldn't get nowhere sexually with them. That's what she said in her experience. You missed that, Pretty. She said that in the room. Yep. Yeah. And to me, even if you deem me ugly, okay, that's fine. But I'm not you married. Why are you worried about my looks? It's just a sad state of affairs. Pretty Brittany, y'all still up?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm about to get ready to go back to sleep, get my little last bit of hours of rest.
Your last bit of hours.
My little last bit of my beauty rest. While these niggas was crashing out.
Yeah, you gotta listen. They was crashing out, baby.
Good job, Shawnee. I ain't gonna lie, Shawnee, you should have been a private investigator or something.
I should have been in law based on my thing, but that was never my thing. I wanted to be either a doctor and a business owner. That was my first thing, and then a singer. It was never to be in law. But yeah. But see, I know how to ask the questions, okay, to make people tell on themselves. And I know how to I know when to let them talk. There's an art form to that. You have to know when to shut the fuck up so they can tell on themselves all the way, so they feel comfortable to tell them all the way. Because you couldn't tell me Clubhouse was gonna say what he said tonight. They be telling on themselves. That's why I tell women to shut up and listen more. They'll tell you everything you need to know. Everything. So, giving a moment for last thoughts. Anyone want to have any last thoughts before we close the room? Any last thoughts? Well, I hope you guys learn from this cautionary tale to make sure you love yourself first. And you make sure you know, if you want a thrill, make sure you protect yourself. Even if it is just with a watermelon, okay? Sorry. I'm gonna go to the store and get some watermelon and some papaya after this. when I get up later. Some watermelon papaya. And don't be scared of the truth, because the truth will set you free. And the closet is full. Just come out, man. Just be yourself. Stop lying to yourself. Hey, She Evolved. Stop lying to yourselves. And know that you are the love of your life. So that you don't have to be conned by Sister Hong. I hope everybody has a good day. Let's finish out July good so we can bring in August well. Take care. Take care, everybody.
Bye, Johnny. Bye, Brittany.
Bye.
Now this nigga wanna wake up. Get the fuck on. Get the fuck on. This nigga wanna play music.
But he drove all weekend from Nevada to fucking New York in a BMW.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking at first it's from New York. Then I got, yeah, it's over there.
I'm brave. Oh, and the New York Governor Kathy Hochul is pushing for an assault weapons ban, whatever that means. Tell me a weapon that isn't an assault weapon.
Assault rifles 15.
Oh my god.
I don't know if someone already said it, but I read that he was going to the NFL offices and he took the wrong elevator. So he didn't get to where he wanted to go.
Yeah. So you just killed some people in a different office.
Jalta, don't you destroy my 33rd floor theory, alright?
What I don't get is, I mean, why did he have to involve, I guess he did want to do them harm in the NFL office, but like why not just blow yourself up, you know? And like make a point that way. Put like a thing out online if it really is about drawing attention to CTE or whatever.
He didn't even play in the NFL, bro. He played high school football.
Yeah, I don't. So he should have just killed his parents.
No fish. He played in the Canadian Football League. That is
Once again, not
highest
professional
level
football.
professional football in Canada. So he is a professional football player.
Wait, he played professionally in Canada?
That's what I'm telling you.
You guys have football?
That's like being a professional rugby player from Thailand.
I'm telling you, he was a pro. And by the way, Trey, our balls are bigger. Just so you know.
That's like being a professional hockey player from Florida. Oh, wait. We won the Stanley Cup twice.
All your players are from Canada, you doorknob.
Half of Canada lives in Florida.
Fish doesn't know anything about sports in Milan.
It's weird that like the fucking Miami Dolphins have never won the Super Bowl, but the Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup twice.
That is a hilarious fucking thought.
It's kind of bizarre, right? Like, what? I feel like it's because it's just like too hot for football here.
I just think Miami is such a cool city that eventually your professionals are just enjoying life down here. You just like maybe fall behind a little bit. Also when the playoffs are in the winter, so Miami always has to travel to cold weather.
Fish, you know the Dolphins have won the Super Bowl, right?
Well, when in the 80s?
Not
No,
very,
smiling.
very long time.
The 70s.
Oh, the 70s. I'm sorry.
Like, they haven't won a Super Bowl since before Dan Marino. So.
Right.
So, like, they basically haven't won a Super Bowl.
Sure, you might be right about just like the players being distracted though.
No, I'm dead ass.
No, it makes a lot of sense. When I was younger, I had some friends that were promoters at like the clubs at like the Hard Rock Hotel, you know, in casino, and like they would get like free VIP tables there, and my girlfriend and I would go and hang out once in a while, and like there were always like a bunch of Miami Dolphins players at all the other tables.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they ever find, like, the Broncos or, like, any cold weather team in the playoffs, they're just toast. And also if they have to fly to the other side of the country.
Speaking of the Miami Dolphins, do you know who's next to them? Me and Dusty. You ever gonna fucking visit Fish?
I hung out with Dusty like yesterday.
Well, why didn't you hit me up? I feel betrayed.
It was late. You were probably asleep.
How late?
Like midnight.
I would have woken up.
You couldn't come up with any better excuse, Fish. You went with it was probably too late for you.
I don't know where the fuck Mohan lives. I know where Dusty lives.
I live like 5 blocks away from Justin.
Dude, gays are like vampires.
It's true. It's very true.
This is true.
Not to mention, I've asked you when are we going to hang out like once every other day for the past 3 weeks. So I understand how when you're fucking
Mohan, he lived in Austin for 3 years and I never saw him. So
4 years.
Just be patient. 4 years.
I guess, you know.
Just be patient, all right? Be patient.
Look, Fish, I told you to tell your mom I was sorry, okay? Your only beef against me.
Don't get your homosexual feelings, you know, too strung up in this.
No, do you know what it is? We played darts the other day, a long time ago, and let's just say I didn't let Fish win, and I think he holds a grudge.
So you gotta let Fish win. Everyone knows that.
That is the one bar game I'm an underdog in. I never fucking got darts or cared. I think I hate the British side of me too much to get into darts.
I always thought of darts as an Irish game, but I guess they're basically the same culture.
I mean, yeah, sorry.
Me and Trey, there are price cuts popping up on saved Zillow homes left and right on my phone right now.
Listen, dude, it's rough.
We got the move is you buy a home before they fired Jerome Powell, and then you just sell it 6 months later and like double your money.
Prices are going to go down for a while until rates see a significant cut.
I've had more buyers lately, but like I'm taking them all to new builds, and these builders are buying them down to 5% interest rates. So like that's what we have, and we do have some people coming in cash on our nicer listings, you know, for resales because of property, whatever. But if it's like middle of the pack, man, it's just fucking.
Hey, you got a new house listing for a like a middle of the pack house. Did you want it?
No,
Hey,
it's the listings he doesn't want.
I need more buyers. I've got 10 listings. I've got 10 listings.
I need more buyers. Said no agent ever. Trey, wish me luck. I've got a real shitbox that's in escrow getting its inspection done this week and appraisal.
I had such a shit box recently that I listed. We paid for the inspection to be done to put it in MLS because we already know. And we're just like, hey, this is what it is. Here's everything you need. Don't call us asking questions. Look at this inspection, submit an offer, and if you have any. We had this one place plumbing for 2 years, or hasn't had a water on for 2 years. HVAC in Texas. These people have been living without HVAC for 2 years.
What?
Dead ass.
Like a European?
No, I bet they were.
Very funny. That was very funny, Dusty.
No, but you know, see, in Europe, their idea of a heat wave is 87. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, but David told us a minute ago that it's like 93.5 Fahrenheit in Spain, but his house isn't hot because he has insulation.
I think he's retarded then.
That's what I said.
No, you can if you have like a well, you can like pump cold air out from like a little like mini cave that you make. But no, you can't insulate out the hot unless you're moving your home, you know, back and forth between cold locations.
That's a really good way to put it.
So, Jalta, my favorite shitty home that a friend of is he bought a rental in Baltimore, and he never saw it, and he just kind of saw these.
Is that Mohan?
Yes.
You're there. I turned off my VPN. Is that better?
Way better.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I was saying my favorite shitty home story.
They mess with Clubhouse.
My favorite. He bought a home in Baltimore to be a rental, and he never saw it. He just had the appraiser appraise it, and then he bought it. And he goes to actually do an inspection after he sees the home. And there was the cremated remains of a black guy in the basement. And he was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? So he just had a dead black guy in his home.
You mean like in an urn, or just like scattered across the floor?
See, an urn means that someone had to have loved him. They sent it to him in the cardboard box that the government gives you after they deal with your body because no one gave them money for it.
Did it have a label that said remains of a black guy?
It was.
How did he know it was a black guy?
Well, I mean, he went out on a limb because it was like Jamal Shakwani, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna guess this is a black guy. And then he Googled the guy's name. Turns out he was in a gang. And then he tried to track down the next of kin to be like, hey, please collect your child's remains. And even hired a private investigator to find them. And they just said, we don't give a shit. And then he felt weird about it. So for like a year, he just had this guy's, dead body in his basement.
Mohan, I don't know if it's the intellectualism or autism or whatever, but there's such an opportunity there for jokes when Andrew asked that, and you just went right into the actual explanation of how
I know. I assumed it was because the ashes were blacker.
Right, that's the
My
easy one,
apologies,
right?
my
And then-
apologies.
And then you could have gone that, the ashes were actually delivered in a 10-piece KFC bucket. Like, there's so many things you could have said, and to just steamroll through and give the actual explanation is a real missed opportunity.
I should have paused so that you guys could have answered how he knew. My apologies.
Jalta has taken at least 20 grams of creatine this morning, I can tell. Brain is firing on all cylinders.
Nootropic effects, baby, let's go.
See, figured out why I asked that question.
God damn it, it's because the remains were ashy. That's how he knew he was black.
That's quite good. That's very funny, Mohan.
Now, Mohan, I'm gonna unfortunately rain on that assessment and point out that cremated remains are not 100% of the person. It's a mix. They keep it out. So pretty sure it's contaminated with other people's remains.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. It could be ashy white people in there.
Well, if they weren't, they are now.
Yeah, the guy that's streaming the room literally has 10 phones on his YouTube and is streaming this room.
Yeah, I was looking at the.
Why is it always gotta be the one day of the month I decide to make a racist joke? It's just comedy, y'all. But actually, why is someone doing that? And who is this person?
It's in the chat, but somebody deleted it.
I just got that the one day.
So, Jolta, what's your take on Fantastic Four? Have you seen it yet?
Have you seen it yet? Get the fuck out of here, Mom.
Is that, I'm assuming the answer is a yes?
Yeah, I saw it the day before it came out.
Nice. And, what do you think?
You know, it's definitely still leaning campy and, you know, somewhat lighthearted like all the other superhero movies are. I am preferential to the more dark and disturbed stylized. But I thought it was great. That's my short answer. I really enjoyed it. I don't know. The only problem is that these days I feel like I'm in a position where I need to justify why I think a movie is good. And I think when a movie is truly phenomenal, you can just say it was fantastic. And anyone who disagrees, you know, has taste. So I don't know. I look.
We all know it sucked.
Compared to the rest of them, it was the best one.
All right. I mean, I'm just waiting to find someone to go see it with, and then I'll see it probably.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you'd seen it. I was anticipating that I think her name's Julia Garner. I thought that was going to be kind of a bummer, but because I'm just, you know, I don't know. I think a Silver Surfer character would be a little more. Carry a little more weight than a, you know, Shaw Ball, but they're basically exactly the same, so who cares? But I thought, you know, that was fine. It made sense. Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was emotional. I think Pedro Pascal was a very strange person to cast.
Yeah, I still think that. I haven't even seen it yet, and I just think it's very weird. He's also way too old.
He's not. Yeah, he's not bad. Is the thing. Like, you're not watching it being like, oh, he's bad as a bad actor. He's a good actor. Just he's just not Reed Richards. It just doesn't make sense.
I agree he's not Reed Richards, but just biologically, you're starting a franchise with Iron Man as a 55-year-old. Like, he needs to be young enough to play this character for like the next 15 years. You're like.
Yeah, it was weird.
Because Reed Richards is supposed to hold down the main cast for the next, like, 2 sequences or whatever, and this guy's going to be, like, 65 playing Reed Richards.
Yeah, I also don't want Reed Richards to be a kid, you know?
Yeah, correct. He's supposed to be, like, you know,
like, yeah,
a mid-30s dad or whatever.
Right, I understand, you know, that the gray streak in the hair is not of natural causes, but, yeah, he doesn't need to be 20, and he doesn't need to be 50.
I thought it was a weird choice that they started Fantastic Four with them already having Franklin Richards. Like, that seems like a weird choice.
What do you mean?
The kid.
Oh, like the movie?
Well, because the kid is like a Chekhov's gun. He's like all 5 Infinity Stones just fucking walking around.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see it and let me know what you think.
Yeah, okay.
But you know how it goes with this stuff. I mean, they can do whatever they want, right? They can go.
They can make the kid way weaker.
They can go back and forth.
Because they nerfed Adam Warlock to fucking high hell.
Yeah, they did. That's my biggest complaint, and I mean not just Marvel but DC. I mean just all superhero movies is. just the liberty that they're taking, you know, with these, with the power levels basically of these characters. Like, because it needs to work for this scene, we're gonna have this person, you know, lose 60% of this fight against this person, and it's like, okay, you know, but that's not. You're just pissing off people who care about this stuff, you know. But you know, cool. The movies, you know, can go on with the plot you want now. So good.
I kind of am okay with them depowering someone. I find it crazy when they variably power someone within the same movie. So, like, Thor took a sun to the face in Infinity War, and like, now you have to expect me to believe that someone can punch him and that hurts.
Yeah, that too. The only time I'm okay with it is when the hero's power variability is dependent on
like the mental apps.
Like the Hulk, honestly. Like, I'm not like that actually makes sense, right? Like the Hulk, like, he's not expecting anything, and he's fairly calm as can be in that, you know, developed state, and then a bus is thrown at him and it knocks him off his feet and like into a wall, and then he has to shake it off, like, and then he's also able to carry 115 billion tons. It actually makes sense because there's a certain level of rage feeling it, right? Like, I understand things like that.
Or like a Green Lantern during November, you're like, yeah, he's going to be 50% weaker. His mind's just not in the game, you know?
Obviously, the guy's gotta come.
The physics of the Hulk
Mohan,
always make me angry.
Mohan, is that a gi? Is that a gi that you're wearing?
No, you're trying to think I'm healthier than I am. That's just a regular slutty Miami shirt.
The only gi Mohan knows is the kind you cook with. Superman, I fucking hated though. I mean, he just got pitched around that whole movie. So,
yeah, he was definitely weaker than Superman for sure. He might be the weakest Superman ever adapted to a film.
What did you think of his beard in the movie? Did you like who they cast for Lois Lane?
Wait, Superman has a beard?
He's saying that Superman is gay.
Stay out of this one.
I thought the interview scene was kind of dumb. I like her.
Right.
Yeah. I liked her as a Lois, but what's the best way to say this? He didn't have. So, like, Lois is kind of this woman that, like, you respect, and you're like, oh, I don't want to fuck with her. And she did good, but she didn't give me that energy.
I didn't care about a single character in that movie.
Dude, the Jimmy, I really hated the Jimmy in the movie. First of all, are you?
It could have been funny. I get what they were going for. It could have been funny, and it wasn't.
Well, not even just the plot about, like, the hot chick and all that nonsense. That was just totally stupid. But just the Jimmy they casted. I have a pet peeve for redhead erasure. And Jimmy's supposed to be a redhead, and they stole my redhead from my you know what I mean? Hey, at least they didn't make him black, but I was looking forward to my redheaded Jimmy.
I was just gonna say, do not see the new Little Mermaid. You will freak out.
Well, no. So The Little Mermaid is about a woman knowing when to be silent, and I'm completely fine with their casting a black chick in that.
The moment you said it, all right.
Who would win, Superman or Neo in the Matrix? If they were both in the Matrix.
I don't think you could put Superman in the Matrix because you'd have to get past his Kryptonian flesh to jack him in.
No. If he was in the Matrix as Superman, I think Neo would win.
Mohan, the real question you wanted to ask me was, did I get the oversized Galactus popcorn bucket with the glow up eyes? And yes, I did.
Okay, good to know.
It's fucking sick. It's so massive. But this will be a very cool centerpiece.
So something that to this day I still want is Deadpool and Wolverine. They came out with Xbox controllers, where the back of the Xbox controller is their ass cleavage. And I don't know how much I have to spend, but I will spend it to get these controllers.
That's pretty good. Are you you don't have any comics, do you?
I do not own any comics. So when I was a kid, there's a couple of libraries in my neighborhood that had gigantic comic sections. So I used to go to the library to rent comic books. And then as a kid, my dad bought me the volume editions of Unlimited X-Men. But other than that, I don't own any comics. I would just go to the library and take them out.
Have I asked you who, and by the way, anyone, you guys know the rules. If at any point you want to jump in with something interesting that you have to share or completely change the topic, if it's more interesting than this, feel free.
Yes.
Have I asked you, the difficulty of buying a bike rack, unfortunately, doesn't qualify. Sorry, Dusty. Have I asked you who your favorite superhero is?
You know, you have not. That's a great question. I'll answer it a few ways. As a child growing up, the X-Men that I most wanted to be was Nightcrawler.
I could see it. Is that because culturally you found him relatable?
Let's just say that maybe being a child growing up in New York post 9/11, where everyone looked at me like my skin color meant that I was wrong, made me identify with the blue fuzzy guy who everyone thought was evil just because his skin color was weird. When I was a little kid, I got really fucking obsessed with wanting a prehensile tail and being able to like pick up shit and hang from a limb and like anything that had a character that had a tail, I was like, this is my fucking favorite thing ever. And Nightcrawler had a prehensile tail, and also teleportation is fucking awesome. So, if you ask me which X-Men did I ever most wanted to be, the answer is Nightcrawler. As a kid. If you ask me who's my favorite superhero to read about, it's gonna be Batman. I've read the most Batman comic books of any superhero. And then if you ask me as an adult, I don't know, well, I guess yeah, I would say as a child I most wanted to be Nightcrawler, and then as a kid I most read Batman comic books. I guess that would answer your question.
Okay, got it.
But if you ask me at a human level who my favorite hero is, I'm gonna be really stupid and I'm gonna say All Might from My Hero Academia. So there's an anime called My Hero Academia, and it's in a world where everyone has superpowers, and the single greatest superhero of all time, his name is All Might, and I think from a human standpoint, he's my favorite superhero.
All Might. Looking at him.
It's kind of funny. So he is a Japanese guy who grew up in Japan and then fell in love with the American dream. And so he became an America-themed superhero as a Japanese man in Japan. And every single one of his moves is named after America. So he has Texas Smash or Detroit Punch. And he's you know how in America we have kids who delusionally think that they love Japan, but they've never been to Japan? This man is a man who's never been to America, but loves the idea of America so much that he became the most pure American possible, having never been to America.
Here's the funniest part about this. I'm looking up this list, and every move is just something Smash. Yep. So it's Texas Smash, Detroit Smash, Oklahoma Smash, and his ultimate move, the United States of Smash.
Yep. And his tagline is "I am here," and every single time he says it, you immediately know everything's gonna be okay because he's just that good. He once punched a guy so hard he created a hurricane. What else? He considers himself the symbol of peace. So like he literally everything he does is from the perspective of making sure that people feel safe and secure. He's like my favorite hero. And the entire anime is about him trying to find a successor to give his powers to.
So, supposedly there's a live-action One Punch Man movie in development.
Ooh.
But it's Sony Pictures, so it's gonna fucking suck.
I'm afraid of that. Although, here's the deal. Sony is shit at taking American properties, listening to blue-haired white chicks, and then adapting them. Sony's a Japanese company, so it could be that they actually know how to adapt this correctly. Well, who adapted Dragon Ball Z? Was that Sony? Because if so, we're fucked.
Man, it's so disappointing we never got a good Dragon Ball Z movie.
Well, this is Justin Lin, known for his work on the Fast and
Furious, yeah. It's gonna suck. Justin Lin sucks.
You know, I don't care if the script is good.
Dude, you know the Genos fight in that movie is gonna be fucking peak.
I just want it to be funny, smart funny, but that's probably asking too much.
I also think they're not going to play into the plot correctly, because the plot in One Punch Man is that you have this guy who's the single most competent man in the world.
You cut out. The plot is what?
The plot is about this man who's the single most competent man in the world, but like, you know, a girl takes all the credit for it, or other people take all the credit for it. Like, it's a metaphor for not hiring competence.
Have you guys seen The Studio with Seth Rogen?
No, but I heard it was really good.
It's like pretty good. It'd be a lot better if it didn't pull its punches, you know? But it does pull its punches because Seth Rogen's got a bit of a woke fag. But like,
he absolutely is.
Yeah, but like, if it didn't pull its punches, it would have been really funny. But anyway, like,
I couldn't get.
I think it does.
Episodes of that.
Yeah, I think
is it something? Is it something? Do you have to be in the industry to appreciate it? Because I've heard from people in the industry that it's pretty good.
I think the answer is yes, because to me it rang very true, but I could see why normal audiences wouldn't like it, because it's unwilling to like actually go there and make the jokes it wants to make. So it's like, it's just stopping short of constantly making the right joke, and it makes like this side joke instead. In the first episode, he takes over as studio head, and he wants to make prestige pictures, but then Bryan Cranston is playing like the studio owner, and he wants him to make Kool-Aid the movie, you know, based on the success of Barbie. He's like, yeah, let's take the Kool-Aid IP and make a fucking great movie about it, you know? And he has a meeting with Martin Scorsese, where Martin Scorsese wants to make a movie about Jonestown, And Seth Rogen is like, well, that's great. That has Kool-Aid involved. Why don't we just? You can make this movie if you call it Kool-Aid. And then Martin Scorsese is like, yo, low-key, that's kind of genius. I love it. You know, whatever. Like, let's do it. And then the studio owner is like, tell me you didn't tell Martin Scorsese he could make a $200 million movie about Jonestown that is allegedly about our Kool-Aid IP. Like, are you retarded? You know? And then Rogen, like, bitches out and is basically like, I bought it just so I could kill it. And he's like, damn, smart move, you know, whatever. And then he has to go back to Scorsese and be like, I'm killing your movie. And Scorsese's like, you fucking piece of shit. Like, you know, like that's basically the plot of the first episode. And it's a good structure, it's a good plot, but it doesn't work because it's not willing to actually make jokes that are offensive, and so it's not funny or interesting.
Wait, you're telling me a show making fun of studios produced by the studio would hold its punches?
Exactly. That's the problem with the show.
Yeah.
Rogen really went off a cliff too, like with the wokeness stuff. Like,
well, you know, when he threw James Franco under the bus, it was when he did full retard. Because I'm not saying James Franco's a saint, but he didn't have to attack him. He could have just held the line. And I honestly looked at what James Franco did, and he was an idiot, and he's a lefty. But I don't think he's clearly not in jail. Like, I don't think he did anything horrible.
I really liked that show, but it felt like he was missing something. And Hollow, you explained it perfectly. That's what's missing.
Yeah, it's pulling its punches.
Dude, I'm not saying it's a good movie, but if you watch, like, His Highness, you see how retarded James Franco and Seth Rogen used to be, and they'll never make a movie like that again.
Your Highness, but...
Your Highness?
That's the name of the movie.
Yeah. Where he gets date raped by the gay mushroom guru, right?
Yeah. It used to actually be funny. Yeah. By the way, what did Franco really do other than, like, I heard he was, like, sleeping with his acting student.
This is what happens. He literally had acting courses, and one of the lessons was teaching the actors how to do a sex scene on screen, and then the women complained that he groped them during the sex scenes he was teaching them how to do.
Yeah, that seems like he fucked them after class and never called them, kind of a thing. That doesn't seem like much to me.
It's the same thing they did to Joe Gatto, you know, from Impractical Jokers. He's had some accusations that he's inappropriately touched people, but it was never sexual. He's just a physical comedian, and you find 3 people who say they don't like what you did, and they can destroy your career with that.
This is why Ronald McDonald wears the big gloved hands, you know, Mickey Mouse too. Because you can't inappropriately touch a child with giant padded mitts around your hands. You know what I mean? Yeah, I remember thinking Franco didn't do much of anything. That was my thought.
And I just thought it was crazy how much Seth Rogen just completely disowned and disavowed and destroyed him. And I'm like, dude, he's your boy for 30 years. What are you doing?
I know. Yeah, Rogen's, he's a coward, really, is what it is. Like, he's just a coward. All he had to do was say, hey, listen, I think that we should take women seriously, and I think that all accusations should be treated seriously, whatever. But, like, I don't really know what's going on here, and so I'm unwilling to cast stones until there's more details, and we know what's happened. And
yeah, you could say that, but you could also just be like, listen, I've known James Franco for 30 years. I know his heart, I know his soul, and he's a good man, and I'm sure you know, we're all trying to become better people, and to whatever extent there's any merit in these things that have happened, I know that with time, James Franco will, you know, become a better person and a better man. And, you know, I look forward to.
I think this goes back to the Christianity thing. It's very hard to like actually believe in redemption if you're not a Christian, you know. And I don't think many atheists do believe.
You live, pussy. Do you live?
Where do I live?
Do you live in Las Vegas? Do you live
I
in
do
Arizona?
live on the West Coast. I do live in the West Coast. I do live on the West Coast.
Cool. Do you ever visit Las Vegas, or are you near the LA SoCal?
I'll be in Vegas for Black Hat.
Man, please don't forget me. Please back channel me right now. I'm gonna hit you up. Hey bro, what is your IG? Because you're gonna get a chance to beat a retard up. Are you happy?
I think that's a crime. I can't pick on a retard.
Then you must take self-deprecating humor. Listen, brother, you can keep it respectful, or you can choose to play gangster. I'll meet you either way. I have no problem fucking you up.
Okay, continue, retard.
No problem doing that. By the way, we have mutual friends. I suggest you watch your fucking mouth because you're making yourself look like a jackass. I have a rep on the app of being a polite person. I don't deserve this disrespect. I don't.
You have a rep on this app of being a retard.
Fucking bad bitches with a big dick talking shit on the internet. You're a loser.
You have a rep of being a retard. You look like Lionel Richie.
No, because you wanted to take
You're a retarded Lionel Richie.
PTR your girlfriend.
You're a retard. You're a retard. You're a retard that looks like Lionel Richie. You probably shouldn't be talking like a tough guy. You make no sense. This guy's just mad because I get more black pussy than he. PTR your girlfriend. Wow. These retards are fucking something else. I told you guys I had no patience. Listen, when you come up here and say, hey, I can mispronounce words because I have autism, and then you think you're not going to get picked on, no, I'm sorry, dude. Sorry. I'm going to pick on you for that shit. You don't get to fucking hide behind your fucking autism. I don't even believe you have it. I think you probably make that up as a fucking excuse of why you're so stupid. That's... I know people with autism. I know people with autism that are smart. Shit, Io's got fucking autism, and he's the smartest guy on the app. So, what's your... Alright, if he wants to come back up and tell us about the Mac bar, he's more than welcome to come and talk about the... We can carry on.
Hey, yo.
Maybe we'll do a GoFundMe for people.
Let's do the Mojo shut the fuck up when someone else is talking challenge, where he asks a question and let them answer it without interrupting them. You don't have fans here, brother. You have sycophants who are your dick lickers. Anyone objective will look at you like a bitch. You know that, right?
You know, Truth, since you said that you have a reputation for being, respectful?
Yeah, now when someone calls me a fucking retard, Steve, where's your line, Steve? Where are you standing, brother? You call autistic people retards, Steve? Steve, do you think that being autistic your whole life might make you sensitive to having someone throw your disability in your face as a fucking joke, and then once it backfires, try to say you don't even have it?
Thank you.
This is what the fucking internet does to people, folks. They act like they're not human beings. They talk in ways that they could not in person. You could not do this in a room full of people who know you, work with you, shop with you, or are friends of your family members. You have a fucking reputation you would want to protect. You wouldn't want to be known as a degenerate. But on the internet, it's all shits and giggles because you're 30 going on 50, still acting like you're 16. Grow the fuck up.
Well,
yeah, I mispronounced the word, not in my native language. You want to fucking laugh for another 10 minutes because you have nothing going on today?
Yeah.
You fucking dork.
Yes, I do.
well, actually, if I may.
Loser. We're
Thank
discussing
you.
Israel Palestine. He's making fun of a mispronounced word for
It's a
5 minutes.
deflection, Truth.
And then
Don't let him
dunking
get
on
you out of
autism.
body.
If I could speak,
They have no other
And you talking
argument.
to me, Steve?
if I
You're
could,
a dick washer, bro. You're a dick washer.
thank you. If I could continue,
No,
I've
don't
been
fuck
here
me,
for
fuck
about.
you and fuck him.
Thank you. I've been here for 20 minutes. I've kept my mouth shut. I was trying to do a little bit to defend you, Truth, but now you have convinced me not to. For
The first thing
someone,
you said is, look, you said you have a good reputation. You didn't say, hey, Truth.
I didn't say anything. I haven't spoken for the past 20 minutes.
I don't think autistic people should be called fucking retards, Truth, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Steve, go fuck yourself. I don't need you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know what?
You actually think
I
this is
don't.
where I sit here and go, oh no, I lost Steve. Oh guys, did you hear I lost Steve? Guys, did you hear it? I lost him. Oh no, the guy who couldn't stand up for 1 second.
I don't believe
that was
you.
out of pocket.
I think you are a liar.
That was wrong. But you can't even stand up to Israel, so why would you stand up to Moshe? You're not gonna stand up for what's good. You're not gonna go, hey, that's wrong. You're gonna try to tell me I fucked up or try to be my friend. Go fuck yourself, respectfully.
I was only speaking for about 15 seconds and you interrupted me 3 times.
You watched me get slapped in the face and then start talking to me instead of the person who slapped me. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
I was trying to give you a little bit of props, but you have convinced me.
Buddy, I don't need your props. I need you to address the person who just disrespected someone for being autistic and then didn't even apologize.
Okay, A, I don't believe you're autistic.
Cool.
I don't
I've been
believe.
on the app 5 years.
And you've interrupted me 5 times right now.
And read my entire bio. Just
how could anybody believe that you have a reputation?
Weird that now you think I have to perform my disability for you to think it has merit. That's strange, brother. I don't know what to tell you. Dude, is it?
No, I don't know what to tell you. I just moved you to the audience because I'm sick and tired of you interrupting me not once, not twice, not 3, not 4 times, but 5 fucking times. So now I'm going to take just a very little bit of time and finish what I wanted to say. Where I originally came up to support autistic people because I have a mod squad that regularly comes on to my regularly scheduled show on Saturday and Sunday morning, and 25 to 33% of my mod squad are autistic. So I would say I have a better than average experience and knowledge of autistic people. If indeed you are autistic, you certainly don't act like it. If indeed you are respectful, you certainly don't act like it. And last but not least, I have no desire whatsoever to defend anything about you whatsoever, because I have not said anything bad about you, about autistic people, about anybody. You interrupted me 5 times. You're rude, you're nasty, and quite frankly, I think you deserve everything that you've gotten in this room.
Steve, I'm not sure. Maybe you came a little late, but Truth is being disrespectful.